Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Once my exclusive territory is built, I can find a way to bring Joe Old Man back. By then, this lazy old geezer will probably be stunned. As Chi Ping grew increasingly familiar with illusion and concealment arrays, he knew that day would come soon. Joe Old Man had been in the mortal world for a long time. Given the thinness of spiritual chi in the mortal world, his lifespan would shorten once resources were depleted. So as long as the territory could guarantee Joe Old Man's safety, he could bring him back. Chi Ping didn't want an accident to cause Joe Old Man to pass away alone in the mortal world, which would leave Chi Ping feeling guilty for life. Joe Old Man had already met one such disciple. If Chi Ping did the same, no matter how open-minded Joe Old Man was, he would probably be utterly disappointed. Thinking of this, Chi Ping's urgency to study arrays grew stronger. However, just as Chi Ping was delving into Tier 1 intermediate illusion arrays, unexpected guests arrived. A stunning woman, dressed in luxurious red attire full of nobility, descended upon Chi Ping's mountain peak with several maids. And at first glance, Chi Ping recognized the identity of this stunning woman. That mysterious alchemist who used the divine soul pill as bait to gather information everywhere in Cyan Stone Marketplace. The reason Chi Ping could recognize her was that Boss Gao had later shown him a portrait of this mysterious alchemist. A woman in red, stunning beyond compare, probably she's the only one in Qingshi County. Chi Ping couldn't help but sigh at this. This group of people finally sought him out. Boss Gao's previous worries and warnings were validated at this moment. Traces left from purchasing Yaya were finally exposed at this moment. However, Chi Ping didn't feel much panic inside. The highest cultivation level on the opposite end was only the 9th layer of Qi refining, which posed little threat to Chi Ping at present. The natural perception talent didn't sense danger, further proving the other side didn't have the ability to threaten him. However, what puzzled Chi Ping most was that the natural perception talent vaguely sensed that something good was going to happen. This piqued Chi Ping's curiosity. Otherwise, if not for this, he would have transformed into a bee and fled by now, not even considering looting and killing. Even if the other party was a wealthy alchemist, Chi Ping didn't want a life-and-death confrontation unless necessary. Of course, if there was a reason for battle or provocation, Chi Ping wouldn't hold back, and he never has. Even though robbing might bring instant wealth, it still held limited appeal for Chi Ping. Besides the high risk, the main reason was that Chi Ping preferred to accumulate spirit stones through farming. And being a druid is incredibly suitable for accumulating spirit stones through commerce. Currently, one difficulty was that the output of spiritual nectar had almost reached a limit. It wasn't that Chi Ping couldn't expand production, but if the output increased again, the risks would be huge. Chi Ping didn't want to be targeted by high-level cultivators for this reason. So the prudent path forward was to produce and sell other items, and it couldn't be honey. The output of honey had to stay within a level corresponding to Chi Ping's power, such that any enemies attracted could be assuredly dealt with by Chi Ping. Fortunately, Chi Ping had awakened as a tree shepherd and could use the tree spirit contract ability to contract and cultivate spirit trees like star spirit wood, capable of producing resources like essence of the moon, spiritual liquid, and/or essence, which could be sold for spirit stones. As long as Chi Ping changed identities to sell these items, he wouldn't be targeted by high-level cultivators for amassing many spirit stones. All he had to do was figure out how to acquire the corresponding spirit trees and magic. Currently, Chi Ping could contract only the star spirit wood and the corresponding spirit gathering technique. The spirit gathering technique could greatly enhance the star spirit wood's ability to gather spiritual chi, thereby continuously concentrating spiritual chi to create a spiritual land. Yet, Chi Ping was most curious about why the red-dressed woman before him would cause the natural perception talent to sense an impending good event. It seemed to be the first time such a trigger had occurred since Chi Ping obtained the natural perception talent. Just that the curiosity in Chi Ping's heart made it hard to hold back in the next second. The master wants to ask you some questions, hurry over, a maid shouted at Qi Ping. As she spoke, the ninth layer of Qi refining spiritual power suddenly swept toward Qi Ping, wanting to seize him for questioning. Seeing this, Qi Ping's face immediately darkened. Good event? Is this the good event that was supposed to happen? Could it be that the natural perception talent sometimes fails? It's just that Qi Ping had tested this talent many times and was mostly certain it had no issues. But how to explain the current situation? Just as Qi Ping's gaze fixed and he prepared to act, the maid's actions were interrupted. Xiao Lan, don't be rude. The noble-looking woman in red lightly reprimanded, immediately intervening to block the ninth layer Qi refining maid's spiritual power. Then, she slapped the maid heavily on the face. The maid named Xiao Lan spat out a mouthful of blood with teeth, her cheek swelling high. This maneuver surprised Qi Ping slightly. The red-dressed woman was no ordinary strength. At the same ninth layer of Qi refining, she managed to intercept the maid's attack even with a slower reaction, a strength comparable to Meng Yan. No wonder Boss Gao said Meng Yan was wary of her. After hitting the maid, the woman in red turned to Qi Ping and slightly bowed. My maid was rude and unknowingly offended young Master Qi. I apologize on her behalf, I hope young Master Qi won't hold a grudge. With that, the woman in red took out a special jade box from her storage ring, wrapping it and a jade talisman with spiritual power, and placed them at a not too far or close distance to Qi Ping. This was the safe distance for strangers transmitting items to each other. After all, no one can be sure if what the other party is handing over is dangerous. These are 2 soul-nourishing grass, a specialty from my home, offered as an apology for the maid's recklessness. I hope young Master Qi will accept them. The red-dressed woman finished speaking, bowed again to Qi Ping, and meanwhile, observed Qi Ping somewhat curiously with her peripheral vision. Her actions weren't out of kindness but because, at the moment the maid acted, she was instantly engulfed by a huge sense of terror and crisis. So she immediately stepped in to interrupt the maid and then punished her before offering the rather precious soul-nourishing grass. Judging from Qi Ping's demeanor, he seemed inclined towards cultivating spirit plants, hence choosing 2 still-living soul-nourishing grass instead of a soul-nourishing pill. As conferred by her choice, once she sent the soul-nourishing grass, the crisis that enveloped her heart gradually faded, allowing her to secretly let out a sigh of relief. Good heavens, she almost bit the dust. The jade talisman signaled an obvious intent too, it was a gesture of friendship. Her family excelled in trade, best known for forging potential friendships far and wide, a crucial factor in her family's prosperity. Qi Ping, being younger, yet capable of evoking such an overwhelming sense of crisis in her, was worthwhile enough to pursue for friendship from that reason alone. As for coveting the secrets Qi Ping carried, she harbored none, as her family principles dictate never to provoke individuals like Qi Ping. If offense occurred accidentally, they must immediately apologize and endeavor to mend relations. If grievances persisted, they would notify the family, permitting the family to decide whether to extend further apologies, feign reconciliation, or fully eradicate the threat. This understanding, grounded in countless generations of business and interpersonal acumen, sustained her family's continued flourishing. Qi Ping was also caught off guard by the soul-nourishing grass suddenly presented to him. The apology was quite sincere. However, while the soul-nourishing grass was precious, it certainly didn't warrant such a strong response from the natural perception talent. He could procure it himself through Meng Yan. Could it be because of this jade talisman? Having read many books, Qi Ping naturally knew it meant a desire for friendship and future exchanges. Perhaps there is some value in forming a good relationship with this woman in red for the future. Considering the benefits sensed by natural perception, Qi Ping could only temporarily think of this reason. But he couldn't be completely sure, because in a game before, this skill was only useful in specific instances, and now applied to the immortal cultivation realm, Qi Ping was still exploring its true utility. However, as long as it could be confirmed there was no danger, the rest could be handled flexibly. I can ask Brother Meng about this person later, figure out this woman's background and behavior before deciding on what to do next. Since the other party was showing goodwill, Qi Ping naturally lost the thought of making a move. He still remembered the old boss saying that this woman had foundation establishment cultivators backing her. Even if Foundation establishment cultivators attacked, Qi Ping was confident in strongly killing the few people in front of him, and then slaying the Foundation establishment cultivators behind them, finally looting the spoils. Though it sounded thrilling, leaving apart the losses of the bees, Qi Ping was really afraid that making such enemies might one day unexpectedly lead to his death, especially when it involved people with powerful backgrounds and significant status. Despite Meng Yan having slain so many geniuses from enemy sects, he hadn't acted against this woman, which said something in itself. Moreover, with Qi Ping's understanding of the immortal cultivation realm, in order to live well, it was best not to cause trouble unless necessary. Otherwise, provoking those who had lived long, seen much, understood tracking and schemes, might lead to an unknown death. Every year many young and arrogant geniuses in the immortal cultivation realm meet their end like this. These geniuses, thinking themselves destined to rise against all odds, were mere fools in the eyes of those cultivators who had lived countless years, or just pawns, walking experience bags. Yet what concerned Qi Ping even more was, the appearance of this woman in red had made him realize a problem. His channels for acquiring resources and trading were too limited. At present, all his trades could only be made through Meng Yan. This situation was alright in the short term, but if it continued in the long term, it would definitely expose a lot of his possessions. While for now, Meng Yan was completely trustworthy, Meng Yan might not think much of it, but what about those watching Meng Yan? All trade records left traces, and as Meng Yan helped Qi Ping buy more and more, Meng Yan's enemies both inside and out would definitely notice problems. Eventually, it would pose a huge risk not only to Qi Ping but also to Meng Yan himself. Qi Ping realized the problem at that moment. Fortunately, realizing it now isn't too late. This means I must slowly find new trade partners. Only by purchasing and selling through multiple channels can I better conceal myself. Especially as the value of what I sell and buy increases, the more concentrated the channels, the greater the chance of being targeted. This wasn't Qi Ping being worried for nothing, because as far as Qi Ping knew, whether in his past life or now, many had faced family destruction or death due to being targeted over these issues. Perhaps that is why the natural perception talent sensed something. Qi Ping didn't fully understand, but realizing the problem was a good thing. In terms of survival, he still had much to learn. He was too weak. The path of immortal cultivation still demanded careful deliberation and caution with every step. After thinking it over, Qi Ping decided that if it were confirmed later that this woman could be a trading partner, he would try to develop her into one of his trading channels. Although this woman was not an easygoing character, she should have an extraordinary background and be smart enough. She might have some ability or item to sense danger. That's why she immediately stopped her maid the moment Qi Ping had killing intent, and swiftly carried out punishment, apology, and compensation, intending to develop a friendship with Qi Ping through these acts. Her actions clearly showed her style of handling matters. When the woman in red apologized to Qi Ping and offered compensation, her 4 maids were utterly shocked. Especially the maid who was hit, as she was normally favored by their master. But today, their master hit her like this for a man. What kind of identity did this man dressed as a low-level loose cultivator hold to warrant such treatment from their master? Given their master's status, most people couldn't even gain an audience. Yet now she was showing such an attitude towards this man named Qi Ping. They had no idea that if not for their master's actions, all of them, along with their master, would have been reduced to ashes. Because Qi Ping was someone who either avoided enmity or rooted it out entirely, never giving enemies a chance to go and gather reinforcements to kill him. It's a small matter. I'll accept this apology, but there's no need for compensation. I happen to need soul-nourishing grass and can purchase it at market price. Qi Ping replied with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a sum of spirit stones from his storage bag and sent it towards the woman in red with spiritual power. The noble-looking woman in red was surprised by Qi Ping's action. Not taking advantage was rare. This behavior made the woman in red regard Qi Ping in a higher light, thinking this was exactly the kind of person her family described as suitable for developing into a family partner. So after glancing at the spirit stones, she said, "Master's generosity is truly admirable to this young lady, so this young lady will shamelessly accept the spirit stones." Having said that, the woman in red put Qi Ping's spirit stones into her storage ring, then smiled and said. Master, this young lady's name is Homely, from the Ning Shan family. I will seek another day to apologize for today's offense, so as not to disturb Master further today. After saying this, Homely curtsied to Qi Ping and then took her leave with her maids. Once Qi Ping saw Homely leave, the first thing he did was to put all the valuable things on the mountain peak, including the spiritual origin stone pillar underground, into his storage bag, and then immediately transformed into a bee and left. Although this woman named Homely bore no ill will towards Qi Ping, he would never put his safety in others' hands. In the future, Qi Ping planned to leave this place to the bees, who would be responsible for sowing, harvesting, loosening the soil for the 100 spirits grass, and monitoring the happenings on the mountain peak for Qi Ping. It was only after leaving the mountain peak a fair distance that Qi Ping started pondering the recent events. Ning Shan family. Homely, what kind of power is this? Qi Ping hadn't heard of this power before. Thus, he sent a message to Meng Yen with a communication talisman. Then, Qi Ping wandered the Cloud Mist mountain range for several days to confirm safety, before heading to a location he had set his eyes on, prepared to start creating his own exclusive territory. The Cloud Mist mountain range is a massive mountain range within the Qingtian realm, extending from the immortal cultivation realm down to the mortal world and the primitive uninhabited forest. However, like many large mountain ranges, it lacks a powerful spirit vein to support it, and only certain areas have relatively dense spiritual qi, creating areas of valuable spiritual land. The Cyan origin sect occupies precisely this part of the land. In the past, this part of the spiritual land would bring significant rental income to the Cyan origin sect every year, while also supporting numerous loose cultivators. But apart from this tiny section of spiritual land, over 95% of the territory is exceedingly low in spiritual qi. Here, many highly poisonous insects and fierce beasts, strengthened by spiritual qi, live. Some of these creatures can even unexpectedly kill cultivators in the early stage of qi refining. Because the physical strength of cultivators in the early stage of qi refining is relatively weak and their spiritual qi isn't enough to sustain a constant spiritual qi shield, they are at risk of being killed by highly poisonous creatures or groups of fierce beasts. Furthermore, as these poisonous creatures and beasts have only been infused with a small amount of spiritual qi, they hold little value for cultivators, which is why few cultivators venture into the depths of the Cloud Mist mountain range. With insufficient spiritual qi, it's virtually impossible for anything valuable to arise, and the simple summary is that the value return is far below the risk. For mortals, however, there are some good things in there, but they are extremely deadly. Setting foot in there is nothing short of courting death. As a result, the depths of the Cloud Mist mountain range remain uninhabited. In fact, this situation is quite common in the immortal cultivation realm and not unique to the Cloud Mist mountain range. The immortal cultivation realm is vast and grand, so much so that even nascent soul and divinity transformation cultivators cannot traverse it entirely in their lifetime. As vast as the immortal cultivation realm is, truly valuable places are not many. Only regions rich in spiritual qi will yield rare spiritual objects and precious medicines. However, in most of the immortal cultivation realm, areas dense with spiritual qi have long been occupied by powerful immortal cultivation forces or demon beast forces, and the places that could be explored have almost all been explored. Hence, in this realm where individual might suppresses all, the stratification into classes is truly despair-inducing and insurmountable. The only path for an individual's ascension is to rely on outstanding talent and will to rise step by step and become a member of the upper class. The only consolation for ordinary people is that because the immortal cultivation realm is vast and varied, with numerous forces, and under fierce competition, each major force must implement policies and concessions in favor of ordinary people, otherwise, their talent will be drawn away, and their power will inevitably decline, ultimately leading to their downfall. There have also been many factions that perished due to being self-complacent and oppressing ordinary people. Ultimately, the immortal cultivation realm has become what it is today, where core resources are thoroughly monopolized, yet ordinary people still have room to survive, and at times, if endowed with talent, may even integrate into major forces, eventually growing to a favorable position. At least, this is what Qi Ping has understood about the immortal cultivation realm. If Qi Ping were an ordinary loose cultivator or a slightly gifted cultivator, as long as he didn't encounter warfare, he could slowly climb to a decent position, and as long as he stayed clever, he could always do quite well. However, as Qi Ping's cultivation level increases, he has to compete for the core resources of this region, from foundation establishment level spiritual medicines, spiritual objects, arrays, cultivation techniques, to forms of magic, which will become increasingly precious, especially when it comes to the golden core level spiritual objects, which are core resources in every region. The difficulty in obtaining them is extremely high. Qi Ping currently hasn't thought of a particularly good way. The only thing he can do now is to take it one step at a time. After all, he is certain that in his current state, he absolutely cannot join a sect, or else the probability of being targeted by powerful figures will be 70 to 80%, and this isn't made up from thin air but is data supported by many bloody examples, and Qi Ping absolutely will not risk his life for a gamble. Qi Ping currently has some plans to earn spirit stones, but what he truly lacks is a channel for exchanging high-level cultivation techniques and resources. Deep within the Cloud Mist mountain range, in a desolate valley. This place is secluded, and if not for Qi Ping's vast number of bees, it would be impossible to find this location. Furthermore, this valley is extremely far from Qingshe County, ensuring a basic level of safety. The valley is large, filled with rugged rocks, devoid of soil, animals, plants, or water sources, only hard stones. It's truly a place where not even birds would stop. Yet at this moment, Qi Ping stands at the bottom of the valley, overlooking this vast valley, with a look of great satisfaction on his face. What a great place! Qi Ping exclaimed in admiration. If others knew of Qi Ping's thoughts, they would likely curse him for being crazy. What's so good about such a place? Unbeknownst to others, this is exactly the kind of place Qi Ping needs, one scarcely visited by living beings. The place is large enough to support my future planting of many things, creating a substantial amount of spiritual land. There are quite a few similar valleys, so this place is not only inconspicuous but can also be considered very hidden with few animals passing by, making it ideal for me to use illusion arrays for concealment. One man's poison is another man's honey. Qi Ping needs a place that everyone else despises. This is exactly what he wants, making the chances of his territory being discovered extremely close to zero. This is the place. After Qi Ping had his bees conduct a large-scale search of the surrounding environment to ensure there were no issues, he decided on this place. This is his exclusive territory. Or it could also be called his druid sanctuary. Let me think, how should I develop this place? Looking at the place, Qi Ping was somewhat flustered. Safe it may be, but the safer it is, the more trouble it will be to develop. Everything needs to be built step by him. Let's take it one step at a time. Qi Ping found that trying to plan everything was troublesome. It would be better to accomplish one thing at a time, and gradually his territory would take shape on its own. First, let's set up the illusion array and the concealment array. Hiding his figure and aura was naturally the most urgent task. So Qi Ping began his arrangements, and with experience in Tier 1 low-level illusion arrays and concealment arrays, coupled with his current strength and powerful divine soul, setting them up was a straightforward task. It didn't take Qi Ping long before a roughly 100-meter illusion and concealment array rose from the ground. Once Qi Ping's figure entered this array, he vanished into the canyon, returning the whole canyon to its usual state. In reality, Qi Ping remained standing in the canyon but was simply concealed by the illusion. Not bad, though crude, it's sufficient for now. I can always upgrade it later. At this moment, Qi Ping was immensely happy, for he finally had a territory exclusively his own. The most important illusion and concealment arrays are already in place, next comes building everything else. Next, let's dig another tunnel. Otherwise, disappearing suddenly when walking to the middle of the canyon is not ideal. Dig a tunnel leading to a hidden mountain wall, and set up a small illusion array on the other side. This way, it'll be much better. After thinking for a moment, Qi Ping felt this was very necessary, so he immediately ordered the bees to dig a tunnel. The bees were quite skilled when it came to digging. Buzz buzz. Understood, boss. Mission guaranteed. Great, thank you for your hard work. After assigning the task of tunnel digging to the bees, Qi Ping immediately set off to search the Cloud Mist mountain range for the best soil for his territory. Qi Ping was very particular about his place. If he wanted to build something, he had to find excellent soil first. In this task, Chi Ping and part of the bee swarm spent half a day and finally found a lot of fertile black soil in a place full of birds and flowers. After spending some time, Chi Ping filled several storage bags with black soil and returned to his territory. After making a few trips back and forth, the territory inside the illusion array was piled with so much black soil it was almost like small hills. I should have cleared these random stones first, what a blunder. There was almost no place to put the black soil. So Chi Ping had to clear out several storage bags and start hauling stones away. After moving down several layers, he finally reached the bottom, which was a very complete large stone wall. If Chi Ping wanted to continue, he would have to break through the rock wall. Let's leave it as it is. Next, I'll set up a defense array to prevent spiritual chi from leaking out and serve as protection. Chi Ping initially thought of setting up a spirit gathering array, but after careful consideration, he decided to abandon this idea. Because a spirit gathering array would cause an unusual flow of spiritual chi, and if a cultivator passed by here, they might notice the anomaly. And the spiritual chi here was very thin, so exposing the location of the territory for this thin amount wasn't worthwhile, so Chi Ping ultimately gave up on the spirit gathering array. After putting a lot of effort into clearing the rocks inside the illusion array, Chi Ping began to spread out the black soil. Only after using all the transported black soil did the illusion array's area finally get fully covered. But after a quick inspection, Chi Ping frowned slightly. It seems like there's still not enough black soil, I'll need to get more. Chi Ping was determined not to be careless with his territory, so after a few more trips, he finally laid down a thick layer of black soil there. Looking at the rich land surrounded by rocks, Chi Ping finally showed a satisfied smile. It seems necessary to find Sister Nan once or get the spiritual fertilizer manufacturing technique from her, also a good excuse to give her some more honey, helping her reach late-stage chi refining sooner. The spiritual fertilizer manufacturing technique might also be helped by Brother Meng in finding knowledge. There should be some good spiritual fertilizer knowledge in Cyan Origin sect, and these methods might bring some surprises. Given the current state of his territory, Chi Ping felt it necessary to enhance the foundations of the spiritual land using the spiritual fertilizer manufacturing technique, especially those that could create spiritual land with low-value materials. The combination of star spirit wood and the spiritual fertilizer technique would allow Chi Ping to better construct his high-level spiritual land. Although it's a bit troublesome, it is safe. Chi Ping felt it was very worthwhile because nothing is more important than living. In this place, Chi Ping had never felt so at ease, something he couldn't feel under others' rule. Once the black soil was laid, Chi Ping buried all the 4 spiritual origin stone pillars he acquired into the ground and then planted the various spiritual medicines he had brought with him. This also included the star spirit wood seed, which Chi Ping planted as well. Only the 2 spiritual medicines from the Ning Mountain family's homely, left in a certain cave, were to be brought back after the safe period had passed. As Chi Ping planted one spiritual medicine after another, the previously empty black soil became full of vitality. The air gradually filled with the unique fragrance of spiritual medicine, mixed with the scent of soil, making Chi Ping feel extremely comfortable. After finishing everything, Chi Ping released the little spirit fox and the little flower demon. As for Yaya, who couldn't stay idle, Chi Ping had long sent it to find a place to cultivate. Chirp chirp. Boss, is this our new home? The little spirit fox curiously asked, looking at the still somewhat simple place. Yes, this is our new home, our true home, where we will stay for a long, long time. Chi Ping answered with a smiling face. Chirp chirp. Yay! Fox finally has a new home. Chirp chirp. Can Tong Tong and I decorate here beautifully? It's still too simple now. Of course you can. Chi Ping replied confidently. Chirp chirp. I also want to build a small wooden house for myself, but first, Fox will build one for Boss. After some discussions with Chi Ping, the little flower demon and little spirit fox got his approval and began to busily arrange the place. Chi Ping, after watching for a while, didn't bother them anymore, letting them do as they pleased. Having such liveliness was quite good. It's just that over 100 square meters feels a bit small. It's still far from creating a true druid sanctuary, at least half the canyon needs to be included. But this probably requires a Tier 3 illusion array. For now, I can only set up a Tier 1 low-level illusion array, which is far from sufficient. Moreover, to craft a druid sanctuary, Qi Ping needed to plant and cultivate many spirit trees. To achieve this goal, Qi Ping had to seek out and purchase spiritual objects, turning the place into a true high-level spiritual land, and then bring in various spirit trees. Although it's somewhat troublesome, it's completely worth it for Qi Ping. Because the more spirit trees in the druid sanctuary, the higher their tier, the stronger the sanctuary will be. And within the druid sanctuary, druids can also enjoy combat and attribute enhancements, which, for Qi Ping, can effectively boost his combat power in the territory and cultivation speed. It might even have a good effect on his array setups. Mentioning the druid sanctuary, Qi Ping thought of his Dao Heart Realm, farming realm, which likewise provided him with the power of heaven and earth within the territory. This made him naturally suited for farming. Take it slow and first research the Tier 1 Intermediate Illusion Array, and preferably the Tier 1 Advanced Illusion Array too. The basic array is rough and doesn't need mentioning, and its coverage is small. After planting the spiritual medicine, there's not much space left. Finally, I can have a truly safe environment for cultivation and farming. This day, Qi Ping had been looking forward to for a long time. Only after experiencing the constant worry of having his secrets discovered and the constant fear of unforeseen dangers does one realize the value of a stable farming environment. At this moment, Qi Ping could finally plant various precious spiritual medicines without worrying about being discovered, and he didn't have to collect all of them at the slightest disturbance. Now is just the beginning, there's still a long way to go to truly build it up. With a stable environment for cultivation and nurturing spiritual medicines, Qi Ping became more focused on his research in the days that followed. The current space of 100 square meters was really too small for Qi Ping, and it was urgent to raise the level of the illusion array to cover a larger area. First, he planted all the spiritual medicines he had on him. After the little spirit fox and the little flower demon worked together to build a small wooden house, the remaining space inside the illusion array became quite small, making it somewhat oppressive to move around, and even slightly inconvenient to do a few activities. However, this situation did not last long. After spending another month and a half, Qi Ping finally researched out a Tier 1 Intermediate Illusion Array. With Qi Ping's efforts, under his abundant spiritual power and power of divine soul, an array far larger than a Tier 1 low-level illusion array rose from the ground. Intermediate Illusion Array. It worked. Qi Ping looked at this array, over 10 times larger than before, feeling extremely satisfied. Nearly 2,000 square meters. The area had almost increased 20-fold. Although this area was still not particularly large, it was much more spacious compared to the previous 100 square meters illusion array. The tasks ahead became straightforward. Clearing stones, transporting soil. Though somewhat troublesome, Qi Ping still found joy in it. For a cultivator with a storage bag and spiritual power, handling such tasks was no hardship, and given Qi Ping's current 9th layer of Qi refining status, handling this kind of basic construction was extremely simple. And after holding back for so long, the little spirit fox and the little flower demon finally could do a great deal, adding lots of flowers, grasses, fruit trees, and such to the illusion array, and several beautiful small wooden houses were quickly expanded and renovated. As time passed day by day, most of the places inside the illusion array were covered with a layer of thick black soil, and the planted spiritual medicines grew more and more lush. Moreover, Qi Ping now had about 20 kinds of spiritual medicines planted, such as blood ginseng, fire spirit grass, fire crystal fruit, flowing light grass. These various mystical and extraordinary spiritual medicines combined to make Qi Ping's territory look quite full of spiritual qi. The concentration of spiritual qi in the air and the fragrance of various spiritual medicines also became more intense. With the decorations set up by the little flower demon and little spirit fox, and the busy bees flying around, it quite resembled a small paradise. Comparing to those barren stones from before, it was vastly improved. This feeling of building up his territory step by step was incredibly satisfying for Qi Ping. In his previous life, Qi Ping would occasionally play management or territory building games, but the game's constraints were far too many, nowhere near the freedom of constructing here. With the resources of the immortal cultivation realm, Qi Ping was confident in building the most perfect territory. Moreover, building a territory here meant no rent or taxes to pay, and not being managed by others. This feeling of complete ownership was hard to find elsewhere. There were only two aspects that were somewhat troublesome for Qi Ping. One was the construction of the array. To protect this land of his, he must rely on arrays to hide and protect his territory, requiring him to reach a very high level of mastery in arrays. Otherwise, after building his territory, having cultivated various precious spiritual medicines and resource-producing spirit trees, they would end up as someone else's gain, and that would be the most tragic. Fortunately, his talent in the path of array was not bad, and after researching arrays for so long, Qi Ping genuinely enjoyed the path of array. The other was the creation of spiritual land. This was the biggest challenge Qi Ping faced in building his own exclusive territory. Currently, I still have 4 spiritual origin stone pillars, and the spiritual qi they generate should be enough for my use until the early stage foundation establishment, maybe even enough until the mid-stage. But this spiritual qi can only satisfy the cultivation needs for me and my animal companions, not enough for planting other things, so I must find a way to create more spiritual land at low cost. However, Qi Ping was not too anxious about this, these could wait until after foundation establishment. Once he had foundation establishment strength and the bee swarm evolved to tier 2, his survival skills would greatly improve, giving him more confidence to accomplish these tasks. With foundation establishment strength and a tier 2 bee swarm as a baseline, it would be much safer for Qi Ping to return to the mortal world to find Old Man Zhou, seek out a 5th animal companion, acquire the spiritual medicines needed for foundation establishment cultivation, purchase production-type spirit tree seeds, find materials for creating a spirit field, and so on. After setting up the intermediate illusion array and creating the spirit field, Qi Ping gradually settled down. The intermediate illusion array was already sufficient to conceal Qi Ping here completely. In the time that followed, Qi Ping focused on researching arrays, nurturing spiritual medicines, and steadily working to cultivate his realm to qi refining perfection. As long as he achieved qi refining perfection, Qi Ping could attempt to break through to foundation establishment. Thus, Qi Ping planned to focus on cultivation until his breakthrough to foundation establishment, except for selling honey and asking Meng Yan to help him find a foundation establishment technique and knowledge on breaking through to foundation establishment. He didn't plan to go out for the time being. If it weren't for needing to earn spirit stones to purchase foundation establishment techniques before breaking through, Qi Ping would have planned to cultivate here all the way to foundation establishment. Anyway, he had not only comprehended the true meaning of fire but had also realized the Tao Heart Realm, breaking through to foundation establishment was already as certain as it could be. After cultivating steadily for 2 or 3 months, Qi Ping learned something quite shocking from Meng Yan. At this time, in a corner of Qingshi County, Meng Yan stood in front of Qi Ping with a slightly pale face, his breath somewhat erratic, clearly having suffered a severe injury. Even more surprising was that Meng Yan's aura was surprisingly already at foundation establishment. Brother Qi, the Cyan origin sect suffered a crushing defeat at the foundation establishment battlefield in Qingshi County. My master has already instructed me to leave here immediately. Meng Yan said, his tone full of helplessness. Because Qi Ping's strength was still at the qi refining stage, he hadn't been called to participate in the recent battles. The Cyan origin sect lost. Qi Ping was slightly shocked to hear this. After all, in his mind, the Cyan origin sect had always been a colossus that was difficult to shake, previously holding the advantage in Qingshi County, where people from other sects foundered repeatedly. Unexpectedly, within less than half a year, the Cyan origin sect was so utterly defeated here. However, Qi Ping was more concerned about Meng Yan's injuries, so he asked immediately. Meng brother, how are your injuries? No fatal wounds, just a bit weak, don't worry. Meng Yan said with a smile. These injuries would more or less heal in a few days. This is the foundation establishment technique and some breakthrough experiences you asked me to find, Brother Qi. I also documented some of my insights on breaking through to foundation establishment in this jade slip. As Meng Yan spoke, he handed over a jade slip and a few ancient texts. On the cover of the top ancient text, there were three bold and forceful characters: Golden Flame Technique. Qi Ping merely glanced at it, and a powerful sense of scorching heat rushed towards him. The Law Dao essence on it was even more intense. From this alone, Qi Ping could see the extraordinary nature of this cultivation technique. Due to time constraints, I could only find this cultivation technique for Brother Qi. I currently only have 2 foundation establishment techniques on me, the other one is a sect secret, so this is the only one I can give to Brother Qi. However, the quality of this foundation establishment technique is among the best of many foundation establishment techniques. At the time, I was also contemplating which technique to use for my foundation establishment breakthrough. In terms of strength, the Golden Flame technique is actually higher, but for artifact refining, the other foundation establishment technique is more suitable. That's why I chose that one. Hearing Meng Yan's explanation, Qi Ping was full of gratitude and said, "Brother Meng, this is already great. If it weren't for you, I would have trouble even obtaining the most ordinary foundation establishment technique. This is already extremely good for me." Qi Ping was very self-aware of this. Obtaining a cultivation technique of the level of the Golden Flame technique was already a great fortune for him. Then, as Qi Ping received the cultivation technique, he handed a storage bag to Meng Yan, which contained the 10,000 spirit stones he earned from selling honey over the past half-year. Meng Yan might find an excuse not to take his money, but he couldn't not give it, and he even had to give a bit more than the market value. Just as Qi Ping handed the spirit stones to Meng Yan, his expression suddenly changed. Just now, the swarm had suddenly given a frantic warning that 2 foundation establishment auras were rushing towards Qi Ping's location. Moments later, Meng Yan's expression also changed drastically. Soon after, 2 foundation establishment auras shot towards them with terrifying speed from afar. "Brother Qi, leave quickly, these 2 foundation establishment cultivators are from the Demon Cloud sect and the Celestial Fire Pavilion. I'll hold them back and cover your retreat. Go. Don't hesitate, I may not be able to hold them off for long." With urgency, Meng Yan said this, then pushed the storage bag back into Qi Ping's hands, took out his hammer, and rushed toward the 2 incoming foundation establishment cultivators. He didn't know how these 2 had suddenly tracked them here, but he absolutely wouldn't let Qi Ping die because of his involvement. With that thought, Meng Yan's aura suddenly surged, his muscles instantly bulged, and hot, resilient fire spiritual power circled him, the true meaning of fire covering his hammer. Then he charged at the 2 incoming foundation establishment cultivators like a fierce beast. Seeing Meng Yan, who erupted with power right away, the expressions of the 2 incoming foundation establishment cultivators slightly changed. They had experienced Meng Yan's strength before. Even though he was a newly advanced early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he was terrifying when fighting for his life. They certainly didn't want to get dragged down by Meng Yan into mutual destruction. So the 2 immediately switched from attacking to defense, preparing to jointly withstand Meng Yan's onslaught first. Meng Yan's body was still not fully healed, he couldn't maintain that battle frenzy for long. On the other side, facing this sudden foundation establishment battle, Qi Ping didn't panic too much. Although he was quite timid, it was mainly because he wanted to reduce the chance of provoking Golden Core and Nascent Soul stage cultivators, to avoid trouble. But it didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. If there was a reason to fight, he would definitely not hold back. Qi Ping glanced at the Golden Flame technique in his hand, the storage bag Meng Yan handed back, and the sun high in the sky. These 2 foundation establishment cultivators, even triggering a crisis warning from natural perception, what could they do to Qi Ping? Various thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and Qi Ping summoned Yaya from the spirit beast bag. "Yaya, go help Brother Meng take down those 2 foundation establishment cultivators." Qi Ping said hurriedly. "Caw caw. All right, boss. Leave it to Yaya." Understanding the situation, Yaya dared not delay for a second, turning into a shadow and rushing into the battlefield where Meng Yan and the 2 foundation establishment cultivators were locked in combat. Faced with Meng Yan, the 2-legged beast, who had once helped it, Yaya definitely didn't want Meng Yan to be harmed. Meanwhile, in the foundation establishment battlefield, although Meng Yan's offensive was fierce after forcing out his spiritual power, he was, after all, previously heavily injured, and now entangled with two Foundation establishment cultivators, the battle situation was grim. Meng Yan also knew that if this continued, he would surely die. So now he had to quickly ensure Qi Ping's escape and then use a method to flee himself. However, just as he was about to check if Qi Ping had left, he suddenly sensed a new Foundation establishment aura rushing towards them. This made Meng Yan's heart skip a beat. Two Foundation establishment cultivators were already tough to deal with, how could he fight another one? Just when despair started to creep into Meng Yan, he sensed something was off. This aura, why is it so familiar? The image of the big crow that loved sunbathing flashed first in Meng Yan's mind. No way. But how could it be possible? He couldn't imagine associating this Foundation establishment aura with the big crow, whose strength had fallen to mid-stage tier 1 initially. He knew that last time, with Qi Ping's help, the big crow had recovered to tier 1 perfection and even advanced to become a young fire crow, already shocking enough. At that time, Yaya pounded its chest in front of him, expressing gratitude for his previous care and said it would help whenever he needed it. Meng Yan had his pride. Because he thought there shouldn't be a day when he'd need a big crow's help. It's not that he thought Yaya wasn't strong, on the contrary, he quite acknowledged and admired Yaya, which is why he spent effort helping Yaya find an owner who could restore and nurture it. But he was confident enough in himself, believing that with his strength and setup in Qingshi County, he could handle the difficulties ahead. Indeed, it was so during the Qi refining stage. But when the Foundation establishment battlefield opened, even after he broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, he gradually began to retreat significantly, later even relying on his master's power to exit Qingshi County. Now he didn't even know why they had tracked him down. Recent events had made him realize there are people beyond people, and sect wars are far more unpredictable than he had estimated. As a pawn, no matter how clever, he was still just a pawn. Now more than ever, he's fallen to this situation. He might not even escape. The last thing Meng Yan ever expected was that in such peril, the one storming into the battlefield to save him would be that big crow who loved sunbathing on the pavilion back then. Indeed, the next moment, a golden-black figure enveloped in golden-red flames and surrounded by the dense power of the great sun crashed into his two opponents without restraint. As Yaya's figure emerged, Meng Yan instantly recognized it. Though Yaya's size and appearance had changed significantly, Meng Yan was sure it was the same big crow that loved sunbathing on the pavilion. Especially when Yaya quickly called out after repelling the two men. Caw caw. Little brother Meng Yan, Grandpa Yaya is here to assist you. Caw caw. Leave the rest to Grandpa Yaya. Under the sun, these two-legged beasts couldn't stir up any trouble. Caw caw. Master Crow is here to help you. Hearing this guy's cry, Meng Yan finally confirmed that this was the very big crow that used to sunbathe on the attic every day. And he understood the meaning in Yaya's cry, which was the same as when Yaya had said that if there was ever a problem, it could be found. Alright, let's fight side by side once more. Meng Yan said with a smile. Upon seeing Yaya, Meng Yan knew that the scales of victory were already tilting in his favor. An awakened second-order young fire crow with the great sun body. And it's midday now. The knowledgeable Meng Yan also knew how terrifying the combat power of Yaya was in this state. With Yaya joining the battle now, not only could he resolve his own life crisis, but he could also take down two Foundation establishment disciples from the rival sect. Immediately after, Meng Yan picked up his great hammer and joined the battle with Yaya against those two enemy Foundation establishments. But while Meng Yan was pleased, the two Foundation establishment cultivators who came to hunt Meng Yan cursed their mothers in their hearts. This time, they had finally managed to track Meng Yan down, even when he was in a state of severe injury. If they could successfully kill Meng Yan, who had repeatedly thwarted their sect's plans, they would receive enormous merit. This was also an excellent opportunity for them. But now, the duck in their hand was about to fly away before their eyes. And not only did the duck fly away, but it also turned into a man-eating beast. As Foundation establishment disciples from a major sect, they naturally recognized Yaya's identity, an awakened second-order young fire crow with the great sun body. The most frustrating thing was that it was midday. If it were night, they wouldn't be so scared, but at this time, the young fire crow's combat power was soaring, and even their combined attack was completely overwhelmed by Yaya. Now, Yaya's state was one of power amplification, speed amplification, spiritual power amplification, recovery power amplification, lifebound spirit fire amplification, etc., full attribute amplification. It was extremely difficult for an opponent of the same level to contend with an awakened young fire crow of the great sun body at this point. Damn it! How could such a spirit beast suddenly appear midway? There wasn't any information about this before. We must find a way to resolve this young fire crow. Otherwise, we're all dead. Just having exchanged a few moves with Yaya, not only did they not harm Yaya, but they also suffered significant injuries. This immediately made them realize that if this continued, they were bound to die. The likelihood of escaping was extremely slim because, under these circumstances, the chances of outrunning a young fire crow were very low. That's right. The owner of this young fire crow is that 9th layer chi refining guy. If I can dispatch the owner or put him in danger, I'll have a chance to escape, then look for reinforcements. Seeing Chi Ping, one of them immediately had this thought. So he found an opportunity, took a hard hit from Meng Yan, and then slapped his storage bag, summoning 3 high mountain demon wolves. These demon wolves were his nurtured pet beasts, but due to limited resources, these wolves had only reached late Tier 1 and Tier 1 perfection, still far from breaking into the Foundation establishment. This was also a common problem faced by many beast-taming cultivators. The resources for nurturing pet beasts were insufficient, making it hard for themselves to break through first, while the pet beast's resources remained inadequate. However, today his demon wolves finally came in handy. These 3 demon wolves were powerful and fast, and together they should be more than enough to take down a 9th layer chi refining beast-taming cultivator. After releasing the demon wolves, he quickly told his partner to definitely hold Yaya back, as this was their only chance to escape. But facing those demon wolves, Yaya didn't even glance at them. Yaya, just these mangy wolves trying to deal with the boss. Not to mention that Chi Ping had that terrifying swarm of bees with him. Even if Chi Ping was alone, these 3 mangy wolves couldn't possibly be a match for Chi Ping. Regarding Chi Ping's strength, Yaya knew all too well, having trained with him frequently. And Yaya's reaction made the cultivator who released the demon wolves feel uneasy. Sure enough, within moments, the cries of a demon wolf rang out, followed by an explosion, and a demon wolf was blasted into severe injuries by Chi Ping. The 100 Eyes demon realm works well. Chi Ping had just been testing with little power, merely activating a low-power 100 Eyes demon realm attack, resulting in a demon wolf being firmly controlled in place and then heavily injured by his flame-burst fireball. Otherwise, given these demon wolves' strength, Chi Ping would have had to exert considerable effort to deal with them. But with Chi Ping's powerful divine soul and the aid of the 100 Eyes demon realm skill, dealing with these demon wolves without divine soul defense was incredibly easy. They didn't possess a lifebound spirit fire like Yaya, capable of defending against divine soul attacks. After critically wounding one demon wolf, Chi Ping quickly applied the same method to deal with the remaining 2. Chi Ping's powerful divine soul and the benefits of using divine soul power at a high intensity regularly were showcased in this moment. Opponents of the same level without divine soul defense had no ability to counter here, and since Chi Ping was especially strong in defense, they found it even harder to harm Chi Ping. In just a little while, all 3 demon wolves were killed. Having dealt with the demon wolves, Chi Ping then looked towards Yaya and Meng Yan's battlefield, noticing that the fight was almost over. These 2 Foundation establishment disciples from major sects were indeed remarkable. Even though they hadn't fully comprehended a true meaning of the law, they were close. The power of their every move showcased the grand style of sect magic. Among ordinary family Foundation establishment cultivators, they were already considered exceptionally strong. Unfortunately for them, they encountered even stronger opponents. Whether it was Meng Yan, who had comprehended the true meaning of fire and Tao Heart Realm, or Yaya, awakened with the great sun body and empowered by the midday sun, both were among the most powerful contenders in the same level. Under normal circumstances, combining the efforts of both to deal with one would be very dangerous, let alone the result when facing both. So the battle didn't last long. the two Foundation establishment cultivators besieged by Yaya and Meng Yan were already in extreme danger. After about a dozen breaths, with a terrifying explosion, one Foundation establishment cultivator had half his body blown apart by Yaya, his heart utterly shattered. Then, the remaining one had to face the joint assault of Yaya and Meng Yan. Within just 2 or 3 breaths, his head was smashed by Meng Yan's hammer, dead beyond saving. Thus, the two Backbone Foundation establishment disciples of Magic Sky Sect and Celestial Fire Pavilion were all killed. They had originally come to hunt Meng Yan, but ended up losing their lives instead. In the chaos of war, life and death are unpredictable. After killing these two Foundation establishment cultivators, without needing much explanation, Meng Yan quickly cleaned the battlefield before tacitly leaving with Qi Ping. Not long after these two Foundation establishment cultivators died, their sects quickly found the shattered life tokens of both men. How is this possible? What kind of dragon's den and tiger's lair is this Qingshi County? How could a disciple be sent and end up dead one after another? The Cyan Origin Sect, Celestial Fire Pavilion, and 7-Star Sword Sect, no matter how hard they tried, couldn't fathom what the Cyan Origin Sect had deployed in Qingshi County that caused their own disciples to die one after another. Where there is something unusual, there must be a demon. This made them suspicious, increasing their focus on Qingshi County and elevating its strategic importance by a notch. From now on, increase surveillance in Qingshi County, expand the depth of the investigation, and don't overlook any abnormal signs. Even more than these sects grew suspicious, Cyan Origin Sect itself was somewhat surprised at why Meng Yan could slay so many geniuses of opposing sects. They certainly wouldn't let this suspicion go easily, and they would investigate the matter about Meng Yan thoroughly. After Qi Ping and Meng Yan slew the two Foundation establishment cultivators who attacked, they concealed their auras and quickly left. This time they were far more cautious than before, fearing that others would track them through the residual spiritual power and traces. The Cyan Origin Sect had more enemies in Qingshi County than just these two, otherwise, they wouldn't have suffered such a big defeat and lost several Foundation establishment disciples. Thanks to Brother Qi this time, if it weren't for you, I would have been in grave danger. Thinking of this, Meng Yan couldn't help but sigh, as the development of the battle had far exceeded his control. At the same time, he was also very shocked by the changes in Yaya and Qi Ping's strength. Whether it was Yaya's breakthrough to Tier 2 and awakening of the Great Sun Body, or Qi Ping's effortless slaying of several powerful demon wolves, it all left him extremely astonished. He really hadn't expected that after he broke through the Foundation establishment, Qi Ping's strength not only hadn't fallen behind but had actually caught up. Moreover, intuition told him that Qi Ping still had a trump card, making him seem unfathomable. Given our relationship, there's no need to say such things. The most urgent matter now is to figure out how those two discovered your trace and to quickly heal your injuries. Qi Ping noticed that after the recent battle, Meng Yan's injuries had worsened again. All right. Let's deal with these spoils first, then we'll move to another place. The two quickly disposed of the spoils, then took the valuable and safe items and left again. In the following days, Qi Ping and Yaya stayed to protect Meng Yan for about a week, waiting until Meng Yan's injuries had almost healed before leaving with Yaya. As for the spoils from the two Foundation establishment cultivators, Qi Ping insisted they be divided equally as before. After dividing, each received items and spirit stones worth about 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones, a quite substantial gain. These disciples from the big sects at the Foundation establishment stage were indeed very wealthy. However, Meng Yan refused to accept the 10,000 spirit stones Qi Ping had used to purchase his cultivation technique. After considering for a moment, Qi Ping didn't insist further, letting Meng Yan have his way. Brother Qi, this farewell, I don't know if I'll survive this war. If we meet again, I will treat you to a drink. Take care. On the way back, Qi Ping did not carry the resources he was allocated, instead, as usual, he let the bees take these things and bury them in various places. Due to the large amount this time, Qi Ping deliberately divided the spoils into several parts. This way, even if one part was compromised, others could still be preserved. After bidding farewell to Meng Yan, Qi Ping visited Sister Nan. This time Chi Ping did not hide anything but directly stated the danger level of Qingshe County, and that he would set up an illusion array and concealment array deep in the Cloud Mist Mountain range. She could then hide there safely, and focus on cultivation during this period. As for the spirit storage fruit trees and the method of manufacturing spiritual fertilizers that Sister Nan cultivated, Chi Ping bought them with spirit stones. After hearing Chi Ping's explanation, Sister Nan, without much hesitation, followed Chi Ping's arrangements obediently. She had no doubts about what Chi Ping said. After Sister Nan completed the move-out process, Chi Ping took her deep into the Cloud Mist Mountain range and found a secluded cave. This cave had been discovered by the bees while they were searching for a personal territory for Chi Ping. It's a concealed location, close to the mountain and water, a good hiding place. After confirming nothing was problematic with Sister Nan, Chi Ping immediately started setting up the array for her. Sister Nan was stunned watching Chi Ping's seamless setup movements, completely taken aback. Chi Ping's rapid cultivation progress was within her expectations, but she hadn't imagined that Chi Ping had also started studying arrays, one of the highly difficult 4 arts of immortal cultivation. Even more challenging than drawing talismans, it's hardly possible without exceptional talent. Entering the path of arrays not only meant Chi Ping's survival ability greatly increased, but also that he could earn considerable spirit stones from it. Sister Nan, you should stay here to cultivate for now, it's getting more dangerous outside. Wait until it's safer before heading out. Chi Ping advised after finishing the array setup. Sister Nan gently nodded in response to Chi Ping's advice. In the coming time, I'll stay here and cultivate well. She didn't inquire about how Chi Ping learned arrays, nor did she ask where Chi Ping would go. If Chi Ping didn't wish to disclose these matters, she wouldn't press. After finishing this task and leaving behind some supplies and honey, Chi Ping took his leave. Chi Ping had confidence in Sister Nan's ability to survive, as long as she stayed away from the center of the vortex. With her current 6th layer of Qi refining at perfection strength, surviving here shouldn't be difficult. Here is much safer than at the original spirit field. This journey has resolved all my worries. I obtained the foundation establishment technique, and ensured the only potential risk, Sister Nan, is hidden. This time, Chi Ping intends to stay peacefully in his territory to reach foundation establishment before going out again. Recently, with so many talented disciples of enemy sects of the Cyan origin sect dying here, the losses they've suffered are significant, and the upcoming danger level can be expected to increase. Currently, hiding deep within the Cloud Mist Mountain range, Chi Ping could be much safer, just in time to avoid the most dangerous phase while using this period to break through to foundation establishment. It was also a good thing that Meng Yan left Qingshe County at this point, as, with his master's arrangements, it would be safer than staying here. The only headache for Chi Ping was that with Meng Yan's departure, his future attempts to buy cultivation techniques and resources would become more challenging and troublesome. Forget it, no need to worry about so much for now. My strength is still too weak, anyway. I have all the resources needed to break through to foundation establishment. I'll use the current resources to develop well, everything else will wait until after breaking through to foundation establishment. Yet, no sooner had Chi Ping returned to his territory than he received news that made him frown deeply. One of the hiding places for his spoils had been found by a group of terrifyingly powerful cultivators. Fortunately, the bees followed Chi Ping's instructions, hiding far away and avoiding detection by this group of cultivators. And when that group of cultivators found nothing after searching and waiting for many days, the bees used a very complex route, passing through many extremely deep tunnels, and then different bees conveyed the message back. Their cautiousness was naturally due to Chi Ping's instructions. Specifically to avoid the bees being monitored or tagged with special markings. Extremely deep and long tunnels can effectively evade tracking and divine sense probing, while using multiple batches of bees to relay the message prevents the initial bees from being unknowingly tracked or marked. After completing their message delivery task, these bees took their honey rations and completely left Qingshe County. It was precisely because of this cautiousness that Chi Ping avoided 2 crises. One was due to the risk of tracking objects set among the battle loot. If Chi Ping had directly taken these spoils back to his territory, the consequences would be unimaginable. The second was avoiding the risk of the bees being tracked. Because when that group of cultivators found Chi Ping's hidden storage bag but didn't discover the enemy, they directly released many tracking substances around the area. As sect cultivators with outstanding insight, they were naturally vigilant in preventing others from using insect-controlling techniques to oversee them, especially with demonic insects often appearing on the battlefield in Qingshi County. And Qi Ping's tactic of having the bees burrow underground and using different bees to deliver messages directly cut off these cultivators' ability to track him. Damn it! The enemy was too cautious, the tracking failed. But it wasn't without a gain, at least we can be sure now there's someone deeply hidden in Qingshi County. Next, we'll scrutinize and observe closely, and everyone and everything must be periodically covered with tracking marks. I refuse to believe that we won't find any slip-ups. Once he's exposed, it's his end. Even the item the sect is searching for might just be on him. So, open your eyes wide and start looking. Unfortunately, they were destined never to catch Qi Ping or see him walk into their trap, because Qi Ping intended not to leave the Cloud Mist Mountain range until he broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, and he even planned to stop selling honey for now. Besides, Meng Yan had already left Qingshi County, and Sister Nan had been arranged to hide deep in the Cloud Mist Mountain range, giving Qi Ping no reason to go out or act. So the battle loot indeed had traps within. Upon hearing this news, Qi Ping frowned. Meng Yan had already checked these spoils several times, and when Meng Yan was recovering, he wasn't around, yet nothing happened for so long, whereas now there was an issue. It seems that I need to be more cautious with the battle loot from now on. Considering the risks involved, Qi Ping couldn't help but feel a bit of lingering fear, though fortunate enough that he was prudent. Next, Qi Ping relayed this news and the details of the loot to Meng Yan through a communication talisman. Meng Yan replied that he had already left Qingshi County and hadn't looked for him, and about the issue of how the enemy was tracking them, he would investigate and inform Qi Ping of various common methods. As for the loss of about 7,000 spirit stones caused by the loot here, though considerable, it's still within an acceptable range, safety is more important. Qi Ping originally didn't hold much expectation towards obtaining spirit stones through the method of killing for resources. This method was full of risks, and unless forced, Qi Ping would not actively try. Rather than killing, Qi Ping preferred acquiring spirit stones through farming tactics, which was more suitable for a druid. Speaking of which, I've mastered the spirit gathering technique and can now contract my first spirit tree. After analyzing the matter of the loot becoming a trap and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Qi Ping no longer paid attention to it. Next, no matter how chaotic things got in Qingshi County, as long as it didn't affect him, he would focus on utilizing his current resources to advance to the Foundation establishment stage. Regarding the remaining loot, for safety, Qi Ping planned to use it only after he achieved Foundation establishment, and needed spirit stones. Even then, he wouldn't bring it back to his territory for use. Yes, in the future, aside from the spiritual medicine, all other loot should be left some distance away by the bees. This way, even if there's bait, it won't involve me. Cloud Mist Mountain Range, within Qi Ping's territory. Spirit Gathering Technique. As Qi Ping executed this Taoist technique, the spiritual energy from all directions, from the heavens and the earth, surged continuously, gathering in Qi Ping's palm. The effect isn't bad. Qi Ping executed it several times continuously, ensuring there were no issues, and then approached a small sapling. It was a tree that looked as translucent as white jade, with a fully semi-transparent milky white color. If Qi Ping hadn't watched it grow, he wouldn't have recognized it as a tree. And this tree, like white jade, was precisely the reason Qi Ping chose the tree shepherd profession, the star spirit wood. Ranked as a tier 2 low-level tree, it has the ability to gather spiritual energy, not only forming a liquid-like spiritual form at its roots but also nourishing the surrounding land, turning it into spirit soil enriched with spiritual energy. Let's begin the contract. The effectiveness of the tree spirit contract for a tree shepherd in the immortal cultivation realm hinges on today's star spirit wood. Tree spirit contract. As a tree shepherd, you can forge contracts with trees and imprint the tree spirit mark on them. The number of trees you can contract with is related to your spiritual power. The stronger it is, the more trees you can contract with. Tree spirit mark. You can inscribe a Taoist technique mark compatible with the tree's characteristics onto the tree spirit. Trees with this mark will possess this Taoist technique ability. Qi Ping then activated the tree spirit contract spell, and a contract mark emitting a faint green light quickly entered the star spirit wood. Because the star spirit wood had no consciousness and no need to complete talent sharing, contracting it was much simpler. As the faint green light on the star spirit wood was absorbed and disappeared, the tree spirit contract was successfully completed. Upon completing the contract, the star spirit wood felt different in Qi Ping's perception than before. A special connection linked him with the star spirit wood, and besides this, Qi Ping could distinctly sense a soul-like presence emerging on the star spirit wood. Qi Ping tried to gently touch it with his consciousness, and a peculiar thought emerged in his perception. Spiritual energy, need more spiritual energy. This bit of spiritual energy is completely insufficient. The speed of gathering spiritual energy is too slow. How to gather more spiritual energy faster? Indeed, the Taoist technique that matches the star spirit wood is the spirit gathering technique. Since you want to gather more spiritual energy, there's no spell better suited for you than the spirit gathering technique. Spirit trees that haven't awakened their intelligence are completely unaware, but if one uses their consciousness to sense them, they can find magic that matches the tree spirit contract. For example, the star spirit wood tree spirit most desires spiritual energy and then wants to gather more spiritual energy. In this situation, magic that can gather spiritual energy is what the star spirit wood desires, and the spirit gathering technique is the purest magic for gathering spiritual energy, perfectly matching the star spirit wood's ability to gather spiritual energy. In this situation, not only can the tree spirit mark and the tree spirit perfectly merge, but it also maximizes the effect of the spirit gathering technique. After confirming there was no problem, Qi Ping condensed a blank tree spirit mark. When the blank tree spirit mark appeared before Qi Ping, he immersed his consciousness into the tree spirit mark. Then, Qi Ping imprinted all his understanding of the spirit gathering technique into the tree spirit mark using his mind. This is the reason Qi Ping waits until he achieves great success in the spirit gathering technique before engraving magic. The deeper his understanding of the magic, the stronger the tree spirit will be when it learns the engraved magic. When Qi Ping's consciousness exited the tree spirit mark, a mysterious glow began to emanate from it. Go. As Qi Ping controlled the tree spirit mark to approach the star spirit wood tree spirit, a strong desire erupted from the star spirit wood tree spirit. Want. Because of the tree spirit mark, the star spirit would can sense that the magic within the tree spirit mark is exactly what it desires. When the tree spirit mark touched the tree spirit, the star spirit wood tree spirit eagerly absorbed the tree spirit mark that Qi Ping had formed with his insight into the spirit gathering technique. Immediately, intense joy erupted from the star spirit wood tree spirit. So good, it's a magic for gathering spiritual energy. Perhaps because of the high compatibility between the spirit gathering technique and the star spirit wood, not long after the star spirit wood had merged with the tree spirit mark, a strong suction force erupted from the star spirit wood. Learned already? Qi Ping showed a surprised expression. Logically speaking, even though Qi Ping has integrated his great success level insight of the spirit gathering technique into the tree spirit mark, the star spirit wood should not have learned it so quickly. Even according to the rules of previous games, trees take a considerable amount of time to learn the magic within a tree spirit mark, and the lower the compatibility, the slower the learning speed. But now, the star spirit wood had just merged the tree spirit mark a short while ago and has already learned the spirit gathering technique, which is quite absurd, not to mention faster than Qi Ping's own learning speed of the spirit gathering technique. Perhaps it's due to the high compatibility with the magic. Also, the spirit gathering technique isn't very profound. Qi Ping could only come up with this reason after considering for a while. But in any case, this is a good thing. After engravings are made in the trees, their power isn't fixed. If the compatibility is low, the power will drastically reduce or even become unlearnable. If the compatibility is high, the magic can even surpass its original limits. And as the tree grows and becomes more skilled in using the magic, it will continuously perfect and enhance the engraved magic. Due to the unique structure and ability characteristics of trees, plus their constant practice in implementing magic, the power of the magic can be unleashed to unimaginable levels. Now, the star spirit wood seems to have such potential. At this rate, developing to be more effective than a spirit-gathering array is possible, without consuming spirit stones. Let's observe for a while first. Qi Ping wasn't in a hurry about this. Before cultivation, Qi Ping cast the rainfall technique over the territory within the illusion array, mixing spiritual power with rainwater and pouring it over the black soil he had brought back. This can make the spiritual energy of the land more abundant. The rainfall technique comes from a book given by Meng Yan titled, Immortal Cultivation Basic Technique Advanced Edition, which includes many basic and advanced techniques for cultivators. Although none of them are very strong, they are complete, and Qi Ping learned many useful techniques, including the rainfall technique, which is commonly used in the sect spirit field planting, mixing rainwater with spiritual power for irrigation. After learning this technique, Qi Ping no longer needs the little bee to water for him. Another month passed. During this month, Qi Ping would observe the changes and growth of the star spirit wood each day, besides cultivating and nurturing spiritual medicine. And until today, the star spirit would had learned the spirit gathering technique to great success. Great success level spirit gathering technique. That's ridiculous. Looking at the star spirit wood, which he had cultivated to about the height of 2 people, it's hard to imagine that within just over a month, the star spirit would learn the spirit gathering technique to great success. At this moment, under the deployment of the spirit gathering tree by the star spirit wood, spiritual energy from between heaven and earth poured towards the star spirit wood at a rapid pace. Qi Ping roughly calculated and found that the current ability of the star spirit wood to gather spiritual energy is already comparable to some small spirit gathering arrays. Upon this, all Qi Ping could say was amazing. At this speed, it shouldn't take long for the star spirit wood to learn the spirit gathering technique to perfection. Moreover, as the star spirit wood continues its growth, this magic should be further perfected and strengthened, with its power increasing even more. Just one tree is a spirit gathering array. Once the star spirit wood's growth breaks through Tier 2, won't it be even more ludicrous than a Tier 2 spirit gathering array? With the help of the spirit gathering technique, the star spirit wood might even surpass its grade limit on its own. Regarding the effects of the star spirit wood, Qi Ping found it increasingly astonishing. It seems the tree shepherd's abilities are far more powerful in the immortal cultivation realm than initially anticipated. The practicality of the tree spirit contract also completely exceeded Qi Ping's expectations. If that's the case, what kind of effects can the tree shepherd and the tree spirit contract produce, depends on my creativity and execution. From a maturity perspective, the tree spirit mark strategies are even more varied than animal companion. After all, this is the iconic talent of the advanced tree shepherd profession. Moreover, the tree spirit mark can actually engrave multiple spells. Once the tree spirit fully comprehends one magic, it can continue to engrave more. But these spells must align with the characteristics of the tree spirit and cannot conflict with previously engraved magic. Combining these various spells with the tree spirit's characteristics can create an extremely powerful tree. Some divine skill combinations can unleash incredible potential and power from the tree. This is the real reason Qi Ping chose to become a tree shepherd. In the immortal cultivation realm, the variety of spirit trees is vast, and magic is countless. If he can find the most divine combinations among them, it can not only produce the most productive spirit trees but also create trees with extraordinary attack abilities. From this point of view, the upper limit of tree spirit contract in the immortal cultivation realm is simply unimaginable. However, the lower limit of this tree spirit contract is also similarly low. If not well executed, it can become a useless talent. Still, Qi Ping is confident in this. He may not be certain about forming a divine level combination successfully, but following the template of the star spirit wood, forming a spirit tree with some production capability is no problem. With honey production unable to exceed a certain limit and the plant-grown spiritual medicine not suitable for sale, Qi Ping's hope for future resource purchases, cultivation techniques, and animal companions rests primarily on the ability of the tree spirit contract. After witnessing the potential of tree shepherds in the immortal cultivation realm, Qi Ping became more certain that even without relying on a sect or major powers, he could carve his own path to immortality and eternal life. Is it impossible to become an immortal without those powerful spirit veins and factions? Qi Ping thought not necessarily. Although there were various difficulties, by relying on the two professions, Beast King Druid and Tree Shepherd, he could still forge a road that leads to eternal invincibility and immortality. Moreover, being a Tree Shepherd and Beast King Druid was not the end, there remained the opportunity to advance further. Returning his gaze to the star spirit wood in front of him, which had established a tree spirit contract, under the guidance of a great success-level spirit gathering technique, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth was being continuously drawn in by the star spirit wood. Currently, at the root of the star spirit wood, some liquid spiritual liquid had already formed, which was also rare and valuable for cultivation. Once collected in larger quantities, selling it could fetch a good amount of spirit stones. However, Qi Ping did not plan to sell them for now. These liquid spiritual liquids can be kept, during breakthroughs when spiritual power is insufficient or when spiritual power is exhausted in battles, they can quickly restore spiritual power and save lives, making them excellent spiritual objects. If a lot is collected later on, selling some wouldn't be a problem. Then, near the vicinity of the star spirit wood, the soil was gradually reaching the standard of a Tier 1 low-level spiritual land. Closer to the star spirit wood, it was even approaching a Tier 1 intermediate spiritual land. Qi Ping was sure that when the star spirit would fully matured, a large spirit field could emerge because of it. Even the spiritual qi outside the illusion array has begun to be gradually attracted. Considering some potential risks, Qi Ping furrowed his brow slightly, then employed the wind-controlling flight technique to come to the outside of the illusion array. The wind-controlling flight technique is considered one of the advanced magics. Due to an interest in flying, Qi Ping had taken time to learn it. After all, who hasn't dreamed of flying across the sky and skimming through the earth? Upon discovering the wind-controlling flight technique, Qi Ping naturally wouldn't miss it. Though he wasn't yet proficient, simple aerial flight was still achievable. Upon arriving outside the illusion array, Qi Ping carefully sensed several locations. After a long time, Qi Ping's furrowed brow finally relaxed. From the current spiritual power fluctuations, unless someone approaches to check carefully, it should go unnoticed. Let alone in Qingshi County, which is extremely far from here. It seems I've been overly concerned. To create a big commotion, at least a Tier 3 spirit gathering array is needed, and the star spirit wood is still far from that. After pondering for a moment, Qi Ping decided to allow the star spirit wood to continue gathering heaven and earth's spiritual qi, so over time, it could accumulate a lot of spiritual liquid and convert more black soil into spirit soil. Primarily, this would not result in any loss or consumption for Qi Ping. In that case, I can plant the spirit storage fruit tree brought from Sister Nan, so as not to waste the spiritual power within the spiritual origin stone pillar. After all, the spiritual power within the spiritual origin stone pillar is limited and is the foundation for Qi Ping to break through to foundation establishment. It cannot be easily wasted on unimportant things. Now, the star spirit would directly solve this problem. But regardless, though the risk isn't significant, I must remain cautious, and nearby activities must be monitored incessantly by bee swarms. The moment there's an anomaly outside, block the star spirit wood from absorbing through the external array with an array. Also, secret escape tunnels need to be prepared, so if the worst comes to the worst, I can escape through these routes. Though Qi Ping would never abandon his domain unless absolutely necessary, especially after acquiring the natural sanctuary skill and choosing this as the location for his natural sanctuary in the future, relinquishing the domain would be a greater loss for Qi Ping. Paths of retreat might remain unused but must exist. If Qi Ping could set up a teleportation array by now, he certainly would prioritize arranging such an array immediately. Qi Ping also foresaw that in the future, the teleportation array would not only form the basis for his escape but also be central to his interaction with those great realms and for seeking high-level spiritual objects. It's just that the teleportation array is still far from his reach. For now, steady and gradual growth is the way forward. Returning inside the illusion array, Qi Ping gazed at the star spirit wood, which resembled a spirit gathering array and even surpassed a regular spirit gathering array, his face displaying satisfaction. After casting plant growth on the star spirit wood multiple times, Qi Ping resumed cultivating. The main target for Qi Ping moving ahead was to break through to foundation establishment, and then nurture a Tier 2 bee swarm. As for the little flower demon, Qi Ping would still nurture it daily, although it showed no signs of advancing to Tier 2 currently. To break through to foundation establishment, I'm only short of cultivating to chi refining perfection. Once I comprehend the true meaning of fire and farming realm, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage will pose no barrier for me, unlike others who search for foundation establishment pills. The fact that he did not need foundation establishment pills saved Qi Ping a great hassle. Otherwise, the difficulty of obtaining foundation establishment pills is several times higher than acquiring a foundation establishment technique. Its rarity far exceeds that of foundation establishment techniques by tenfold and is truly controlled by the Cyan origin sect as a resource. Especially amid this war backdrop, the price and acquisition difficulty of foundation establishment pills had escalated to an unimaginably high degree. Had Qi Ping sought ways to obtain foundation establishment pills, breaking through to foundation establishment would have been far more troublesome. Fortunately, Qi Ping could fully negate the limitation of foundation establishment pills now. For external matters next, I need to prepare high-aged fire attribute honey necessary for breaking boundaries and study the foundation establishment technique, golden flame technique. Qi Ping has given careful thought to the foundation establishment technique he wishes to cultivate. When it comes to choosing a foundation establishment technique, fire attribute, wood fire dual attribute, and 5 elements attribute techniques were all considered. But after careful analysis, Qi Ping abandoned the latter 2 choices. First, the 5 elements attribute foundation establishment technique is indeed the strongest, but both its cultivation difficulty and acquisition difficulty are the highest. Qi Ping estimated that trying to break through to foundation establishment with a 5 elements technique would take at least 10 years to start, with no upper limit, which was unacceptable for Qi Ping. It would delay his cultivation progress too much, and lingering in Qi refining for so long also bore high risk. The wood-fire dual attribute technique had a much higher chance for Qi Ping, requiring less time. However, given the rarity of the wood-fire dual attribute technique and his far greater talent in the fire element than in the wood element, ultimately, Qi Ping decided to pursue the path of fire to achieve foundation establishment. Then, after acquiring the 5 elements talent and greater comprehension in the future, he could switch to cultivating the 5 elements technique and walk the path of the 5 elements without haste. This would be the better choice for Qi Ping. Let's begin studying the golden flame technique now. Once Qi refining reaches perfection, I can break through directly. The sun rises and sets, time flies, and soon more than half a year has passed. During this period, the group in Qingshi County, who hoped Qi Ping would show up voluntarily, went from being full of confidence to becoming utterly desperate. They have gained almost nothing in Qingshi County during this time. The only known secret realm turned out to be nothing more than a massive breeding ground for demonic insects. After everyone fled that secret realm back then, it was completely emptied, leaving nothing of value behind. What they could never have guessed was that the person they were hoping for and searching for would hide in a godforsaken spot in the Cloud Mist mountain range for more than half a year. This is nothing a normal cultivator would do, even those who abandoned their duties wouldn't choose to enter such a place. While these sect cultivators opposing the Cyan origin sect were furious, Qi Ping spent this past half year rather comfortably and pleasantly. Every day he cultivates, studies arrays, and tends to spiritual medicine. When tired, he plays with the little flower demon and the little spirit fox. He lived a fulfilling and carefree life. Qi Ping also enjoyed immersing himself in such a cultivation life. For him, this was the immortal cultivation life he longed for. Enlightenment need not only come from slaughter. By understanding the laws of heaven and earth and studying nature's laws, one can also approach the essence of the path. During this half-year, Qi Ping cultivated fire spirit grass and fire crystal fruit, each 500 years old, which have now been turned into honey by the brewer Big Belly Bee. This was the spiritual medicine resource he prepared for himself to break through foundation establishment. The star spirit wood has also condensed 5 bottles of spiritual liquid that Qi Ping plans to use if he lacks spiritual qi when breaking through foundation establishment. Another event that made Qi Ping happy during this period was that the 2 soul-nourishing grass plants given to him by the Ning mountain family turned out to be male and female. After they matured and pollinated each other, they brought him many new soul-nourishing grass seeds. With the nurturing of plant growth, Qi Ping naturally wouldn't lack for soul-nourishing grass, especially after the plant growth skill leveled up to 4. With Qi Ping's current divine soul strength, the speed of cultivating Qi refining stage spiritual medicine became extremely fast, and cultivating spiritual medicine within the Tier 1 range no longer took much time for him. At least the cultivated spiritual medicine was enough to support not only Qi Ping but also his other animal companions except Yaya. Because Yaya has already broken through to Tier 2, the spiritual medicine required isn't something Qi Ping can easily cultivate at present. Fortunately, Yaya can satisfy its needs just by basking in the sun, not requiring Qi Ping to spend extra effort cultivating it. With ample soul-nourishing grass, Qi Ping combined them using his comprehensive guide to the properties of spiritual herbs and pill notes to make a pretty effective honey that can enhance divine soul strength significantly, which expanded Qi Ping's divine soul strength greatly. Thus, after Qi Ping's physical body, his divine soul also reached a formidable state. The only pity is that Qi Ping doesn't have an appropriate method for divine soul cultivation. The greatest beneficiaries of the soul-nourishing grass were the little spirit fox and the little flower demon. They're currently Tier 1 divine soul system pet beasts, so with enough soul-nourishing honey, their divine soul strength soared. Up until now, the little spirit fox has broken through from Tier 1 mid-stage to Tier 1 late stage. Although it looks small, its divine soul attack is formidable, and a typical 7th layer Qi refining cultivator would probably struggle against the little spirit fox's attack. However, the one that increased its strength the most is the little flower demon. With the role of plant growth, it directly shot from Tier 1 early stage to Tier 1 perfection. But after reaching Tier 1 perfection, it hasn't found the opportunity to break through to Tier 2. The little flower demon has been stuck at this realm for over half a year, with her divine soul strength likely exceeding a typical Tier 1 perfection 100 eyes flower demon by far, yet showing no signs of breaking through. Qi Ping felt a bit disappointed by this. Plant growth couldn't help the little flower demon overcome major tier limits, it still relied on its own efforts. Yet, Qi Ping gradually understood why breaking through to foundation establishment is so difficult for cultivators. Even spirit beasts with emphasis on bloodlines find it hard to overcome major level barriers despite abundant spiritual power and resources. Qi Ping realized he needed to find appropriate methods for nurturing spirit beasts because the little spirit fox and the little flower demon are still juveniles, and improper methods might hinder their final step regardless of resources. Cultivation is tough for both humans and spirit beasts. But Qi Ping remains confident about the breakthroughs of Yaya and the bees. For Yaya, its own cultivation will and determination are extremely firm, having gone through life and death reincarnations, its cultivation is diligent, constantly engaging in cultivation and enlightenment, seemingly tireless. Thus, Qi Ping believes Yaya will certainly prevail on the path of cultivation. As for the bees, after the Bee King successfully transformed, the overall quality of the swarm dramatically improved. Supported by Qi Ping's spiritual medicine and the Beast King's blessing, which boosts transformation success rate, Qi Ping has no doubt that the swarm will succeed in transforming. Once he successfully breaks through to foundation establishment, the speed at which he can perform plant growth will drastically increase. At that point, once he's able to cultivate enough centennial blood ginsengs to create bloodline mutation potions, transforming the bee swarm to Tier 2 will be only a matter of time. For the Tier 2 bee swarm cultivation, Qi Ping planned to select the best, aiming to cultivate multiple Tier 2 mutations, then pick the top 3 to 5 strongest bee species based on the situation. Controlling this number ensures the Bee King receives the best possible transformation. And prioritizing selections when letting spirit insects break through to Tier 2 is something only Qi Ping and a few others would dare to do. Because centennial blood ginseng's efficacy makes it rarer and more expensive than many ordinary foundation establishment spiritual medicines, most insect-controlling cultivators consider it good if they can transform 2 or 3 spirit insects to Tier 2. However, it's impossible for them to engage in Qi Ping's kind of selection process. But such losses are completely worthwhile in Qi Ping's view, since the Bee King's self-transformation has proven its potential. He must then facilitate the emergence of the strongest bees, allowing the Bee King to continue growing. The Demon Insect King's corpse is Qi Ping's trump card. Qi Ping is certain that once the swarm successfully absorbs part of the Demon Insect King's bloodline, their bloodline grade will reach an unprecedented level. It might even surpass the bloodline strength of Qi Ping's other 3 animal companions. But the Demon Insect King's corpse is limited. The difficulty of bloodline absorption is tremendous, and to ensure transformation success, Qi Ping must cultivate the strongest base transforming swarm. Hence, this selection plan is crucial to Qi Ping, ensuring the nurturing of the best qualified swarm. For Qi Ping, the cost of this was merely 2 or 3 additional months, which he found completely worthwhile. Of course, the most important thing for Qi Ping during this period was reaching Qi refining perfection with the ample honey supply. At this moment, sitting within the illusion array, as the sense of perfection emanated from Qi Ping, his realm finally reached Qi refining perfection. It wasn't easy at all. It's been over a year since I broke through the 9th layer of Qi refining. Qi Ping could hardly calculate how many resources he spent over this year to arduously cultivate his realm to Qi refining perfection. This was with his extremely high fire element talent and understanding. Given this perspective, it's not hard to understand why those lacking talent and resources remain stuck at the 7th or 8th layer of Qi refining, because it's indeed challenging to advance. Qi Ping has a faint premonition of how tough foundation establishment cultivation will be. But for now, the priority is to break through to foundation establishment, because once he does, he will gain a lifespan exceeding 500 years. The lifespan of foundation establishment can exceed 500 years. The lifespan of golden core can exceed 1,000 years. Qi Ping felt that not many people could resist the allure of longevity, at least not Qi Ping himself. Besides wanting to possess great power, enjoy freedom without any threat or infringement, and live a more comfortable life, the greatest goal in immortal cultivation is to achieve longevity and immortality. Breaking through to foundation establishment would allow Qi Ping to have a lifespan of over 500 years. This undoubtedly had a fatal allure for Qi Ping, as such a lifespan was enough for him to accomplish many things. By that time, even if the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage was extremely difficult, it could still be slowly honed over time. If one's talent was insufficient, then one could seek some animal companions with great talent. Not to mention the great power that would be gained from breaking through to foundation establishment. How many Qi refining cultivators can resist the temptation of foundation establishment? Foundation establishment. Finally, the day has come. Upon reaching Qi refining perfection, Qi Ping was incredibly excited. After preparing for so long, the final condition for his foundation establishment was finally ready. Before this, Qi Ping had already understood the true meaning of fire to a deeper level. Though there was little progress in the farming realm, the understanding of the Tao heart was more difficult than the improvement of cultivation. However, the Tao heart realm was not a necessary condition for foundation establishment, it only greatly increased the success rate and stability of the foundation built. Foundation establishment is about laying the foundation for cultivation. If Meng Yan wanted to break through to the foundation establishment stage, he could have done so long ago. But he waited for the enlightenment of the Tao heart before choosing to break through, so as to build a strong foundation and prepare for the golden core. Meng Yan's breakthrough to foundation establishment was also very powerful. Even while heavily injured, he forced 2 foundation establishment disciples from large sects of the same level to be on full alert, fearing that Meng Yan might suddenly explode and kill them. This is the strong foundation built by understanding both the true meaning of the law and the Tao heart realm, although part of it is due to Meng Yan's unique physique and talent. Qi Ping's divine soul and body were almost enhanced to their current limit. The only slight regret was that Qi Ping did not have a divine soul cultivation method or powerful body talent. However, these did not affect Qi Ping's breakthrough. For cultivators, the body and divine soul are not the most important aspects as long as the strength is sufficient, which is why Qi Ping did not pursue perfection in these areas. If these matters delayed the pace of his foundation establishment breakthrough, it would truly be a case of neglecting the essential. Before starting the foundation establishment breakthrough, I must familiarize myself with the golden flame technique again, and ensure that my body and essence, qi, and spirit are in the best condition. Qi Ping had already been familiarizing himself with the golden flame technique, this foundation establishment technique, for over half a year. When first learning about the golden flame technique, Qi Ping was shocked by its power. It turned out to be a secret technique. In the tier classification of foundation establishment techniques, they generally ranged from low-level, intermediate level, high-level, to secret techniques. Low-level techniques were the worst, not only weak in power but also highly flawed, with less than a 10% chance of cultivation reaching the golden core, used by the lowest-tier foundation establishment cultivators. Intermediate-level techniques were generally standard, without any particularly strong features, but if talent and opportunity were sufficient, they could support cultivation to the golden core stage. Most foundation establishment cultivators pursued techniques of this level. Techniques classified as high-level usually had powerful traits or strong combat power. For instance, wood element techniques were highly restorative, while gold element techniques were indomitable. Those using techniques of this level were usually core members of large families or disciples of large sects. Above that is the secret technique. These are often the unpassed secrets of large sects or families, only the most core members can cultivate them. Qi Ping initially thought that the technique Meng Yan gifted him was a high-level foundation establishment technique, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a secret technique. Qi Ping had some understanding of the immortal cultivation realm and naturally knew what this meant, and he immediately felt the substantial weight of it in his hands. This was not something that could be obtained with tens of thousands of spirit stones, its value was simply indescribable. Qi Ping carefully remembered this kindness in his heart. The golden flame technique, being a secret technique, was characterized by extremely powerful and robust spiritual power cultivated through it. The foundation it built was equally strong. Its powerful traits did not disgrace the name of a secret technique. However, the golden flame technique also had particularly high cultivation difficulty, with the greatest limitation being that it required a powerful spiritual fire to refine one's cultivation and spiritual power foundation. Only through refining with spiritual fire could the true strength of the golden flame technique be exhibited. Evidently, Meng Yan had already discovered that Qi Ping possessed a powerful life-bound spirit fire, which is why he entrusted the technique to Qi Ping. Otherwise, if Qi Ping didn't have a life-bound spirit fire, it would have been impossible to cultivate. Unless Qi Ping managed to purchase and refine a rare spiritual fire, which was even rarer than foundation establishment pills and nearly impossible to find. Under the premise that Qi Ping had the Beast King's flame, the golden flame technique was a perfect match for him, not to mention he also shared Yaya's yang fire body talent, with a trace of solar true fire in his blood, making him a natural candidate for cultivating the golden flame technique. Even Meng Yan couldn't have anticipated Qi Ping's compatibility with the golden flame technique to be so high. He only knew that Qi Ping possessed a powerful life-bound spirit fire. Not to mention that after Yaya awakened the great sun body, the yang fire body also became more powerful through continuous refining, and the solar true fire in Qi Ping's blood became stronger as a result. Comparing when Yaya first transformed from the fire separation body to the yang fire body, it had already grown much stronger, and it can be predicted that as Yaya's strength continues to increase, the solar true fire in Qi Ping's blood will become more abundant, and his fire cultivation talent will continue to rise. With the addition of the Beast King's flame, as Qi Ping's understanding of the true meaning of fire deepened, and as he continuously refined and grasped Yaya's life-bound spirit fire, its level had risen to the 4th tier, making its power stronger and its potential higher than most life-bound spirit fires. With both combined, Qi Ping's comprehension and cultivation of the golden flame technique proceeded exceptionally smoothly. There is no issue with understanding and controlling the golden flame technique. As for its manipulation during the foundation establishment process, I am confident it will go smoothly. All that's left is to adjust to the optimal state. In over half a year, Qi Ping had already memorized the contents of the golden flame technique, and he had practiced circulating its spiritual power thousands of times, so attempting it now was smooth without any errors. During the foundation establishment breakthrough, after crossing the boundary, one must immediately use the foundation establishment technique to form the foundation root. If the formation fails, it can result in a regression of cultivation or even loss, which is one of the difficulties of breaking through to foundation establishment. However, Qi Ping was very confident in this regard. For the time being, Qi Ping did not do anything else and patiently adjusted his state. About 3 days later, with eyes closed, Qi Ping suddenly opened them wide. The opportunity for foundation establishment had arrived. At this moment, Qi Ping was fully prepared, with his physical state and essence, qi, and spirit all at their peak. Let's begin. Qi Ping's gaze sharpened, filled with determination and confidence. The path to immortality is not easy, but he would never be timid or retreat. Since he stepped on this path, no matter the difficulties, no matter the harsh cultivation required, he would not back down. By now, he had honed his physical strength, divine soul strength, foundation, and comprehension to a very strong state, such that his understanding of the true meaning of the law and Tao heart realm surpassed that of some in the foundation establishment stage. In such a condition, why fear breaking through a foundation establishment barrier? All fear stems from insufficient preparation. Qi Ping indeed felt timid in front of the strong figures of the immortal cultivation realm, those monsters who had lived for thousands of years. He knew he couldn't surpass them in terms of strength, strategy, or experience. Knowing they were not to be trifled with, he naturally felt afraid. But on the cultivation path, he constantly improved his chances of breakthrough success through long-term efforts. By now, Qi Ping's conditions exceeded more than 90% of Qi refining cultivators, and there were few in the Qingtian realm who could surpass his foundation. Without further hesitation, Qi Ping swallowed a dose of honey and directly manipulated his spiritual power to attack the foundation establishment realm. In almost an instant, a profound and mighty spiritual power pressure erupted from Qi Ping. The immensely rich true meaning of fire surrounded Qi Ping, and the golden beast king's flame burned in the void, emanating a terrifying pressure. Even more astonishing was that despite unleashing such powerful force, Qi Ping remained calm and collected, feeling no pressure at all. Controlling such immense power posed little challenge to him. At this moment, Qi Ping's strong foundation and control ability were vividly displayed. After Qi Ping's full power burst, he continued to surge towards the foundation establishment realm. With the support of his profound foundation and the true meaning of fire, and under the aid of Qi Ping's strong control ability, the shackles of the foundation establishment realm gradually disintegrated at an incredible speed. Where others needed elixirs and prolonged efforts to gradually dissolve the foundation establishment shackles, in Qi Ping's case, they seemed weak. With the support of the true meaning of fire, the foundation establishment shackles indeed couldn't withstand Qi Ping. But even with this strength, Qi Ping felt it wasn't enough. Still not enough. Wood ignites fire, elevate spiritual power. Using wood as fuel, let the intensity of his fire's spiritual power rise to another level. This is a unique advantage of the wood-fire attribute technique. If choosing to switch to a fire foundation establishment technique when breaking through, one can use wood as fuel. This not only transforms all spiritual power into fire attribute spiritual power but also increases the intensity of spiritual power during the breakthrough, molding a stronger foundation. The benefits of this for molding a foundation establishment base are obvious. This is also why Qi Ping chose a pure fire attribute foundation establishment technique when selecting his technique to not only improve the success rate of foundation establishment but also make the foundation more robust. Besides, Qi Ping didn't expect to achieve much in the path of alchemy, so the wood attribute wasn't essential in the short term. In the long run, after his talent developed, he would switch to cultivate the 5 elements, following the path of generating all things from the 5 elements, which is more aligned with a druid's path. Druids are close to nature, and the 5 elements are the basic laws of the immortal cultivation realm. Only when the 5 elements are complete is the immortal cultivation realm truly aligned with a druid's attributes. After Qi Ping used wood to ignite fire, the intensity of his spiritual power increased once again, and his aura became even more majestic. Afterward, when Qi Ping controlled the enhanced spiritual power and the true meaning of fire to impact the foundation establishment shackles, it was unsurprising that Qi Ping broke through. As Qi Ping's body shook violently, an aura surpassing the Qi refining stage erupted. The aura of foundation establishment. All the spiritual power in Qi Ping surged after clashing with the foundation establishment, and its intensity markedly increased. Vast heaven and earth spiritual Qi began continuously absorbing into Qi Ping's body. Within Qi Ping's Qi Si Dantian, the spiritual power quickly initiated liquefaction after reaching a saturation point. But the problem quickly surfaced. Insufficient spiritual power. Spiritual power out of control. Aura chaotic. The strong spiritual power madly surged within Qi Ping, its intensity far surpassing the strongest state of a Qi refining stage, yet, for foundation establishment, this amount of spiritual power was still far from sufficient. More spiritual chi must be absorbed to fully support the formation and stabilization of the foundation establishment realm. Thus, under such circumstances, inadequacies in resources, spiritual power control capability, unstable foundation, insufficient physical and divine soul strength, any issue could lead to the failure of the foundation establishment breakthrough, resulting in severe damage, regression in cultivation, or even death from body explosion. This is where the role of a foundation establishment pill becomes apparent. It helps cultivators stabilize their spiritual power, providing a source, effectively elevating the success rate of foundation establishment. However, there are downsides to this. The amplification effect of the foundation establishment pill ultimately does not belong to oneself. The more one relies on the foundation establishment pill, the weaker the foundation and spiritual power control ability, leading to poorer foundation potential. One foundation establishment pill has a small effect, but more usage makes the golden core stage less attainable. Nonetheless, for most people, reaching foundation establishment is a luxury. Golden core stage is not even within their consideration. Faced with such circumstances, Qi Ping naturally had no foundation establishment pill, but he harbored no inner panic. Just this. Only to see Qi Ping's true meaning of fire and farming realm manifest instantly, and with Qi Ping's powerful divine soul, the violent and chaotic spiritual power was immediately suppressed. Under Qi Ping's control, it was as obedient as a kitten. Then Qi Ping controlled the spiritual power along the cultivation route of the golden flame technique, where drop by drop of golden red liquid spiritual power continuously formed within Qi Ping's Qi Si Dantian. The solid and powerful aura unequivocally demonstrated Qi Ping's deep foundation. That liquid spiritual power condensed using true meaning of the law is hard to rival, even with the help of a foundation establishment pill. Relying on external forces ultimately falls short of relying on oneself. Because if breakthroughs rely on external forces, it implies a lack of foundation and insufficient control over one's power. One time might not matter, yet recurring reliance would plant increasing hidden dangers, causing the path of cultivation to become increasingly arduous. After Qi Ping initially managed to control the situation, the subsequent tasks involved meticulous efforts and perseverance, generally lasting from half a day to around a day. If spiritual power is insufficient, one must continuously ingest items to replenish spiritual power. This is also one of the challenges of breaking through foundation establishment. Without a solid foundation, it's impossible to persevere for more than half a day and initially succeed in cultivating the foundation establishment techniques. Fortunately, these issues weren't significant hurdles for Qi Ping, having rehearsed the breakthrough process at least 100 times. So, though not entirely smooth sailing, everything was within his control. With his current foundation encountering no unexpected situations, there was almost no possibility of failure in the breakthrough. In the following period, as Qi Ping continuously consumed honey and the spiritual liquid condensed by star spirit wood, the aura on Qi Ping grew deeper and stronger, with the foundation establishment aura becoming increasingly formidable and stabilized. After maintaining this state for nearly a day, Qi Ping finally succeeded in mastering the golden flame technique. After successfully cultivating the secret technique, golden flame technique, Qi Ping's aura stabilized completely at the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Qi Ping, who had kept his eyes closed for nearly a day, opened them, and beams of excitement and joy shot out from within. During this breakthrough, not only did Qi Ping's spiritual power strength and total amount greatly increase, but his body and divine soul also received a significant enhancement due to the feedback from the realm breakthrough. Foundation establishment. I've made it. Although Qi Ping was very confident about breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, his heart was still filled with immense joy after actually succeeding. This is the foundation establishment stage. A stage that has hindered countless Qi refining cultivators, a stage countless people dream of reaching, and he achieved it effortlessly without any risk. The foundation establishment stage is the first-tier combat power in Qingshi County. When Murong lost a foundation establishment cultivator, it shook Qingshi County for quite a while. It shows the status of foundation establishment cultivators in Qingshi County. Now that Qi Ping has broken through to the foundation establishment, it means he has truly entered the first tier of Qingshi County, and his combat power definitely surpasses those who broke through using foundation establishment pills. Coupled with the power of his animal companion, Qi Ping's overall combat power is now at the forefront. Moreover, after breaking through to Foundation establishment, his lifespan extended beyond 500 years. This is also something Qi Ping is very pleased about, as he does not wish to have such a short life again in this lifetime. Foundation establishment is his first step towards breaking through to longevity. Furthermore, after the realm breakthrough, his efficiency in plant growth will significantly increase, and the efficiency in cultivating spiritual medicine will also get higher and higher. This enhancement is key for Qi Ping's next step, cultivating a Tier 2 bee swarm. Only after breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage and significantly enhancing his divine soul and spiritual power did he qualify to cultivate a Tier 2 bee swarm. Because the upgrade of a Tier 2 bee swarm requires not only 500-year-old blood ginseng and 200-year-old flowing light grass to refine a bloodline mutation potion, enhanced version, but also to use 500-year-old blood ginseng and 100 spirits grass to brew honey when starting the Tier 2 bee swarm cultivation to nurture the bee larvae into adult bees. If Qi Ping had remained at the Qi refining stage, just cultivating the 500-year-old blood ginseng would have consumed most of his energy, which would have been a losing proposition for him. So, even though Qi Ping could attempt to evolve the bee swarm to Tier 2 before breaking through to Foundation establishment, he still decided to wait until after breaking through Foundation establishment to start the evolution of the bee swarm to Tier 2. Now that I've broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, with my current combat power combined with the traits of the farming realm, ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators may not be able to harm me. The enhancement in life-saving ability is what makes Qi Ping the happiest. Once I finish cultivating the Tier 2 bee swarm, I'll go retrieve old Zhou. By then, I don't know if my current realm will give that slacker of an old man a big scare. Retrieving old Zhou is the first thing Qi Ping intends to do after cultivating the Tier 2 bee swarm, only then will he look for new animal companions, Tier 2 resources, magic, etc. Because staying in the mortal world for 2 or 3 years shouldn't be an issue for old Zhou, but if time drags on, and old Zhou's resources are exhausted, his lifespan might quickly deplete. So he must retrieve old Zhou within a year at the latest. Qi Ping has long prepared honey with nourishing effects. When old Zhou consumes and refines it, it should be able to extend his lifespan by 7 or 8 years. After familiarizing himself with the power of the Foundation establishment stage, Qi Ping sparred with Yaya a few times. After a few exhilarating fights, not only did Qi Ping's control over his power greatly improve, but he also gained a deeper understanding of the combat power of the Foundation establishment stage. The combat power of the Foundation establishment stage far surpasses that of the Qi refining stage. Attributes such as attack, defense, and speed have all significantly increased. Another particularly important point is that the Foundation establishment stage enables void flight. Now, even without using the wind-controlling flight technique, Qi Ping can fly freely, it's just that his flight speed is much slower compared to flying-type spirit beasts like Yaya. After breaking through to Foundation establishment and becoming completely familiar with its power, Qi Ping decided to give himself a few days off. During this time, Qi Ping used the flying ability of the Foundation establishment stage and the wind-controlling flight technique to explore many places within the Cloud Mist Mountain range, witnessing many strange and peculiar beings and plants in the immortal cultivation realm. Just the Cloud Mist Mountain range alone had plant species, as well as animal and bug species, that went beyond Qi Ping's understanding. Qi Ping increasingly realized the vastness of the immortal cultivation realm. As the saying goes, read thousands of books, travel thousands of miles. The things Qi Ping saw in books were far less shocking than what he experienced firsthand. And this is just the Cloud Mist Mountain range. It's a place where the spiritual Qi isn't even that rich. Qi Ping truly could not imagine what kinds of vast biological diversity the richer, expansive beast domain forests would hold. Unfortunately, his current strength is far from being able to reach those places. In such places, not to mention Foundation establishment cultivators, even golden core and nascent soul cultivators must exercise extreme caution, or else they face the risk of death. Moreover, Qi Ping increasingly realized that not every animal has a strong affinity towards druids. Over time, Qi Ping discovered that animals with more violent temperaments and higher intelligence are less likely to have a fondness for druids. In contrast, those that are gentle or are young animals tend to have a strong affinity towards druids. Upon returning from traversing the cloud mist mountain range, Qi Ping realized his state of mind seemed better. The fatigue from long-term cultivation was also removed, and the farming realm became more solidified. Indeed, as long as safety is ensured, occasionally traveling around the immortal cultivation realm is nice. Cultivation also requires the cultivation of the heart. The Tao heart is a cultivator's most crucial means of controlling extraordinary power. It is an indispensable subject on the path of immortal cultivation. After returning to his territory, Qi Ping threw himself back into cultivation, continuously refining and strengthening his spiritual power with the Beast King's flame. However, compared to cultivation, Qi Ping focused more of his energy on cultivating blood ginseng, flowing light grass, and the accompanying spiritual medicine. Qi Ping estimated that to select the strongest 3 to 5 types of Tier 2 bee species, he must cultivate over 3 portions of 500-year-old blood ginseng. Over 3 months later, through Qi Ping's relentless efforts day and night, he finally completed cultivating 3 portions of 500-year-old blood ginseng, flowing light grass, and the accompanying medicinal materials. It's really not easy. Even breaking through to the foundation establishment stage took me such a long time. After completing the medicinal material cultivation, Qi Ping wasted no time and immediately began the refining of the enhanced version of the bloodline mutation potion. Given his previous successful refining experience, combined with Qi Ping's prior practice and preparation, it took Qi Ping only half a day to successfully refine the enhanced version of the bloodline mutation potion. His success rate is about 85%, which is a bit higher than expected. Not bad. Qi Ping looked at the bloodline mutation potion exuding an alluring scent before him, a satisfied expression on his face. Breaking through foundation establishment and then spending over 3 more months cultivating blood ginseng was all for today. Among Qi Ping's 4 animal companions, the bees actually undertook the most tasks. Fighting, reconnaissance, alerting, honey making, taking care of and harvesting from the spirit fields on the 28th and 29th peaks, distracting attention when Qi Ping fled, helping Qi Ping hide his spoils. Their usual tasks are countless, and the little bees are Qi Ping's most indispensable animal companions. This is no longer just about fighting and producing resources, their roles are many, and they have become a part of Qi Ping's life in the immortal cultivation realm. Qi Ping couldn't imagine how inconvenient his life in immortal cultivation would be without the help of the bee swarm, and the risks of various matters would increase greatly. The golden marrow bees were also Qi Ping's first animal companions since awakening the druid profession, helping Qi Ping through many crises and avoiding many risks. Even the original batch of Tier 1 intermediate golden marrow bees, out of the last 1,000, over 200 had already died of old age, and in the next 10 years or so, the remaining 700 would gradually grow old until they died. And before they were too old to move, they would work hard to gather spiritual medicine, collect nectar, and produce honey for their hive, fulfilling their duties until the very end, until they could do nothing more, which was their honor. As a member of the hive, their greatest wish and mission is to make the hive more prosperous and powerful. For Qi Ping, the golden marrow bee swarm had long become an inseparable part of his life in the immortal cultivation realm. When Qi Ping obtained the druid profession and contracted with the golden marrow bee swarm, he promised them that he would definitely make their colony stronger. For the golden marrow bees, being raised to the late stage of Tier 1 and developing the colony to over 10,000 was not the end, but merely the beginning. Next is the time for the golden marrow bee swarm to evolve to Tier 2, and they will also absorb the bloodline of the demon insect king for a super leap in bloodline. Even in the future, Qi Ping will find ways to continue raising the hive higher. On the path of immortality, wherever it leads, there he will cultivate the hive. Are you ready? Qi Ping looked at the strongest male bees, carefully selected over nearly a year, and nodded in approval. After the bee king completed its transformation, the overall quality of the balanced bees cultivated afterward increased significantly. Those set to consume the enhanced version of the bloodline mutation potion were the cream of the crop. To the swarm, this was even more important than to Qi Ping. They even sought Qi Ping's approval for a competition and assessment, only allowing the victors to become the seed contestants for taking the bloodline mutation potion. Buzz buzz. Boss, we're ready. 168 proudly boisterous male bees replied in unison. Originally, 200 male bees were designated, but after Qi Ping successfully concocted the potion, there was only enough for 168. So, 32 male bees were reluctantly left out, now flying on the side, feeling immensely dejected. They had been preparing for this honor ceremony for half a year, all to successfully evolve after consuming the potion, elevating the strength of the hive to tier 2. But now that they can't partake in the transformation ceremony, they're naturally disheartened. Yet, there's no jealousy in their hearts. Because the 168 kin preparing for the metamorphosis are stronger than them, and more likely to successfully transform and lead the hive to greater strength. It's the best choice. The prospect of dying from the transformation never daunted them, for if their deaths would make the colony stronger, they'd relinquish their lives without hesitation. But since the transformation ceremony aims to create a powerful tier 2 bee species, each will strive with all their might to ensure their success. Besides these male bees, all other bees, except those stationed outside caring for the spirit field and the little black bees, have returned to witness the ceremony inside the illusion array. The largest and most imposing bee king stood excitedly on Qi Ping's shoulder, watching everything unfold. They've awaited this transformation ceremony for too long. Beside the bees, the little spirit fox and little flower demon were also by Qi Ping's side, watching everything with curious wide eyes. Chirp chirp. How lively. Glug glug. Indeed, it has never been this lively here. Even Yaya, who usually doesn't enjoy crowds, came over this time, though still finding a spot to bask in the sun. Qi Ping hadn't expected a single transformation ceremony for the hive to become such a grand event within his territory, making the focus of everyone's attention aptly descriptive. Then let's begin. Follow the order, eat only as much as you feel is just right, not too much, and not too little. Qi Ping instructed seriously. Each bee has individual differences, and the most suitable amount varies, but their sharp perception means following their instincts is best. Buzz buzz. All right. Boss. With a response, the 168 male bees began to consume the bloodline mutation potion one by one amidst the watchful eyes of all. Each male bee ate with utmost care, ensuring the right amount while not disturbing their fellow bees. Their high quality was evident throughout the swarm. Seeing this, Qi Ping couldn't help but nod. Such quality in the swarm, combined with arrays, would release unimaginable power. Once he finds suitable arrays, Qi Ping can use each bee as an array base. When these bees unite, Qi Ping can activate the array, vastly increasing the hive's collective combat capability. For Qi Ping, this is the proper way for a beast-taming cultivator and an array master. Soon, the 168 male bees finished eating. Qi Ping discovered 2 portions remaining, so he allowed 2 more male bees to partake. When the last 2 selected male bees excitedly finished the last 2 servings of bloodline potion, all 170 male bees began their transformation. As the 170 drones spread out across the clearing, the transformation began swiftly. The enhanced bloodline mutation potion, made from 500-year-old centennial blood ginseng, was incredibly potent, and its consumption brought about an aura and visions far stronger than those of the basic bloodline mutation potion previously consumed. A strange, powerful golden-red spiritual qi surrounded the drones, casting a peculiar glow over every corner of the illusion array. With the appearance of this phenomenon, an immensely strong and violent aura began to erupt from within the drones. Under this violent power, there was no gradual progression, only life or death. Perhaps due to the sheer strength of the potion, as the medicinal power activated, one drone after another burst and died. In just an instant, more than 20 drones perished. This made Qi Ping's heart twinge with concern. The success rate of transforming into Tier 2 is much rarer than during the first transformation, crossing a large tier is not so easily accomplished, and succeeding at half the original rate would be considered good. Previously, during 2 transformations of the bee swarm under the effect of the Beast King's blessing, the success rate was about 4 out of over 50. Assuming a half success rate, if 6 out of 170 drones could transform successfully, it would be quite an achievement, and there might even be none. But because these 170 drones were elite soldiers meticulously selected over a year, with Qi Ping participating in the selection, plus the attributes amplification from the Bee King's uniqueness, Qi Ping held some extravagant hopes for the final success number. In Qi Ping's expectations, if more than 7 or 8 succeeded, it would be a success. Yet the opening had already dealt Qi Ping a heavy blow. Even the Bee King seemed to subconsciously tense its legs, clearly not at peace on the inside. Fortunately, after the initial deaths, the pace of deaths suddenly slowed, allowing Qi Ping to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, in the first stage of the potion entering the body, 120 drones withstood the violent demonic power, while 50 drones burst due to being unable to bear it. Achieving this success rate in the first stage is already much higher than during the initial transformation, and to withstand the violent medicinal power of the enhanced bloodline mutation potion to this extent shows the formidable quality of this batch of drones. The effect of selection was also evident in the first stage. Next comes the second stage. Second stage, bodily transformation, morphing into complete mutated organs or bodies. The intense transformation began instantly. According to the experience from the first transformation, the death rate at this stage is 2/3, and given the increased difficulty of this transformation, the death rate is estimated to be even higher. The results prove that Qi Ping's predictions were correct for the second stage as well. 82 drones died. Ultimately, only 38 drones survived this stage. Upon receiving this result, Qi Ping's expression darkened a bit. This death rate wasn't great. And according to the Spirit Beast Cultivation, Demon Insect chapter, the mortality rate in the next third stage is the highest, and it's much higher. Thus, the final number of successful transformations is very uncertain. This result caused Qi Ping's heart, which he had previously set at ease, to lift again. However, what comforted Qi Ping was that among the 38 drones that survived the second stage, there were some mutated bee kinds that stood out. Among them were 2 bees covered entirely in blood armor, exuding a bizarre aura. Similar transformations had occurred during Qi Ping's first bee swarm transformation, but had failed at the last step. I didn't expect the blood armor bee to appear again, and this time there are 2, with a far stronger aura than during the first transformation. I wonder what the talent of the blood armor bee is. Hopefully this time at least one of the 2 will succeed. Qi Ping was quite curious about the talent attributes of the blood armor bee. Aside from the blood armor bees, 2 bees covered in dark golden and emerald armor respectively also caught Qi Ping's attention. Because the strange glow on their bodies was as intense as that of the blood armor bees, they could almost be called the 3 magnates of color, and Qi Ping couldn't help but notice them. In addition to these 3, there were those with 6 wings, super strong antennae, giant stingers, almost covering everything. Of course, the most delightful surprise for Qi Ping was that the brewer big belly bee seemed to have reappeared, but it seemed a bit different, making Qi Ping hesitant to confirm. Better wait and see the final result. No matter how strong they appear now, it's all in vain if they don't survive the last stage. The third stage of transformation was the longest. Qi Ping watched as one bee after another perished during the third stage, feeling anxious yet helpless. After waiting anxiously and with anticipation for a long time, Qi Ping finally received the final results. 8 bees' auras completely stabilized at the early tier 2. Upon receiving the final result, Qi Ping finally breathed a complete sigh of relief. 8 drones successfully transformed into tier 2. This success rate was almost identical to Qi Ping's prediction. Looks like the elite selected for transformation over a year and the effects of the Beast King's blessing were still effective. This success rate was actually quite extraordinary because, according to the Demon Insect Cultivation Manual, having 3 out of 170 succeed would be considered lucky, already above average. And a whole 8 succeeded in transforming. This was not only due to the Beast King Druid talent skills, but also to the swarm's own efforts. Overall, the results aren't bad. Qi Ping was quite satisfied with these results. The Bee King and the surrounding swarm, too, showed emotions of joy. Their tribe now had 7 types of tier 2 bees. They thought transforming 1 or 2 kinds would be impressive, but now they had a full 7 kinds. The little spirit fox and little flower demon didn't understand fully, but sensing Qi Ping's and the bees' joyful emotions, they too showed smiles on their faces, happy because Qi Ping was happy. Next, let's check the strength of these 8 bee kinds. Let's hope for another pleasant surprise. In the following days, Qi Ping busied himself with testing the traits and talents of these 8 mutated bee swarms. And when the final results came out, a deeply satisfied expression appeared on Qi Ping's face. Among these 8 Tier 2 B types, there were 2 balanced Bs, a must-transform B kind. No matter how things turned out, it was worthwhile, with combat power and honey-making ability both intact, a very orthodox golden marrow B. Among the remaining 6, there were 3 various types, stealthy scout Bs, strength-enhancing mountain-moving Bs, and the more familiar highly poisonous B to Qi Ping. Among scout Bs, mountain-moving Bs, and highly poisonous Bs, the mountain-moving bee, with its clumsy movements and obvious weaknesses, contrasted sharply with scout Bs and highly poisonous Bs, which had significant roles. Although scout Bs had mediocre combat ability, they possessed super strong perception and the ability to conceal their aura, perfect for Qi Ping to probe dangers and act as sentries, offering full functionality. The highly poisonous bee's venom remained potent. As long as it could inject venom into the enemy and the quantity was sufficient, the vast majority of living beings of the same level couldn't withstand it. Finally, the 3 B types that surprised Qi Ping the most were also those that drew his attention the most in the second stage, the 3 magnates of color. The 3 heroes in colors Blood Armor B, Golden Armor B, and Jade Armor B felt quite extraordinary at the second stage. Qi Ping thought that if they could successfully transform, their talent traits should be impressive. If 1 or 2 of them could succeed, it would yield a remarkable B species. All 3 heroes successfully transformed, which Qi Ping never anticipated, and it was a complete surprise. However, what delighted Qi Ping the most were the talents and traits of the 3 heroes in colors. After days of testing and communicating with the bees, Qi Ping fully tested out the talents and traits of the 3 heroes in colors. The first is the Jade Green Bee. Species, Apothecary Bee, Golden Marrow Bee variant. Bloodline, Tier 2 low level. Talent, Medicinal Intuition, Brewing Artisan, Honey Lover. Medicinal Intuition, has an exceptionally keen intuition for the properties of spiritual medicine, capable of easily extracting different properties from spiritual medicine and merging them with others. Brewing Artisan, has a natural talent in brewing honey, able to turn pollen into honey, and even brew honey from some spiritual medicines, effectively extracting and purifying medicinal properties. Honey Lover, has a strong interest in honey brewing, enjoys researching various types of honey brewing, and loves to try different types of honey. Evaluation, a born honey brewing expert, capable of creating honey with amazing effects. Apothecary Bee, leave the honey research to us. Among the 8 transformed bees, Qi Ping is most satisfied with the Apothecary Bee. Although the Apothecary Bee's combat power is quite lacking, its functionality is incredibly strong. Not only does it surpass the brewing Big Belly Bee in medicinal fusion and honey brewing, but it also lacks the low intelligence drawback of the brewing Big Belly Bee. It even has a keen interest in researching the brewing of honey. To describe the Apothecary Bee as a born honey brewing expert is an understatement. It seems I can save myself the trouble of researching honey formulas in the future, I just need to leave it to the Apothecary Bee. As long as there are enough varieties of spiritual medicine in my territory, I can surely develop some surprising honeys. Whether for cultivation, body refining, healing, spiritual power restoration, or enhancing the Bee King, Qi Ping doesn't mind any effect. Perhaps it could even brew something with incredible effects. Overall, the Apothecary Bee holds great value for Qi Ping. The second is the Dark Golden Bee. At first, Qi Ping thought it was of the gold attribute, but after testing and communicating with the bee itself, it turned out to be of the Earth attribute. Species, Earth Armor Bee, Golden Marrow Bee variant. Bloodline, Tier 2 low level. Talent, Earth Element Affinity, Thick Earth Armor, Blast Tail Spike. Earth Element Affinity, has a very high affinity for Earth attribute power, capable of easily manipulating and exerting Earth attribute spiritual power. Thick Earth Armor, the body is covered in a layer of Earth attribute armor, providing high defense and slightly enhancing physical strength. Blast Tail Spike, the tail has transformed into a special Earth spike condensation and launching mechanism, able to shoot spikes with armor-piercing power, and explode upon hitting the target. Evaluation, don't underestimate the bee's small tail spike, for it carries special attribute power, capable of causing great damage and depletion to physical body and spiritual power. Initially, Qi Ping was curious about the power of the bee's explosive tail spike, and it wasn't until he experienced it personally that he realized its strength. It shot out at great speed from a distance, causing considerable depletion of spiritual power upon explosion, with the special earth attribute power being quite daunting even for Qi Ping. If there were few, it would be manageable, but if there were many, it would definitely be a nightmare-level existence. So, the combat power of the Earth Armor Bee is quite commendable. Qi Ping finally has a bee with magic talents for attacking. However, the best approach is to combine with an array formation, having the Earth Armor Bees form a large Earth attribute formation, making their attacks and firepower much more fierce. A simple Earth attribute joint array is not difficult for Qi Ping now. He can't craft exquisite arrays yet, but setting up a battle formation where they can connect and support each other is not too hard, albeit less effective, but it can still boost the Earth Armor Bee swarm's combat power by 20 to 30%. The last one is the Blood Armor Bee, which had appeared from the start. Species: Blood Armor Bee, Golden Marrow Bee variant. Bloodline, Tier 2 low level. Talent: Strong body, bloodthirst, blood armor. Strong body, physical strength, speed, defense, and other attributes are greatly enhanced, along with decent self-healing capabilities. Bloodthirst, enters a frenzy when injured, causing energy and blood within to launch a vicious attack. Blood armor, the body is covered in a layer of earth attribute armor, providing high defense and greatly enhancing physical strength. In terms of combat capability, the Blood Armor Bee slightly disappointed Qi Ping. It's not that the Blood Armor Bee is weak, rather, upon advancing to Tier 2, close combat has its disadvantages compared to ranged attacks for battles among Foundation establishment cultivators. However, the Blood Armor Bee's strength is not bad, as a supplement to the Earth Armor Bee combat swarm, it adds diversity to their attacks. Moreover, the greater role of the Blood Armor Bee is in aiding the transformation of the Bee King. Once the Bee King inherits the bloodline power of the Blood Armor Bee, its physical quality will significantly improve. This holds great significance for the future. Enhancing the foundational quality of the Bee King not only boosts the swarm's combat power but also increases its transformation potential, especially when assimilating the Demon Insect King's bloodline, greatly raising the success rate. Overall, the transformation status of the Apothecary Bee, Earth Armor Bee, and Blood Armor Bee among the three heroes in colors has left Qi Ping very satisfied. For the future, I'll primarily focus on cultivating the Apothecary Bee, Earth Armor Bee, Blood Armor Bee, and Highly Poisonous Bee, using them as the main bloodline for absorption and transformation, while Scout Bees and Balanced Bees will be rotated in support. This combination can maximize the transformation potential of the Bee King. Overall, Qi Ping is very satisfied with this cultivation effort, and the entire swarm has been particularly excited these past few days. However, for now, the primary focus should be on cultivating the Earth Armor Bee, with Blood Armor Bee, Apothecary Bee, Highly Poisonous Bee, and Scout Bee being cultivated in small numbers for the time being. Qi Ping's 4 spiritual origin stone pillars have almost depleted their spiritual energy after prolonged use, likely able to cultivate at most 2 to 300 Tier 2 bee species. The spiritual energy provided by the Star Spirit Wood, Spirit Gathering technique, is relatively limited, and it's challenging to support large-scale bee swarm and spiritual medicine cultivation. Therefore, once the spiritual energy from the 4 spiritual essence stone pillars is exhausted, Qi Ping needs to either find a cheap but high spiritual energy alternative for making spiritual fertilizer, or find a suitable micro-spirit vein essence for personal cultivator use. The spirit vein essence is the core of medium to small-sized spirit veins, allowing the earth vein to continuously generate spiritual energy, guarded by major sects with array formations. For instance, the spirit vein essence of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range is guarded by a golden core level array of the Cyan Origin sect. However, spirit vein essences occasionally appear on the market, with the micro-spirit vein essence corresponding to the Qi refining stage spiritual energy, some even only at the mid-stage Qi refining level. The cultivation and promotion difficulty of the spirit vein essence is extremely high, requiring substantial resource investment, making the price of micro-spirit vein essence not particularly high. Of course, it's also not cheap, with market value ranging from 30,000 to 200,000 spirit stones. With Qi Ping's current financial capability, if he sells all the honey accumulated during this period, along with his spirit stones and the spoils from Foundation establishment cultivators, he can afford the lowest grade of spirit vein essence. Previously, Qi Ping hesitated to purchase a spirit vein essence due to insufficient power and spirit stones, and the cultivation difficulty of the spirit vein essence being extremely high. In terms of value, it might even be more convenient and easy to make spiritual fertilizer. However, Qi Ping suddenly realized that the druid skills tree spirit contract and natural sanctuary seemed to accelerate the growth of the spirit vein essence. Because just after Qi Ping had the bee swarm complete their transformation, the abundant druid experience fed back from the transformed swarm was enough for Qi Ping to advance to level 6 druid. Upon advancing to level 6 druid, in the tree shepherd profession side, he could choose a skill called natural sanctuary. Qi Ping had long decided to select this skill, but didn't realize until now that the combination of tree spirit contract and natural sanctuary could accelerate the growth of the spirit vein essence. After Qi Ping finished studying the talents and traits of the Tier 2 bee species, he instructed the Bee King to cultivate the Tier 2 bees. Qi Ping estimated that this process would take over 2 months, during which he could cultivate around 200 earth armor bees and around a dozen other bee species. With these Tier 2 bees, along with the 10,000 Tier 1 combat bees, whether Qi Ping uses the swarm for battle or transforms flexibly into Tier 1 or Tier 2 bees to flee or evade strong enemies, his safety will be more assured. Qi Ping also plans to take this time to study the formation battle arrays suitable for earth armor bees, so their collective combat power can further enhance. After completing all this, Qi Ping began looking at his options for upgrading his druid skills. Bee Swarm Transformation, gain 85 druid level experience. Druid level, LV5, 1600 to Druid level, LV6, 26/3200. Generating Druid level 6 skills. Choose your professional skill. Beast King Druid, pick one from 2 sleep, Beast Blood Boiling. LV1 Sleep, you can launch a spiritual attack to put enemies into a slumber state. The higher the ally's spiritual power, and the lower the enemies, the better the sleep effect, active, upgradable. LV1 Beast Blood Boiling, after casting the skill, burn blood to enter a special state of significant full attribute increase. After the state ends, you will be weak for a period. Active, non-upgradable. Tree Shepherd, exclusive to Tree Shepherd Natural Sanctuary. LV1 Natural Sanctuary, exclusive to Tree Shepherd. You can choose a location as your natural sanctuary. After selection, changing it requires a cooldown of 1 year. Passive, upgradable. Effect 1. Within the range of the natural sanctuary, allied entities can receive a 10% full attribute amplification, and the coverage range can increase with the level. Effect 2. Within the range of the natural sanctuary, contracted trees under the tree spirit contract can quickly recover if not in a death state. Effect 3. Within the range of the natural sanctuary, plant growth speed increases by 10%. The natural sanctuary skill is finally here. Qi Ping looked at the options on the panel, and his face revealed an unavoidable smile. He immediately made his choices. Tree Shepherd selects Natural Sanctuary. Beast King Druid selects Curse Immunity. Although there was only one option for the Tree Shepherd, Qi Ping could still choose skills that appeared in the past from jungle druids, such as the skill Greed Vine, so he still needed to actively choose. As for the skills available for the Beast King Druid this time, both Sleep and Beast Blood Boiling are considered powerful skills in the game, capable of granting immediate strong combat power. However, in the Immortal Cultivation realm, they're somewhat less impressive. Beast Blood Boiling has spells like the Blood Burning technique in the Immortal Cultivation realm as substitutes, making its value less appealing. The Sleep skill is much better than Beast Blood Boiling. As the level increases, Sleep can slowly become a powerful Divine Soul technique, but it can still be replaced. It might even be inferior to the 100 Eyes Demon realm shared from the Little Flower Demon for a period, wasting Qi Ping's time in practice. So its value isn't high, it's better to use the previously discarded Curse Immunity skill. Curse Immunity, reduce or immunize most curse damages. After all, Curse Immunity, being passive, can provide Qi Ping constant protection. Moreover, in the game, I remember 2 mystical side skills that weren't curse types, but were negated by Curse Immunity. Does this mean that certain immortal cultivation methods, such as causal calculations, if adverse to me, could also be resisted by curse immunity? Qi Ping wasn't very sure about this, as no skills like causal calculations existed in the game, so he didn't know the specific scope of curse immunity. Nevertheless, curse immunity still holds way more value than sleep and beast blood boiling. Perhaps it might save my life at some point, or prevent some unnecessary crisis. Natural Sanctuary skill chosen. Generating Natural Sanctuary status. Natural Sanctuary owner, Qi Ping. Sanctuary level, LV1, 6/100ths, coverage area, a radius of 100 meters. Sanctuary effect, 10% full attribute amplification for all allies, special energy recovery speed of tree spirit contract trees increased by 100%, plant growth speed increased by 10%. Tree spirit contract, star spirit wood, spirit gathering technique. Number of spiritual medicines, Tier 1 spiritual medicine, 21 types. Array, illusionary array of reality and illusion, Tier 1 high level, concealing array, Tier 1 high level, celestial fire meteor array, Tier 1 high level, earth wall array, Tier 1 low level. PS, more and stronger trees under tree spirit contract within the sanctuary, the higher the sanctuary level. Not bad, now the status of my territory is clear at a glance. Looking at the data displayed on the panel, a satisfied smile appeared on Qi Ping's face. With the sanctuary status panel, he can check the status of his territory at any time. The current range of 100 meters in radius is sufficient for now, converting to over 30,000 square meters, enough for me to plant a lot of spiritual medicines and spirit trees. The maximum coverage area of a Tier 1 high-level illusion array is just 10,000 square meters. Over more than a year, Qi Ping put in a lot of effort to gradually improve formations to reach the Tier 1 high level, setting up 3 Tier 1 high-level arrays, among which the Celestial Fire Meteor Array is a high-level attack array, capable of killing late-stage Qi refining cultivators when activated. Achieving such a level of formations quickly is naturally due to Qi Ping breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and having high talent in the path of fire and illusions, otherwise, setting up high-level formations in such a short time would have been impossible. For arrays like the Earth Wall Array, he can only set up at a Tier 1 low level currently. Qi Ping knows that becoming a Tier 2 array master is still very far off, needing at least many more years. However, Qi Ping is not in a rush, since he now has a lifespan of 500 years. Spending 1 to 200 years to break through to the Golden Core wouldn't be an issue, he would still be in his prime by then, giving him plenty of time to accomplish many things. But the prerequisite is to survive here steadily for long-term development. Surviving here requires constant spiritual qi, relying on the star spirit wood to absorb spiritual qi from the cloud mist mountain range certainly won't suffice. Only by cultivating a strong spirit vein and completely concealing it within his sanctuary using formations, Qi Ping can have an endless supply of spiritual qi to survive here, slowly developing a strong and stable territory. Thus, Qi Ping's core task in the coming period is to find a way to obtain a micro-spirit vein essence and then use natural sanctuary and tree spirit contract to cultivate the spirit vein. The reason these two skill talents can accelerate the growth of the spirit vein is mainly based on two aspects. One is the spirit vein enhancement method. Similar to spirit tree essence, spirit medicine essence, spirit beast essence, human race essence, spirit medicine essence, special spiritual objects containing the power of heaven and earth, can all accelerate the growth of a spirit vein. However, extracting such essences causes extremely difficult to repair damage to the spirit trees, and thus, the cost is very high, rarely practiced. However, with the natural sanctuary, Qi Ping can easily extract 10% of the spirit tree's essence each time without affecting the contracted spirit tree to enhance the spirit vein. Once the contracted spirit tree recovers with the help of the natural sanctuary, Qi Ping can extract again. In this way, the spirit vein can be quickly enhanced. Next, as long as we obtain a spirit vein essence, we can utilize the natural sanctuary's ability to restore contracted trees. By continuously extracting spirit tree essence, we can rapidly enhance the spiritual meridian. I also need to find a way to increase the number of spirit woods bound by the tree spirit contract. Given my current spiritual power strength, I can still contract quite a few high-level spirit trees. Having found a solution to the issue of acquiring spiritual qi, Qi Ping was incredibly excited. This directly solved a fundamental problem for him. By using the natural sanctuary to continually improve the spiritual meridian, he could avoid the brutal conflicts over spiritual meridians in the immortal cultivation realm. He only needed to acquire more high-level spirit trees and establish contracts with them. Once the spiritual meridian is cultivated, with the array intercepting all spiritual qi within it, Qi Ping could hardly imagine how dense the spiritual qi in his domain might become. At the very least, he wouldn't need to worry about the spiritual qi required for his own cultivation and for nurturing his animal companions. If the enhancement speed of the spiritual meridian is fast enough, it could even help Qi Ping set up stronger arrays. An array based on a powerful spiritual meridian as its foundation is far superior to those based on spirit stones or common materials. This represents not only a higher strength but also the ability to draw upon the spiritual qi of the spiritual meridian for strength restoration and repair. One reason why most sects in the immortal cultivation realm use a spiritual meridian as one of the bases for their protective grand arrays is its reinforcement. Even several times the combat power might not be enough to conquer a sect blessed with a strong spiritual meridian. After the level 6 druid skills were selected, Qi Ping's new attribute panel was quickly generated. Compared to over a year ago, Qi Ping's overall data had once again seen significant improvement. Skills selection completed, generating attribute panel. Name, Qi Ping. Level, LV6, 26/3200. Professions, Beast King Druid, Primary, Tree Shepherd, Jungle Druid Advanced, Secondary. Talents, Animal Companions, Heart of Nature, Tree Spirit Contract. Animal Companions, 4 out of 6, Golden Marrow Bee, Young Fire Crow, Enchanting Immortal Fox, 1 Seal, 100 Eyes Flower Demon. Wilderness Transformation, 1/2, Golden Marrow Bee, Tier 1, Tier 2 derivative bee forms can transform at will. Shared Talent, Brewing Artisan, Tier 2, Young Fire Body, Enchantment God Seal, 100 Eyes Demon Realm. Special Talents, Heaven and Earth Blessing, Farming Realm. Skills, LV4 Plant Growth, 451/800, LV1 Beast King's Blessing, 51/100, LV5 Tree Skin Technique, 1092/1600, Explosion, LV3 Healing Technique, 100/400, LV4 Beast King's Flame, 75/800. Skills, Constant Animal Communication, Beast Friend, Wild Heart, Natural Perception, Beast King's Will, Curse Immunity. Natural Sanctuary LV1, 6/100ths, radius of 100 meters. Druid Level Experience plus 1625, Plant Growth Experience plus 478, Beast King's Blessing Experience plus 9, Tree Skin Technique Experience plus 782, Healing Technique Experience plus 189, Beast King's Flame Experience plus 307. This is the result of my efforts over the past year. Regarding the progress over the year, Qi Ping was quite satisfied. Heaven rewards diligence, none of his efforts over the past year were in vain. Plant Growth Skill advanced to level 4, Healing Technique to level 3, and Beast King's Flame to level 4. Among them, advancing Plant Growth to level 4 enabled him to cultivate Centennial Blood Ginseng and subsequently transform bee colonies, while the upgrade of Beast King's Flame increased his fire attribute talent once again, boosting his combat power. Besides these skill level upgrades, other aspects also saw substantial improvement. Initially, his Great Brewmaster talent was replaced by a more powerful Brewing Artisan talent from the evolved Tier 2 Apothecary Bee. The available slots for animal companions increased to 2 again, allowing Qi Ping to contract 2 more animal companions and share 2 shared talents. For new animal companions, Qi Ping was still inclined to choose one with a strong comprehension talent. He needed to cultivate a lot of things now, such as array and true meaning of the law, which were essential, and many spells also required some effort in cultivation. Having a single means of cultivation was secondary, the most important thing was enhancing his cultivation techniques and magic foundations. Each of these tasks required Qi Ping to invest energy in researching. If his comprehension were a bit higher, it would make things much smoother. Additionally, increasing his divine soul talent would also greatly benefit Qi Ping. Next, Qi Ping aimed to acquire the 5 elements talent. The path of the five elements was a route Qi Ping was determined to pursue, so he would not miss any suitable five elements talent. Besides that, some rare spirit beasts with special attribute skills were also an option. The last matter that concerned Qi Ping was the addition of another wilderness transformation slot, which made him slightly hesitant. Regarding the second wilderness transformation form, Qi Ping had yet to decide. He intended to reserve the second wilderness transformation form for a spirit beast with rare attributes. This relates to another setting of wilderness transformation. The first phase is a special transformation, subjected to many restrictions. Only at the second phase, the complete transformation state, could he fully integrate his entire body structure and bloodline into the transformation state, and utilize the transformed state to learn skills and enhance attributes. However, his current druid level had not reached the condition for the complete transformation state. Thus, unless necessary, Qi Ping planned to reserve the upcoming wilderness transformation slot for spirit beasts with powerful bloodlines or special attributes. For instance, a spatial class pet beast, or a spirit beast with divine beast bloodline. Once he had the complete transformation state of wilderness transformation, Qi Ping could also utilize the transformed state to navigate and transact within the domains dominated by the demon beast race for trading and resource acquisition. Identifying as the human race made it very challenging to trade with demon beasts. However, shifting to the demon race would make things much easier. This advantage would enable Qi Ping to access resources that other cultivators could not easily obtain. Because of the rough management, the demon beast territories possessed much richer resources compared to the human race areas, and they were easier to locate, unlike among humans where even a small spiritual vein needed to be fenced off and rented out. With the resources in hand, the improvements have become significant without realizing it. It's just unfortunate that after cultivating another batch of Tier 2 bees, the spiritual Qi resources here will essentially be depleted. In this situation, Qi Ping had to find ways to acquire resources externally. Having lost the channel through Meng Yan, the difficulty in acquiring and trading resources for Qi Ping increased dramatically. Therefore, over the next 2 to 3 months, while cultivating Tier 2 bee colonies and creating the Earth Armor Bee battle array, Qi Ping was continually exploring new trade channels. For instance, considering heading to the core Qingtian city of the Qingtian realm, the Black Market, the core city of the neighboring Great Realm, or the homely of Ning Mountain family, etc. Meanwhile, he was consistently thinking about how to utilize his advantages to walk and trade safely outside, as individuals like Meng Yan were very rare. Under Qi Ping's efforts, he eventually discovered a way to maximize his safety while traveling outside. So, the natural perception skill could be used like this. Isn't this essentially a simplified version of navigating auspicious paths and avoiding misfortunes? Natural perception can predict good and bad fortune and is currently the only skill Qi Ping possesses that can forewarn him of danger. In the game, this skill is only useful in specific instances, but in the immortal cultivation realm, Qi Ping can use it anytime, although it's still limited to passive activation, only useful in special situations. However, Qi Ping still feels there's a risk. The limitation of passive activation is too great, and in some special circumstances, it might be too late. Therefore, in the past few months, Qi Ping has been trying to research the conditions for actively triggering natural perception. And the results corresponding to the things sensed upon activation. Through Qi Ping's diligent attempts and testing, he genuinely discovered something. It's that Qi Ping focuses all his heart and mind on the task at hand. If it will bring danger or fortune, it will induce some sense of good or bad fortune. For instance, a month ago, when the bees discovered a group of late Tier 1 demonic insects in the Cloud Mist mountain range, Qi Ping concentrated his mind on imagining going through the demonic insect's location without any spiritual power defense, and natural perception gave a slight sense of bad fortune, though not very intense. This indicated that it posed some danger to Qi Ping, but the level of danger wasn't high. Qi Ping then tested similar scenarios and found that this method indeed allowed for active triggering of natural perception. The only cost might be some expenditure of mental energy. Then, Qi Ping tried to expand the scope, for instance, walking past a large area near the demonic insects, and found that natural perception still reacted, but the sense was much weaker. Finally, Qi Ping further expanded the scope, walking aimlessly in the large area near the demonic insects without any defense, and found that the sense of danger was exactly the same as when actively passing near the demonic insects. However, this consumed a lot of mental energy, almost overwhelming Qi Ping, who was in the foundation establishment stage. It took a long time for him to recover. After further testing, Qi Ping finally roughly understood the method of actively triggering the natural perception skill. In terms of mental energy consumption, the higher the level of the tested target, the more mental energy it consumes. Divine skill. This is truly a divine skill. After Qi Ping figured out the usage of the natural perception skill, he was truly excited. His greatest fear was encountering danger while out or during trade with others. But now, being able to actively trigger natural perception, it's much more convenient to do things, as he can always test with natural perception first, giving him confidence in his actions. Shortly after Qi Ping completed the testing of natural perception, Tier 2B Swarm was also officially cultivated. After the spiritual origin stone pillar's energy was completely exhausted, the cultivation of the Tier 2B Swarm reached its peak. If Qi Ping could not obtain the spirit vein essence, his cultivation, spiritual medicine cultivation, and animal companion cultivation would basically be in a state of basic pause. Relying solely on the spiritual qi absorbed from star spirit wood, spirit gathering technique, it's barely enough to maintain Qi Ping's daily needs. 230 earth armor bees, 20 each of apothecary bees, blood armor bees, scout bees, highly poisonous bees, balanced bees, and 5 mountain-moving bees. Not bad at all. After the bees advanced to Tier 2, they grew to be larger than a fist, making them harder to cultivate than when they were in Tier 1. However, with the increase in size, the individual combat power of the bees is also continuously increasing, and it doesn't require as many to handle cultivators of the same level as in Tier 1. After cultivating the earth armor bees, Qi Ping used them as the array base to engrave an array. Once this array is activated, it can enhance the bee's strength by about 20 to 30%, and it can also provide further increases in attack and defense to some bees. For example, if a group of bees is under heavy attack from an enemy, Qi Ping can use the power of the array to focus on reinforcing that particular group. Although the battle array tactics that Qi Ping developed are still far inferior to truly powerful ones, they're quite useful for the time being. After inscribing the array, Qi Ping sparred with the 230 earth armor bees that activated the array. The result satisfied Qi Ping quite a bit. Even though his defenses weren't breached by the over 200 earth armor bees, he found it considerably troublesome. The earth armor bees attacked from all directions, from every angle, forcing him to fully activate his defenses, which also placed a significant drain on Qi Ping himself. These earth armor bees excelled in defense, and with the array's augmentation and flexible maneuvering from all directions, Qi Ping found it exceptionally difficult to handle. The flame burst fireball truly felt like using a cannon to swat a fly. The key is without full force, the earth armor bees' defenses couldn't be breached. Moreover, the earth armor bees could attack from a distance, and by flexibly adjusting their attack positions according to the battle array, they didn't give Qi Ping the opportunity to focus his attack. Not bad, not bad. While they still fall short of slaying a foundation establishment cultivator, they are more than adequate for containment, and against a weaker foundation establishment cultivator, there's even a potential chance of slaying. After a series of combat tests, Qi Ping was very satisfied with these earth armor bees' combat abilities. For over 200 earth armor bees to reach this level was already very satisfying to him. Earth armor bees reinforced by battle array tactics were indeed very challenging to deal with. If the number of these earth armor bees reached 1,000, their combat power would reach a level that could make even early-stage foundation establishment cultivators step back in fear. Everything's ready, let's set off. With everything in place, Qi Ping took his bee swarm and Yaya, leaving sufficient guard in the array, and stepped out of the Cloud Mist mountain range for the first time in over a year. He was now ready to set off in search of Old Man Zhou. On the way to the mortal world, Qi Ping would use natural perception from time to time to sense any good or bad fortune in his path, and only after finding no ominous signs would he continue forward. Although it was a bit troublesome, Qi Ping was quite content with this. Ever since the Qing Tian realm fell into chaos, he had not felt so at ease outside. This ability to predict fortune and misfortune was indeed marvelous. However, Qi Ping didn't relax his guard, knowing that such mysterious skills certainly have limitations, such as encounters with those who can evade such skills or those far superior in strength, which could still pose a threat. Thus, even with natural perception to foresee good or bad fortune, Qi Ping dared not be careless. Up ahead should be the mortal world. After traveling for a long time, Qi Ping sensed the thin, almost imperceptible spiritual qi ahead, realizing he was about to leave the cultivation world. This was the first time since crossing to this world that Qi Ping set foot in the mortal world. It wasn't until sensing the nearly absent spiritual qi of the mortal world that Qi Ping understood what thin spiritual qi truly meant, making the cloud mist mountain range's spiritual qi seem excessively abundant in comparison. No wonder it's hard for cultivators to stay in the mortal world. After finally traversing a forest filled with venomous creatures and fierce beasts, Qi Ping fully entered the mortal world. This forest served as a long barrier segregating the mortal world from the cultivation world, only passable safely by cultivators reaching the cultivation world. Upon entering the mortal world, following the address given by Old Man Zhou, Qi Ping simulated his route while skillfully triggering natural perception. Qi Ping initially expected no different response than before, but instead, a good omen appeared in his perception. A good omen? How could there be a good omen in the mortal world? How can there be an omen in the mortal realm? Strange. You must know that Qi Ping almost traversed half of the cloud mist mountain range and found nothing that could give him an omen. Yet now, it has manifested in the mortal realm. And just now, the sensation was quite intense, consuming much of Qi Ping's heart spirit, proving that what caused the omen was not simple. Feeling somewhat strange, Qi Ping attempted to trigger it again and found it was indeed identical to before. There really is an omen. Qi Ping was astonished inside and also filled with intense curiosity about what in the mortal realm could cause such an omen for him. However, there seems to be a hint of danger interwoven with the omen, suggesting that this journey might involve some degree of risk. Is it truly a blessing in disguise? Perhaps it's because my strength can resolve the dangers present, so the ominous sign isn't obvious. But since there's an omen of calamity, it still poses a certain threat to me, so I can't be careless. It's better to remain cautious in all things. Qi Ping wasn't overwhelmed by the sudden omen, becoming even more cautious than when there were no sensations. For the hidden danger could signify another possibility, the menace was vast beyond natural perception skills limits. Though the likelihood was slim, with Qi Ping's cautious nature, he prepared to flee at any moment. Then, he continued to advance according to the situation simulated in his heart spirit. His speed and route mirrored the simulation in his heart spirit. As Qi Ping delved deeper into the study of natural perception skill, he increasingly felt the intertwining of blessing and disaster, the unpredictability of fortune and misfortune. In extreme circumstances, what was highly auspicious one second could turn severely ominous the next. The changes in routes, timing, behaviors, etc., could all lead to altered omens. Thinking this, Qi Ping simulated different variables and triggered natural perception a few times. Finding it still unchanged, Qi Ping felt relieved. If he had detected several severe omens just now, Qi Ping would have unhesitatingly changed his timing and route to search elsewhere. For without confirming fortune from misfortune, Qi Ping thought it was better than having none. Since peaceful farming and beekeeping could gradually lead to cultivation, why take unnecessary risks? But if there's no danger, that's a different matter. The spiritual qi in the mortal realm truly is too scarce. Qi Ping observed the mortal realm situation according to the simulated state. As he stayed longer in the mortal realm, Qi Ping also began to feel slightly uncomfortable. No wonder cultivators are unwilling to stay in the mortal realm. After adapting to the immortal cultivation realm's environment, the comfort level of the mortal realm is vastly inferior. There indeed is a slight presence of turbid air in the atmosphere. Short-term effects might be negligible, but long-term exposure in the mortal realm could affect lower-level cultivators' subsequent cultivation. Because expelling such turbid air takes a long time and isn't something a qi-refining cultivator can actively manage, only foundation establishment methods can actively purge these impurities. As Qi Ping advanced, he also gradually saw the myriad forms of mortal realm life. The living state of people in the mortal realm was nothing special, akin to the normal lifestyle of humans in a non-technological era. People worked from sunrise to sunset, with small-scale trades in streets and alleys. If there's something special to mention, it's that the mortal realm's populace wasn't in a bad state at all. Qi Ping had learned from several books that the immortal cultivation realm regularly dispatched cultivators to check on the human race's living conditions in the mortal realm. In cases of major natural disasters, the mortal realm could request cultivators for assistance. For this reason, the mortal realm held exceptional respect for cultivators, as they truly helped them. Now, having seen the state of the mortal realm's people, Qi Ping realized this was indeed the case, otherwise, the mortal realm wouldn't be so prosperous. The books explain that the immortal cultivation realm's ancient regulation is responsible for ensuring the mortal realm's prosperity, which sect powers of the immortal cultivation realm have obligations to uphold. In the past, some sects recklessly massacred without regard for mortal realm lives, leaving countless corpses and starving mortals. The next day, powerful cultivators arrived to annihilate their sect leaders and other power figures, demanding that they immediately rectify the affairs of the mortal realm and restore its prosperity. Back then, Qi Ping thought pretty well of the immortal cultivation realm after reading about these things. Even under the Cyan origin sect's governance, he and Old Man Zhou experienced decent overall living quality. But now, with deeper understanding of the immortal cultivation realm, Qi Ping suddenly sensed an inexplicable fear when observing matters concerning the mortal realm. Just half a day's disturbance in the mortal realm, and those top-tier sect's powerful cultivators descended, excluding travel time, they must have set out the moment trouble arose. And it's almost always like this, with no exceptions. This in itself is terrifying, meaning those top-tier powerful cultivators constantly monitor the mortal realm. What could there possibly be in the mortal realm to tempt such top-tier cultivators? Is it truly for the prosperity of the human race that they strive tirelessly? Yet these powerful cultivators never show any mercy when slaying those sect leaders. Anyway, Qi Ping found something fishy no matter how he thought about it. But for ordinary people and loose cultivators, it's a good thing. Without these iron rules, the lives of mortals and loose cultivators would be much more difficult. After observing throughout, Qi Ping gained a basic understanding of this mortal realm and gradually lost interest in watching further. Life in the mortal realm was barely acceptable, but not what he pursued. This seemingly bustling world was merely about twists and turns, family trivialities, struggles for interests. Qi Ping simply couldn't arouse any interest. It further strengthened his belief in pursuing the immortal Tao for eternal life. Unknowingly, Qi Ping felt that through these experiences, his Tao heart realm had solidified further. With Tao heart enhancement, this trip to the mortal realm wasn't in vain. Subsequently, Qi Ping collected his heart spirit, continuing his search for the address given by Old Man Zhou. As he walked, and the distance gradually closed, Qi Ping's perception became more intense. It wasn't until he stepped into a grand mountain of the mortal realm that Qi Ping gradually detected something unusual. Unusual spiritual qi fluctuations. In battles within the mortal realm, the scattered spiritual qi was exceedingly conspicuous. Upon discovering this anomaly, Qi Ping immediately deployed Tier 2 scout bees to pave the way ahead. The great mountains in the mortal realm weren't much smaller than the Cloud Mist mountain range, yet the spiritual qi was too scarce. Despite his foundation establishment prowess, it took Qi Ping considerable time to discern the faint battle fluctuations. Thus, Qi Ping halted, intending to let the scout bees investigate and clarify the situation first. Not long after, a scout bee swiftly returned. Buzz buzz. Boss, there's a creature encased in bizarre rock, fighting with several people, and the battle is fierce. A creature wrapped in rock. Is there any spirit beast that wraps itself in rock during battle? Qi Ping immediately felt a hint of confusion, unable to recall which kind of spirit beast wraps itself in rock during battle. How strong are they? Qi Ping continued to ask. Buzz. 2 Tier 2 humans, 1 Tier 1, judging from the battle situation, they are much weaker than the boss. Buzz. The other creature wrapped in rock is also at Tier 2, not fast, but with impressive defense. Hearing that the enemy's combat power was inferior to his own, Qi Ping felt somewhat relieved. Not fast, impressive defense. Buzz. Yes, boss. Could it be? Suddenly, an answer surfaced in Qi Ping's mind. Stone spirit. Or stone essence. No way. If it really was a stone spirit, Chi Ping would have struck gold. But the only thing that perfectly matched the scout bee's description was indeed the stone spirit. The stone spirit is a rare creature, surpassing even spirit plants in rarity, born from innate ore. Its bloodline tier distribution is vague, determined by the quality of the ore before its transformation. However, the stone spirit's bloodline and power can break through more easily than ordinary spirit beasts, as long as it consumes enough precious ore. For cultivators, the stone spirit is a rare spiritual pet or excellent crafting material, suitable for nurturing into a powerful spirit beast pet or forging into a highly growth life-bound spiritual treasure. And for Chi Ping, the talents of the stone spirit were naturally very tempting. No matter the type, a stone spirit's innate talents usually include super defense, an extremely high metal talent, and a significantly longer lifespan, all of which are highly beneficial to Chi Ping. Some special stone spirits may even possess more powerful talents. Coupled with the stone spirit's relatively easy to improve bloodline and strength, it makes a great choice as an animal companion. Let's go check it out. If it's a stone spirit, I'll do my best to save it. As for the cultivators fighting it, with my current strength, I should be able to manage. If we can communicate, I'll compensate them with some spirit stones. Chi Ping didn't want to turn an encounter into a life-or-death struggle without cause. It's best to make as few enemies as essential. Then Chi Ping immediately transformed into a Tier 2 Scout Bee through wilderness transformation. The Scout Bee, with its stealth and perceptive traits, is most suited as a reconnaissance form. After completing his transformation, Chi Ping followed the Scout Bee reporting the situation to the battlefield. Not long after, Chi Ping saw both sides of the conflict beneath a large canyon. It really is a stone spirit. Upon seeing that wrapped figure, Chi Ping immediately recognized the stone spirit's identity. The stone spirit had tightly wrapped its true form in various tough ores, forming a rock monster. At this moment, battling the stone spirit were two early Foundation establishment stage cultivators, their hair slightly graying, with their physical vitality beginning to age. Behind them was a young man in splendid treasure clothing, holding a valuable magic scroll intended for contracting spirit beasts. However, upon understanding the scene in the canyon, Chi Ping was filled with surprise. How dare these two not in their prime old men deal with an early Tier 2 stone spirit? Could they think this stone spirit is in a weakened state and thus can't defeat them? After considering, Chi Ping could only come up with this reason. It did seem overly confident. Although this stone spirit was clearly just awakened after a long period in the mortal realm and was somewhat weakened, it certainly wasn't something those two old men could easily handle. This stone spirit's frailty was also related to its inherent characteristics. Stone spirits have long lifespans, limited intelligence, prefer tranquility over movement, and lack a strong desire for power, appearing quite passive. Sometimes it doesn't matter where they are, they'll pick a mountain and sleep for hundreds or even thousands of years. However, seeing this stone spirit which obviously slept in the mortal realm's mountains, Chi Ping thought it was a bit too passive. It should have chosen a mountain with a spirit vein. Due to cultivators' particular fondness for stone spirits, forging growth-type life-bound treasure artifacts, a stone spirit's low intelligence in the mortal realm isn't necessarily a bad thing, as the chance of being discovered is significantly lower, although it was a pity it was found by other cultivators. Nonetheless, Chi Ping wasn't worried about the stone spirit's safety because even if it was passive, its combat power was top tier among its level, far beyond what those two old men could take on. The battle on the field demonstrated this point. The two old men fought the weakened stone spirit for a while, but besides breaking some stones, they couldn't harm the stone spirit's true form, and they ended up sustaining considerable internal injuries from its counterattacks. However, the stone spirit's agility was poor, severely weakened from a prolonged sleep, which was the only reason it hadn't inflicted deadly damage on the two Foundation establishment cultivators. The battle that ensued further proved Chi Ping's assessment was correct. After a bout of intense fighting, the two Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't hold on any longer. Severely wounded, they spewed a mouthful of fresh blood and immediately fled with the young man ready to forcibly contract behind them. Let's go first. This stone spirit doesn't have anything to recover with, so once we take elixirs to recover our spiritual power and physical injuries, we can come back and settle the score with it. It won't run far. If your contract doesn't succeed, you can always forge it into a life-bound treasure artifact. Seeing the two who had pestered it for so long wanting to leave, the stone spirit gave chase, but its heavy body moved too slowly for the Foundation establishment cultivators. After a while, it could only watch them disappear. Afterward, the slightly bemused stone spirit maintained its rock monster form for a bit, and, finding no more threats, released its current form. Stripped of the stone spirit's power, the extraordinary-looking stone instantly turned into ordinary rocks, falling to the ground. The stone that could withstand Foundation establishment attacks is made of ordinary rocks. Upon seeing this, Chi Ping was struck with amazement by the stone spirit's remarkable abilities. Moments later, the heap of scattered stones slightly moved, and then a coal-like figure, the stone spirit's true form, emerged from within. It was at this moment that Chi Ping finally saw the stone spirit's true form. It was a black stone, roughly 2 to 3 times the size of a fist, looking somewhat like a lump of coal, all black. The limbs were made of several colorful stones, and with a light press of its feet, it agilely bounced out of the pile of stones. The coal-like little stone spirit jumped out from the pile of stones, looking around cautiously. It was now considering where to go. This sleeping spot had been exposed, and it needed to find a new place to sleep. Otherwise, those 2 annoying guys from earlier would definitely return to trouble it. Ding ding. But I'm so hungry, unbearably hungry. I need minerals, need spiritual chi. Ding ding. Where can I find something to eat? It knew it had to find a place rich in spiritual chi, full of minerals to have a proper meal, but its instincts also warned it not to run around recklessly, as it could be dangerous. Ding ding. What should I do? Just as the little stone spirit was at a loss, a figure slowly flew in front of it under its puzzled gaze. What puzzled it was that this person felt different from the ones before, seemingly evoking a deep sense of trust. Hungry? Here, this is for you. Immediately afterward, the figure wrapped several pieces of ore and a blob of spiritual liquid with spiritual power and sent them in front of it. Ding ding. Very hungry, unbearably hungry. Thank you. The little stone spirit took Chi Ping's ore and spiritual liquid with its small stone-made hands and began to consume them, alternating between the ore and the liquid. The hard ore was being crunched crisply in the small stone spirit's mouth, almost as if it were eating crispy skin pastries and cola. It seemed it hadn't tasted anything this flavorful in millennia. But just when the little stone spirit was halfway through enjoying its meal, it suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Who is this person? Why am I eating their food? And this person can understand what I'm saying. Ding ding. Who are you? How can you understand me? Why are you giving me food? Finish eating first, I'll tell you afterward, in case those guys come back and you lack the strength to fight. Chi Ping watched the little stone spirit crunching the hard ore crisply and told it to finish eating first. He wasn't sure if the little stone spirit would be willing to become his animal companion, but he had a good impression of it. If the little stone spirit was unwilling, restoring its strength and finding a place to hide would be good enough, so it wouldn't be caught by other cultivators and turned into a life-bound treasure, with its soul becoming an uncontrolled artifact spirit. Even if it couldn't become an animal companion, being friends was also an option. Furthermore, several tracking imprints were left on the little stone spirit. Evidently, those 3 people would not let it go. After a wild feast, the little stone spirit finally finished Chi Ping's spiritual liquid and the ore. Ding ding. I'm somewhat full, feeling much better. After finishing the earlier items, the little stone spirit finally felt much more comfortable. Ding ding. Thank you so much. Why did you give me food? Because I want you to become my animal companion. Chi Ping stated directly. Conversing with the simple-minded little stone spirit required no cunning detours. An animal companion means being friends, it just requires a contract. Once signed, we'd be friends forever. Ding ding. Then I'd like to be friends with you. Do you have a safe place to sleep? If Chi Ping had a safe place, it could rest there peacefully. Sleeping for hundreds or thousands of years is the most delightful thing for it. Of course. Chi Ping assuredly responded. His future territory would indeed become the safest fortress. Ding ding. Can we go now? I feel those nasty guys might come back. Creatures like the stone spirit have sharp perception and instinctively avoid potential dangers. They're already back. Qi Ping smiled helplessly. Initially, he wanted to reach an agreement with the little stone spirit, erase the imprints from it, and leave early to avoid a risky battle. Unfortunately, those three restored their strength too fast. Before Qi Ping could erase the imprints on the stone spirit, the trio had already arrived. Ding ding. Ha. As soon as the little stone spirit heard Qi Ping's words and turned its head, it saw the three figures who intended harm towards it earlier. Kid. Who are you? We saw this stone spirit first, please don't meddle unwisely. One of the Foundation Establishment cultivators sensed Qi Ping's early-stage Foundation Establishment aura and, considering Qi Ping's mature look, wanted him to back off sensibly. However, before Qi Ping could respond, the younger person among the three spoke up. Seventh uncle, don't let him leave. Let's deal with him first, otherwise, once we're both weakened from fighting the stone spirit, there's no guarantee he won't seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, the one called seventh uncle fell into thought. It was reasonable indeed. But taking action against a same-level Foundation Establishment cultivator whose depth was unclear was something he preferred not to do. However, being shouted at like this left him no choice, especially considering the younger person's higher status. Meanwhile, Qi Ping, hearing this conversation, knew there was no room for communication, so he lost interest in responding to their questions. He turned to the little stone spirit beside him. In this situation, what do you think we should do? Ding ding. My instinct tells me to find a way to kill them, otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. Ding ding. Besides, they already intended harm towards me earlier. The little stone spirit responded confidently without much thought. Alright, you think correctly. Let's join forces and kill them. At this point, Qi Ping had no hesitation. He had originally hoped for a peaceful resolution, but slaughter and strife are perpetual themes in the immortal cultivation realm. Fighting, if unnecessary, can be avoided, but if inevitable, then deliver death with full force. For safety's sake, Qi Ping, before the fight, simulated battle states and modes to proactively trigger natural perception. Finding no significant dangers, he also felt relieved. But, on the other side, the trio, seeing Qi Ping communicating with the stone spirit and understanding the content, was stunned. Qi Ping could communicate with the stone spirit. And, seemingly, they had formed an alliance. What on earth happened in the brief moments just now? However, Qi Ping no longer gave them the chance to think further. Yaya. Earth armor be swarm. In an instant, Qi Ping summoned all his Foundation Establishment combat power. If killing was the task, then do it quickly and leave promptly to avoid complications. The little stone spirit beside him simultaneously absorbed the surrounding stones, armoring itself into a stone monster. With the replenishment of Qi Ping's spiritual liquid and ore, the little stone spirit's current state and aura were far stronger than before. Numb. Completely numb. At the moment Qi Ping's firepower was fully released, the three people who wanted to attack Qi Ping were completely dumbfounded. What did they see? A Tier 2 young fire crow. A group of imposing Tier 2 bees. Plus, Qi Ping's own early-stage Foundation Establishment strength. This time they really stirred up a hornet's nest. The middle-aged man known as Uncle Seven instantly felt his heart turn cold. He gave a look of hating iron for not turning into steel at the young man beside him. All of them were fools. He could now see that Qi Ping had originally meant to negotiate, but because of a sentence from this fool, the possibility of easing with Qi Ping was completely erased. He was really going to get them killed. The young man at this moment was also looking at Qi Ping with wide eyes, completely not expecting Qi Ping to have such strength. Moreover, as someone who practiced the beast taming technique, he understood even more what Qi Ping's pet beast at this moment meant. It's over. Especially that young fire crow, it should have already awakened the great sun body. This is definitely not something these two old fellows beside him, who were not at their peak, could handle. Simultaneously, a sense of jealousy arose in his heart, as he did not even have a pet beast of this level. And this stone spirit was supposed to be his. In just a short moment, despair spread in the hearts of the three people. Originally, Qi Ping summoning two Tier 2 pet beasts was already absurd enough, now even the stone spirit stood on Qi Ping's side. The key was how did the stone spirit seem to be even stronger than before. But no matter what these people thought, it couldn't change the battle that was about to happen. And after Qi Ping summoned his animal companions, he immediately began to move. 100 Eyes Demon Realm. Flame Burst Body Technique. Flame Burst Fireball. Qi Ping took advantage of the time before the opponent could initiate defense to directly unleash a combo. Since fighting was necessary, it was crucial to quickly finish off the opponent to minimize losses, especially seeing that there were others behind these three. Qi Ping first used his spiritual power and the advantage of his illusion talent to catch the opponent off guard. Under the 100 Eyes Demon Realm, the attacked Foundation Establishment Cultivator was directly drawn into an illusion realm where heart demons bizarrely reincarnated. A strong sense of fear instantly appeared on his face, and his body began to tremble slightly. Qi Ping seized the moment, using the Flame Burst Body technique to dash forward, and immediately the enhanced Flame Burst Fireball he had improved smashed onto the target. With a thunderous roar, the attacked Foundation Establishment Cultivator, completely unprepared, took Qi Ping's strike directly, and was instantly seriously injured. Feeling the intense pain and survival instincts, this Foundation Establishment Cultivator finally broke free from the illusion realm of the 100 Eyes Demon Realm. At this moment, he looked at Qi Ping with a face full of fear, realizing that the opponent's battle power was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to kneel and beg for mercy now, as he was just waking up from his dire injury when he was surrounded by the Earth Armor Bees. With the firing of the Earth Armor Bees' blast tail spikes, the heart of this already gravely injured Foundation Establishment Cultivator was immediately shattered. In no time, he was thoroughly dead. Before Qi Ping killed this Foundation Establishment Cultivator, the first to die was the young cultivator. Under the encirclement and attack of the Tier 2 Earth Armor Bees forming a battle array, he and his summoned Tier 1 pet beast were swiftly killed. The combination of Tier 2 Earth Armor Bees and the battle array was something a Qi refining cultivator could not withstand. After these two died swiftly, only the Foundation Establishment Cultivator surrounded by Yaya and the Stone Spirit Rock Monster was left. Witnessing the rapid deaths of his two companions, he was left with only despair in his heart. He knew that his side was bound to lose, but this death was too swift. Qi Ping's combo just now he also saw, especially that terrifying Divine Soul skill, it was simply unstoppable by people of their level. Qi Ping seemed rather ordinary at first glance. Ordinary appearance, strength seemed about the same as theirs, nothing remarkable could be seen. But now seeing his full power, he realized how terrifying it truly was. True meaning of fire, Tao Heart Realm, terrifying Divine Soul technique. Such talents would be considered top-notch even in their profound celestial beast sect. But Qi Ping was far from limited to this. The Tier 2 Bee Swarm and Young Fire Crow he took out were also extraordinary. Being in a sect with a beast-taming lineage, he naturally had some understanding of spirit beasts. He couldn't comprehend how there could be someone with such terrifying combat power and beast-taming abilities. If this person joined their profound celestial beast sect, he would surely compete for the position of core disciple. But no matter what he said now, it was too late. His greatest regret now was becoming the guard for that fool. His resentment towards Qi Ping was much less. After all, with such strength, Qi Ping was willing to negotiate with them, but that fool forced the opponent to act. Regretful. Ah! With a miserable scream, the last Foundation Establishment Cultivator was heavily wounded by Yaya and the Stone Spirit Rock Monster working together. However, at the last moment, Qi Ping instructed the Earth Armor Bees to finish him off. This was Qi Ping's current battle habit. When situations allowed, he would let the bees finish the opponents, then send the responsible bee to hide in the wild for a while. After the killing was done, Qi Ping quickly dealt with the battlefield and corpses. The corpses were directly carried away by Tier 1 Ink Armor Bees. As for the storage bags, Qi Ping used the method taught by Meng Yan to open them and took out the valuable items, then divided them into several parts for the bees to hide in various locations. Qi Ping didn't have many other things, but he had already had Boss Scout prepare a bunch of storage bags during the honey trade. Having completed everything, Chi Ping quickly left the area with the small stone spirit. During the departure, Chi Ping also erased the tracking mark on the small stone spirit. It wasn't until Chi Ping had gone a considerable distance that he breathed a sigh of relief. Ding ding. Where are we going now? Is it safe here? The small stone spirit, looking like a lump of coal, asked Chi Ping while standing on his shoulder. First, we find someone, then we head back to my place. Thinking of the book's description of the stone spirit race's plight, Chi Ping couldn't help but sigh. Every stone spirit is born from the creation of heaven and earth, possessing extraordinary abilities. In ancient times, the stone spirit race was quite prosperous, one of the strongest groups in the immortal cultivation realm. But later, when a cultivator discovered that the life-bound magical artifacts forged by stone spirits had growth potential and extraordinary abilities, the stone spirit race faced disaster. In a long-planned battle, nearly all famous stone spirits in the immortal cultivation realm were captured. The 2,000 most powerful stone spirits in the immortal cultivation realm were forged into 10,000 and 8,000 swords, shocking the entire realm. This is one of the most terrifying extraordinary set of magical artifacts in the history of the immortal cultivation realm, reportedly still in the hands of an ancient powerful cultivator in the realm. After the strongest stone spirits of the immortal cultivation realm perished, rumors about the growth potential of stone spirit forged artifacts spread. The stone spirit race consequently faced great calamities, with those exposed being almost entirely annihilated under the frenzied pursuit of cultivators. In today's immortal cultivation realm, the stone spirit race is very hard to find. Once they appear, they can hardly escape the clutches of cultivators. Like this small stone spirit on Chi Ping's shoulder, it was dug out even in the mortal realm. Ding ding. What are you thinking about? The coal-like small stone spirit curiously asked the silent Chi Ping. I wasn't thinking about anything, anyway, just stay with me, I know where is relatively safe. Ding ding. Yay! Great! After resolving the issue with the stone spirit, Chi Ping placed the stone spirit into the spirit beast bag. Although carrying an adorable-looking stone spirit on his shoulder was quite fun, stone spirits were coveted far more than enchanting immortal foxes and hundred-eyes flower demons in the immortal cultivation realm, making them extremely dangerous. Therefore, the existence of the stone spirit absolutely cannot be exposed unless absolutely necessary. The current environment isn't entirely safe for forming a contract. Due to the potentially lengthy contract time, it's better to return to his domain and then form the contract. Afterward, Chi Ping continued on the route he simulated towards the address given by Old Man Zhou. On the journey, Chi Ping contemplated the items he just discovered in the 3 individual storage bags. First, he didn't find many spirit stones on them, totaling around 13,000, which was much less than what the Foundation establishment cultivators had when they planned an ambush on Meng Yen. The quantity of other weapons, elixirs, and spiritual medicines was within a normal range, neither too much nor too little. Chi Ping didn't care much about this, he never expected to gain wealth through killing and robbing. What truly surprised Chi Ping was finding the beast taming technique in some related books on the young man in the chi refining stage. This was precisely what he needed. Moreover, these items seemed to originate from a major sect, as the storage bag also contained a token carved with Profound Celestial Beast Sect. Thus, Chi Ping speculated that this beast-taming knowledge came from the mysterious Profound Celestial Beast Sect, which seemed like a well-regarded beast-taming sect, suggesting that the related beast-taming knowledge and techniques should be excellent. Besides these, Chi Ping also obtained 2 complete Foundation establishment techniques, one called Spirit Void Sword Point and the other called Earth Sinking Technique. These 2 Foundation establishment techniques also delighted Chi Ping. The only Foundation establishment technique he had until now was the Golden Flame technique, and finally, he now possessed other Foundation establishment level techniques. The most important thing is that Chi Ping conceived a new idea from this. Can I attempt to create my own cultivation techniques? As long as I collect and comprehend enough cultivation techniques and spells, I can create the techniques that suit me best. Chi Ping developed this idea because he increasingly realized the rarity of cultivation techniques, especially powerful ones. Not only Chi Ping, but even for Meng Yan, obtaining a golden core level core technique within a sect requires making multiple heavenly Tao oaths with stringent rules, significantly constraining him, and it's impossible to pass it on to others. Though some golden core level techniques are sold in the core city's big commerce guilds of nearby great realms, they are expensive, inherently weak, and some even have significant flaws. The major powers in the immortal cultivation realm severely monopolize core techniques, with very few channels available for purchase. Qi Ping has also been worried about finding a safe channel to obtain techniques recently. He deeply understood how difficult it was to find suitable and powerful techniques. But just after attempting the power of his improved flame burst fireball and obtaining the 2 foundation establishment techniques, Qi Ping suddenly thought, why can't he create magic that completely suits him? Just as he improved the flame burst technique. The reason he successfully improved the flame burst technique was due to his fire attribute talent plus comprehending the true meaning of fire plus his strong divine soul plus the druid's heart of nature talent, along with his familiarity with the flame burst technique. If this mode can work for other spells and techniques, why not replicate it? If comprehension isn't enough, then continue forming contracts with animal companions that have comprehension talent. With a lifespan of 500 years now, Qi Ping can fully elevate his comprehension talent to a tremendously powerful level even over decades. If his basic understanding of spells is insufficient, then he should seek more knowledge in cultivation techniques and spells. Though secret techniques are hard to find, ordinary spell knowledge and techniques can definitely be purchased in quantity as long as he has enough spirit stones. With sufficient talent and comprehension, leveraging the principles and ideas of various spells, combined with his innate advantages, he can create the cultivation techniques and spells that suit him best. That's right. This is entirely feasible. Even for golden core level techniques, by building upon other techniques, I could create the parts for condensing pill, improving them later. The more Qi Ping thought about this, the more promising it seemed. In the original state of the immortal cultivation realm, there were no cultivation techniques, they were created to spread cultivation. In a sense, the original cultivators were the true seekers. Those who only follow cultivation techniques step by step and cannot cultivate without them, are they truly seekers? Moreover, I don't even need to create from scratch. The shared cultivation techniques and knowledge aren't difficult for me to obtain. Once I've learned these techniques, based on my innate foundation, the possibility of creating suitable techniques is very high. Even if there are some flaws, I can constantly comprehend and improve during the cultivation process. In this case, as long as I succeed in creating them, the techniques of the immortal cultivation realm will no longer limit me. I won't need to join a sect to swear harsh oaths, nor will I need to cultivate techniques with existing flaws. After deep contemplation, Qi Ping found this direction very feasible. If this attempt is successful, not only will he cultivate techniques perfectly suited to him, but he will also break free from the severe monopoly on cultivation techniques in the immortal cultivation realm. Then for the upcoming animal companion contracts, it will primarily be based on divine soul comprehension and 5 elements talent. In at most 200 years, I can complete the talent accumulation, and possibly even faster, maybe in just decades. From early stage foundation establishment to late stage foundation establishment, even the fastest will take decades, so Qi Ping is in no rush. If the creation path fails, it's not too late to purchase golden core techniques upon reaching foundation establishment perfection. Regardless, divine soul comprehension and 5 elements talent are essential for Qi Ping, they will always be beneficial. However, if other extraordinarily rare spirit beasts arise, Qi Ping will undoubtedly seize them as well. After resolving his future path, Qi Ping felt utterly refreshed. The breeze of freedom. Once successful, he will no longer be confined by the unbreachable barrier of the cultivation technique monopoly. If Qi Ping creates all his techniques himself, no matter how far he progresses in the immortal cultivation realm, perhaps he can attempt to take the unprecedented step towards immortal ascension on his own. Perhaps this is what a true cultivator is. When Qi Ping finished contemplating his path of creation, he arrived at the address given by Old Man Zhou. Yunzhou County, Sanjiang Village. This was a relatively primitive farming village. It was dusk, and wisps of smoke were rising from the homes of various farmers. Qi Ping exerted some effort to avoid everyone and arrived in front of Old Man Zhou's house. This is a very dilapidated house, with furniture that has long since decayed, and cobwebs gather inside, so much so that not even spiders or mosquitoes frequent it anymore. It's obvious that no one has lived here for many years. Chi Ping wasn't surprised by this. Because he had asked old Zhou to find a hidden spot deep in the mountains in the mortal world, and not to tell anyone the exact location. This was mainly because he feared he might cause trouble that would implicate old Zhou. In the end, Chi Ping didn't cause any trouble, but this action ended up being a pitfall for himself. However, Chi Ping wasn't too worried about it. For other cultivators, this could be troublesome, but for Chi Ping, it wasn't too difficult. Chi Ping made his way into the mountains and released tens of thousands of bees. Thoroughly search within a 100-mile radius and find old Zhou's whereabouts. Upon Chi Ping's command, tens of thousands of late-stage Tier 1 and numerous Tier 2 bees immediately set into motion. However, this search wasn't as easy as Chi Ping had anticipated. The whole night passed without finding any trace of old Zhou. Could something have happened? Chi Ping's heart gradually filled with some concern. Fortunately, as the sun hung in the sky, nearing noon, Chi Ping finally received news of old Zhou's whereabouts. Goodness, this old man really hid deep, didn't he? Upon learning old Zhou's precise location, Chi Ping could not help but admire him. Hiding so deeply showed the old man had some skills. At last, they found him, and Chi Ping could set aside some of his worries. Soon, Chi Ping reached the place where old Zhou was located, his figure flickering through the shadowed paths. Underneath an unassuming hill, old Zhou was meticulously tending to a patch of flowers. Buzzing around the blooming petals were tiny green bees, covered in a thick layer of fresh honey. Giving in and raising bees again. Seems like he couldn't resist. However, Chi Ping didn't disturb old Zhou here. Instead, he turned and went to old Zhou's courtyard. Arriving at the courtyard, Chi Ping was slightly taken aback seeing it replicated exactly as the one on Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Even the table and lounge chair positions were somewhat similar. Without standing on ceremony, Chi Ping sat down, picked up a teacup, and poured himself some wine. Berry wine, hawthorn, and mulberry, the taste is quite nice. Not having tasted these for a long time, Chi Ping found his appetite whetted upon tasting them again. And so, he drank cup after cup. Before long, he polished off a pot of wine. Yet Chi Ping wasn't satisfied and fetched a large jar from the corner. By the time Chi Ping nearly emptied the large jar of old Zhou's cherished wine, old Zhou returned, wearing a straw hat and puffing slightly. He hadn't expected to find a familiar figure upon entering the door. "Chi, my boy. How did you find?" But even before he finished speaking, he noticed the empty large jar beside Chi Ping. Wasn't that the treasured good wine he had kept? How did this brat Chi Ping manage to find it? He hurried over to check, gazing at the jar cleaned out to the last drop, immediately feeling as if the sky had fallen. This was exquisite wine he barely grudged himself a sip of, and now Chi Ping emptied it all in one go. How could wine-loving old Zhou remain calm? "You brat, did you come and drink up all the old man's treasured wine to dust? Are you looking for a beating?" Old Zhou pretended to chide sternly. "Hee, wasn't I just thirsty?" Chi Ping feigned innocent response. Seeing Chi Ping like this, old Zhou didn't really blame him. On the contrary, seeing Chi Ping had arrived safely put his long-held worries to rest. Rather, he asked, "Has the chaos in Qingshi County ended? How are the others doing?" Having stayed here so long, old Zhou naturally wanted news of his friends. In response to old Zhou's inquiry, Chi Ping shook his head and said, "Now is actually when Qingshi County is the most chaotic, with several sects fighting, countless Qi refining cultivators wounded or killed, and more than a handful of Foundation establishment stage cultivators dead. Over a year ago, the three major families were incited into internal conflict by a sect opposing Cyan origin sect, leaving a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood." Chi Ping then went on to share some additional information he knew. Skinny Li Ping disappeared, nowhere to be found. Meng Shanshan didn't attach herself to a powerful backer but a demon cultivator disguised as a sect disciple, who siphoned her cultivation and left her insane. Her fate is unknown now. Wong Mountain survived in the three major families and even gained quite a lot of benefit. Sister Nan hid deep within the Cloud Mist Mountain range and recently broke through the 7th layer of Qi refining. After hearing all the information Qi Ping shared, old Zhou was left utterly stunned. The news Qi Ping delivered was shocking. One revelation after another nearly gave his heart a fright. No matter how indifferent he would seem, he couldn't remain unbothered about a place he had lived for nearly a century. He had imagined it might be devastating this time, but he could never have conceived of it being so disastrous. Thankfully, his good friends Wong Mountain and Sister Nan were in decent shape. It seemed Wong Mountain had managed to earn some resources for his child's immortal cultivation. Sister Nan breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refining also amazed old Zhou, signaling that Sister Nan's fortune was deep. As for a youth like Qi Ping, for him to reach mid-stage Qi refining was already quite notable, and reaching late-stage Qi refining would be burning incense to the deities. Old Zhou had never expected Qi Ping to achieve greatness, living a stable, simple, and happy life was enough. It saddened old Zhou to hear about Meng Old Man's daughter, Meng Shanshan, being deceived and drained by demon cultivators. After all, that girl grew up before him, yet she ended up like this. If she had agreed to be with Qi Ping, how nice it might have been. He remembered Qi Ping had even contracted golden marrow bees. If the pair had raised the black little bees and golden marrow bees together, their days would have been blissful. Old Zhou wasn't too worried about Li Peng though, suspecting he'd likely hidden away by some backdoor connection. Alas, the world is unpredictable. The mix of shock and other emotions in old Zhou's heart ultimately turned into a sigh. For someone like him, simply surviving was already a challenge, there was little else he could control. Indeed, the world is chaotic, and survival isn't easy. Were you planning to stay in the mortal realm for a while this time? Old Zhou asked casually. He knew Qi Ping's character. If Qingshe County was this dangerous, there was no way Qi Ping would risk staying there without certainty. I came to take you back to Qingshe County. Qingshe County is indeed too dangerous right now, What did you say? Go back. Old Zhou looked at Qi Ping in shock. He wondered if he heard wrong. In such circumstances, Qi Ping should be avoiding it, not trying to go back. Yes, Qi Ping affirmed, the environment in the mortal realm is too harsh, continuing here would shorten your lifespan. Now it made sense. That's why Qi Ping wanted to return. Qi, my boy, don't worry about me. My body can still endure, it's too risky to go back to Qingshe County now. But old Zhou's words halted abruptly. What's up with this aura? He widened his eyes in shock looking at Qi Ping. Foundation establishment. Is this the aura of Foundation establishment? Old man Zhou was dumbfounded when he sensed the Foundation establishment aura suddenly emerging from Qi Ping. He looked at Qi Ping, wide-eyed and speechless. Foundation establishment stage. How did Qi Ping reach the Foundation establishment stage? Old man Zhou doubted his own eyes, even suspecting he was dreaming. This was simply too incredible. He was well aware of Qi Ping's talent. Breaking through to the 3rd layer of Qi refining in such a short time was already unlikely, let alone reaching mid-stage Qi refining. And now he's suddenly told that Qi Ping had achieved Foundation establishment. It was just too outrageous. Old man Zhou's mind almost went blank. After a long pause, old man Zhou once again sensed the Foundation establishment aura from Qi Ping, and he had no choice but to accept this fact. You rascal! You nearly scared this old man's heart into stopping. Though old man Zhou didn't know what happened, with the facts before him, he was genuinely happy for Qi Ping. After all, in this world, the person he cared about the most was this young lad, Qi Ping. Moreover, he was comforted that, despite achieving Foundation establishment, Qi Ping hadn't looked down on him, an ordinary beekeeper. He wasn't hoping for any reward, but the feeling of being despised and abandoned was unpleasant, especially for an old man nearing the end of his life. Hee. Qi Ping just flashed a proud smile at this. After finally achieving something, he naturally wanted to shock old man Zhou into disbelief. Otherwise, how could he live up to this old man who had let himself go? In that case, let's go back to Qingshe County. Is it convenient to take those green worker bees? It wouldn't be good to leave them in this remote mountain after raising them for so long. Old Man Zhou didn't ask Qi Ping how he broke through the foundation establishment. He wasn't very concerned either. In fact, Old Man Zhou quickly didn't care, because he had always taken a laid-back view of these things. Though shocked, he didn't put too much thought into it. To him, as long as Qi Ping was doing well and could occasionally give him some good wine, anything else didn't matter. Whether Qi Ping was strong or weak, that's all he hoped for. Of course, it's convenient. I'll be right back. As Qi Ping's words fell, he swiftly left the place. Shortly after, Qi Ping returned to the courtyard. So fast. Old Man Zhou exclaimed in surprise. He had only packed a few things. Yeah, they're all in the spirit beast bag without missing a single one. Qi Ping said, patting his spirit beast bag. Taking away a swarm of green worker bees was naturally no trouble for Qi Ping, the druid. Good. Old Man Zhou then continued packing because Qi Ping said they were going to a new place, as the old location, Zone D, Peak 7, was no longer safe, so they could take along anything useful. Old Man Zhou stuffed the storage bag Qi Ping gave him with a clang, and since there was enough storage space, it was convenient to carry things. But just as he was about to finish packing, Old Man Zhou couldn't help but remind. Qi lad, even after breaking through to Foundation establishment, you mustn't forget to be cautious. Don't underestimate those old Foundation establishment forces in Qingshi County, and they have major sects backing them. Old Man Zhou was mostly reassured about Qi Ping, but Qi Ping was still too young. Breaking through to Foundation establishment at such a young age could lead many people to fall into a rash and youthful mindset. Every year, unknown numbers of cultivators died because of this attitude. Don't worry, old man. I'm very cautious. Qi Ping replied with a smile. That's good. After some packing, Qi Ping soon brought Old Man Zhou back to the Cloud Mist Mountain range. Along the way, they avoided misfortune and sought auspiciousness due to the natural perception, making the return to the depths of the Cloud Mist Mountain range very safe. Within the Cloud Mist Mountain range, Qi Ping had already set up a high-level illusion array and concealment array some distance away from his territory, and it was equipped with defense and attack arrays. Many flowers, plants, and fruit trees had already been planted, with spirit fruits suitable for brewing wine prepared in abundance. These were designed by Qi Ping in case Old Man Zhou got bored, as, without cultivation, one still needed things and hobbies to pass the time. Over the next few days, Qi Ping didn't return to his territory to attend to his own affairs but stayed with Old Man Zhou to build the house, just like the one on Zone D, Peak 7 in the Cloud Mist Mountain range. Qi Ping even took the time to visit Peak 7 to bring back familiar live flowers, plants, trees, and potted plants. Once everything was set up, it really did resemble the past a bit. Based on the smile on Old Man Zhou's face, one could see how pleased he was. As for the green worker bees brought over, with Qi Ping the druid there, they adapted very quickly. Besides, this place had spiritual qi, and even if it was thin, it was much better than the mortal realm, so the green worker bees seemed quite happy, busily collecting nectar, setting up new hives, and brewing honey every day. The place was bustling for a while. Next, Qi Ping spent a few days drinking with Old Man Zhou, discussing recent events in Qingshi, and then informed him of some great sect secrets. Afterward, Qi Ping finally returned to his own territory. Qi Ping had considered bringing Old Man Zhou back to his territory, but there were just too many secrets. Although Old Man Zhou was completely trustworthy, it was still too inconvenient. After all, bringing suitable things for Old Man Zhou was enough to prevent so much hassle and allowed Old Man Zhou to live comfortably and freely. As for the health-enhancing honey suitable for Old Man Zhou, once they returned to the Cloud Mist Mountain range, Qi Ping helped Old Man Zhou refine a portion, revitalizing him with considerable vigor. Next, Old Man Zhou only needed to slowly consume the honey to nourish himself. Increasing life by another 10 or 8 years should be no problem. If lucky, he might even break through a layer or two and extend a few more years of life. But that was probably the limit for Old Man Zhou. Though Qi Ping said he would find ways to extend Old Man Zhou's life, Old Man Zhou indeed refused. I've lived a very complete life, there's no need to defy fate for me. I don't want to drag on for so long. More doesn't necessarily mean better to me. Perhaps by going with the flow, the cycle of reincarnation will grant me the best new life if reincarnation exists. After returning to his territory, Qi Ping adjusted his mindset and resumed his cultivation life. For old man Zhou, this life had been fulfilling enough. But for Qi Ping, foundation establishment was just the true beginning of his cultivation journey. Understanding the laws, creating cultivation techniques, now his path to immortal cultivation had truly embarked on the right track. So many days have passed, the little stone spirit must be anxious. Let's complete the contract ritual first. Qi Ping felt it was time to complete the contract with his fifth animal companion. Then Qi Ping summoned the coal ball stone spirit from the spirit beast bag. Ha! We're home. So fast. The little stone spirit rubbed its sleepy eyes and exclaimed in surprise. It had just taken a nap, and here they were. Take a nap. You've been sleeping for almost 10 days, and you're still calling it a nap. For the ephemerals that live and die in a day, that's enough for several lifetimes. Qi Ping finally has a direct understanding of the stone spirit's sleeping ability. Compared to its hundreds or thousands of years of slumber, 10 days doesn't even count as a nap. We're here, it's very safe here. Ding ding. Is it here? There's also spiritual qi here, that's great. Then the little stone spirit sniffed around as if it had discovered something. Ding ding. There's a little mineral vein underground, not much, and the quality isn't high, but it's already very good. The little stone spirit was already very satisfied with this. Living here wouldn't make it weak, and most importantly, safety is invaluable. In the bloodline memory, the immortal cultivation realm is a very dangerous place. Exposing oneself basically guarantees death, so one must hide in a safe place. You can rest assured and settle here first. I'll bring back a spirit vein, and the spiritual qi here will become denser. Ding ding. That would be awesome. If there's enough spiritual qi, my sleeping place can produce a kind of delicious metal ore I'll share half with you then. That kind of ore is really tasty for the little stone spirit. You can keep it for yourself, no need to share it with me. Qi Ping smiled and shook his head, declining the little stone spirit's offer. Ding ding. It's really delicious. Anyway, you'll know when you try it. When does the contract ritual begin? I can't bite into metal ores, let's start the contract ritual now. With that, Qi Ping began the summoning ritual, and the familiar dark green array slowly formed once more. At this moment, Qi Ping couldn't help but feel a bit excited. This is a stone spirit. Although he cannot currently confirm the rank of the little stone spirit before him, it's certain its rank is higher than Yaya. And beings like the stone spirit, born from the essence of heaven and earth, have much lower growth difficulty and greater potential. They just need enough ore. High-quality mineral veins are not easy to find in the human race's territory, but much easier in the demon race's territory, where mineral veins are much more abundant. In the future, when the second stage of wilderness transformation is unlocked, Qi Ping can attempt to enter the demon race's territory in the guise of a demon. He just needs to find a powerful metal vein, and the stage and talent of the little stone spirit can rapidly improve. But what excites Qi Ping most at this stage is being able to share one of the little stone spirit's talents. According to the data Qi Ping knows, most types of stone spirits possess 3 talents: defense, earth element affinity, and lifespan. Each of them is quite remarkable. Speaking of the lifespan talent, a stone spirit in a wakeful state can generally live for over 10,000 years. In a dormant state, it could even survive for hundreds of thousands of years, making it an absolute longevity star in the immortal cultivation realm. Even among spirit beasts, turtle-type demon beasts, renowned for their lifespan, would have to bow to this. So if he can share this talent, Qi Ping would unquestionably have more time to breach cultivation levels and create cultivation techniques and spells. Apart from the lifespan talent, the other 2 major talents of the stone spirit are also excellent. Regardless of which one is contracted to, Qi Ping would benefit greatly from it. However, Qi Ping cannot be entirely sure if the primary talents of the little stone spirit before him are the usual 3. In the talent sharing rules for animal companions, the highest probability is sharing the top 3 main talents of the partner. But because of individual differences, spirit beasts generally show less variance due to bloodline reasons. However, some individuals do exhibit unique talents, have more than 10 talents, or display generally weak talents. So far, Chi Ping hasn't encountered individuals with extremely strong unique talents. Generally, he shares the main talents under normal bloodline conditions. Hence, Chi Ping tries to avoid companions with obviously weak talents. Since he can't check every spirit beast partner's attribute panel, Chi Ping can only rely on his judgment and knowledge of spirit beasts to assess a spirit beast's attributes and talents. However, in most cases, the main talents of spirit beasts are constant. In the game memory of Chi Ping, though the talents of different pet beast individuals might slightly differ, the shared talents usually remain consistent. Yet, there is a small probability of sharing other talents, which might turn out better or worse. Species: Inborn Stone Spirit. Bloodline: Unknown, Special Creature. Talent: Golden Stone Body, Primordial Stone Armor, Golden Stone Lifespan. Golden Stone Body, a special constitution within the metal talent category, possessing a highly advanced metal attribute talent, capable of effectively manipulating metal-related items. Primordial Stone Armor, able to manipulate gold and stone elements to cover the whole body for special enhancement, which increases defense significantly and provides a certain strength boost after enhancement. Golden Stone Lifespan, possesses a lifespan exceeding most creatures, can survive in a dormant state for hundreds of thousands of years and have over 10,000 years of lifespan in a wakeful state. Assessment: Born from the essence of heaven and earth, this is a relatively unique creature in the immortal cultivation realm, possessing extraordinary abilities. Such a powerful creature. Remembering the descriptions of stone spirit abilities in the books, Chi Ping couldn't help but admire the power of the stone spirit. Sadly, due to their suitability for weapon crafting, the strongest 20,000 members of the entire stone spirit race were eventually turned into a set sword array. It's hard for Chi Ping to even imagine the terrifying power of the stone spirit race that once made their mark, after being refined into a set of magical artifacts. However, being too powerful isn't without its downsides. It's said that these artifacts have backfired on more than one master. From the day of their birth, no one has truly mastered this super sword array artifact, while ordinary stone spirit crafted artifacts have often made a mark in the immortal cultivation realm. This time, no matter which talent I share, it will be immensely beneficial to me. The benefits of the lifespan need no further elaboration. A lifespan of over 10,000 years is enough to drive any cultivator mad. Chi Ping had also witnessed the power of primordial stone armor. Even when a stone spirit was in a weakened state, the implementation of this talent made strikes from cultivators of the same level feel like mere scratching. This life-preserving ability is absurdly strong. Lastly, Golden Stone Body might seem ordinary, but it provides a highly advanced metal attribute talent, allowing Chi Ping to manipulate metal-based items at will. In recorded battles against stone spirits, the power of any metal weapons was greatly reduced. And in the immortal cultivation realm, where most magical artifacts possess the metal attribute, this talent brings about incredibly terrifying effects. At that moment, Chi Ping's contract array completed its formation, embedding itself into the little stone spirit's body. Following this, a unique realization arose in Chi Ping's mind. Golden Stone Body. Golden Stone Body. After quite some time, when Chi Ping woke up again, his mind was filled with insights about the Golden Stone Body. Due to the long duration of the contract, when he awoke, the little stone spirit had already fallen asleep beside him. This sleepiness ability, it can sleep even longer than the little spirit fox. Seeing the little stone spirit sleeping soundly, Chi Ping didn't disturb it, instead placing some spirit stones and ores by its side. When a stone spirit is in deep sleep, it can autonomously absorb the elements of the spirit stones and ores around it. As expected, shortly after Chi Ping placed the ores and spirit stones beside the little stone spirit, strands of spiritual chi and or essence were absorbed by the little stone spirit. Perhaps it sensed there was no danger, or maybe the animal companion contract allowed it to sense Chi Ping's presence, so the external disturbances didn't wake it. The little spirit fox, however, was particularly curious about the little stone spirit and wandered around it for quite some time. A talking stone was indeed a bit peculiar in its eyes. But now that the stone seemed asleep, it didn't feel right to disturb, planning to play with it once it awoke. Yet it didn't know, unless something special happened or Chi Ping actively sought it, no matter what disturbances occurred outside, as long as there was no perception of danger, the little stone spirit would never wake up. After petting the little spirit fox a few times, Chi Ping continued to comprehend the talent he just shared. Though the golden stone body talent had been shared with him, he was still far from familiar with it. Now was the perfect time to gain more insight while he could. Due to the lack of spiritual chi for cultivating spiritual medicine on his land, Chi Ping temporarily did not need to cultivate spiritual medicine, so he focused on sensing and testing the golden stone body talent for 2 consecutive days. It was only after 2 days that Chi Ping concluded this round of insight. What a terrifying gold attribute talent! After thoroughly understanding the talent of the golden stone body, Chi Ping was completely shocked by its power. Firstly, it exceeded Yaya's young fire body in terms of affinity and control over gold attribute spiritual chi. Chi Ping estimated Yaya would need to undergo another bloodline transformation to catch up to the small stone spirit in this regard. Chi Ping couldn't help but marvel at the stone spirit, truly a rare innate creature, with an unparalleled talent. Being able to form a contract with a stone spirit was very fortunate for Chi Ping indeed. However, the might of the golden stone body was far from just this. With a mere thought, stone blocks and metal weapons instantly hovered around Chi Ping, performing various precise high-difficulty maneuvers under his control. This level of manipulating gold attribute objects is truly frighteningly strong. Chi Ping believed that if a sword cultivator acquired this talent, it would probably drastically elevate their combat ability. Not only could it augment the power of a flying sword, greatly enhancing swordsmanship control, but it could also disrupt the enemy's weapon attacks. Even the slightest influence could have a fatal impact on the battle. Additionally, the appearance of the stone spirit and the golden stone body talent gave Chi Ping some feasible ideas for his life-bound magical artifact. Before this, Chi Ping had considered having his own magical artifact. After all, for a cultivator, not having a life-bound magical artifact was quite unsatisfactory. However, powerful magical artifacts were hard to find, and ordinary ones would be of little help to Chi Ping. The most important thing was, Chi Ping didn't have powerful methods to utilize magical artifacts, even using ordinary ones wasn't as effective as Chi Ping's bare hands. But now, things were different. If I use the companion ores that arise from the stone spirit as raw materials, refining thousands of metallic scales, then form a special ore scale armor. This ore scale armor could be controlled by me for full body defense, or for multi-layer defense on specific body parts against attacks. Moreover, defense is not the entirety of this special artifact. I could also manipulate the ore scales like flying swords, splitting them into thousands of attacks. My divine soul strength and the golden stone body fully support me carrying out such high difficulty defense and offense. Finally, I could inscribe defense arrays and attack arrays onto these hard and special ore scales, allowing the ore scale armor to form special defense and offensive arrays at any time. As for upgrading the ore scales, as long as the stone spirit has sufficient spiritual chi and metal ores, it can produce more companion ores, which can then be combined with basic refining and crafting methods to create metal scales suitable for array inscription, without needing to turn them into fully formed artifacts, just have them of sufficiently high quality. Basic refining and crafting were not hard to find for Chi Ping, as Meng Yan was a master of artifact refining, and Chi Ping only needed to find time to mention it to Meng Yan. Not bad, not bad. With the stone spirit, I will have a special artifact that can be constantly upgraded and honed. In the future, if I gather the 5 elements talent, it's not impossible to refine it into a 5 elements magical artifact. The artifact Chi Ping envisioned could attack, defend, upgrade, and integrate arrays, perfectly matching Chi Ping's needs and talents. Once this artifact initiates full defense and offense mode, Chi Ping could hardly imagine the level of strength it would reach. However powerful it might be, it's suited only for Chi Ping himself, as most people couldn't use such a unique artifact, and Chi Ping couldn't just buy it. I never thought that contracting the stone spirit would not only add a metal talent but also solve the persistent problem of magical artifacts. Chi Ping was extremely satisfied with this harvest. However, after becoming familiar with the recently contracted talent, Qi Ping faced a new difficulty: he ran out of spiritual qi. Now, the whole spiritual land was barely being maintained by the star spirit wood, spirit gathering technique. Qi Ping had no way to continue cultivating, nurturing spiritual medicine, or cultivating his animal companions. If not for the excellent spirit gathering effect of the star spirit wood, spirit gathering technique, Qi Ping's territory would probably be running at a deficit. It seems obtaining spirit vein essence and contracting more spirit woods is imperative, otherwise, I can only focus on law understanding and studying arrays for this period. But how should I obtain spirit vein essence? Facing this issue, Qi Ping was quite troubled, thinking for a while before deciding to try everything. So he sent messages to both Meng Yan and Hong Li of the Yunshan family, expressing his interest in acquiring spirit vein essence. Currently, with natural perception as a foundational blessing of fortune and avoidance of disaster, these endeavors were slightly safer. Still feeling uneasy, Qi Ping set his sights on the black market. However, the black market that Qi Ping targeted was no ordinary one but an extremely mysterious organization within the immortal cultivation realm. It is said that anything one desires can be found there, but the entry and transaction thresholds are extremely high. Let's first see if Meng Yan and Hong Li can trade for the spirit vein essence for me. If not, then I'll consider the black market. As a disciple of the Cyan origin sect, Meng Yan holds significant status, while Ning Hongli's Ning family is even more powerful, with a network far surpassing that of the Cyan origin sect. If neither of them can help Qi Ping obtain the spirit vein essence, then the only channel Qi Ping can think of now is the black market. But the black market. Just thinking about the existence of this organization, Qi Ping still has a lot of concerns deep down. This mysterious black market is an organization Meng Yan had introduced to Qi Ping. This mysterious black market is one of the most mysterious organizations in the immortal cultivation realm. Without even an official name, the term mysterious black market was coined by cultivators themselves. Its members range from Qi refining stage to Mahayana stage powerhouses, but no one knows their true identities or who leads them. Moreover, rather than simply being a trading organization, the mysterious black market is more like a mysterious power masked as a trading hub. Despite claiming to trade anything in the immortal cultivation realm, the mysterious black market does not accept spirit stones as the sole currency. To purchase anything, one must not only pay the market price but also complete black market tasks to earn black market points. Especially for rare items within the black market, they can only be acquired with black market points. Despite these outrageous requirements, countless people are drawn to it, especially loose cultivators struggling to acquire cultivation techniques and rare resources. This is because whether it's secret-level cultivation techniques, sex synthesis, or rare spiritual medicines, they can all be ordered from the black market, with the caveat of being exceptionally hard to obtain. The immortal cultivation realm has long speculated that the mysterious black market is conducting an unprecedented conspiracy, but after hundreds of thousands of years, it has yet to cause any major upheaval. During these hundreds of thousands of years, the mysterious black market has been suppressed and resisted countless times by sects from both righteous and demonic paths for infringing on their interests. However, no matter how many times it's been suppressed, the mysterious black market remains resilient. Because in a world where class divisions are clear and cultivation resources and techniques are controlled by the elite, everyone but the pinnacle are in some way oppressed. Once reaching the limit of this class level, they become shackled by it. And the mysterious black market is like a key to break these class chains, even if acquiring precious resources demands harsh tasks, potentially angering major sects in the immortal cultivation realm. For those limited by class, it's the only way. This is the soil and root keeping the mysterious black market vibrant and enduring for hundreds of thousands of years. An organization plotted across the immortal cultivation realm for hundreds of thousands of years. All powers know it's up to something, yet are clueless about its motives and timing. Yet as long as the class status in the immortal cultivation realm remains, the mysterious black market will not die. Only by truly understanding will one realize that the seemingly thriving immortal cultivation realm is already turbulent beneath the surface. For ordinary people, they can live quietly, but for those wanting to break class constraints, danger lurks everywhere in the immortal cultivation realm, with several invisible hands controlling its direction. Initially, Qi Ping had no intention of joining the mysterious black market. After all, while this type of organization solves trade channel issues, the risks involved are too high. But now Qi Ping can use the natural perception talent to avoid dangers. As long as he predicts good or bad outcomes before executing tasks and trading, he can ensure basic safety. Under such circumstances, Qi Ping thought it might be worth trying. Mainly because Qi Ping had no other options left. After waiting for a few days, Qi Ping finally received replies from Meng Yan and Ning Hongli. No. Both of their answers were no. The spirit vein essence hasn't appeared in the market in recent years. Because extracting spirit vein essence is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, causing substantial damage to the spirit vein, the extracted spirit vein's value is less than 1/10 and is very hard to cultivate anew, only done under rare circumstances. Even amidst fierce battles, no one touches the Cyan origin sect spirit vein, as it would practically root out the Cyan origin sect, resembling a full-out war at the golden core and nascent soul level, a risk outweighing the reward significantly. It seems I have no choice but to pursue the path of the mysterious black market after all. Qi Ping sighed and finally decided to join the mysterious black market. Though reluctant to take such risks, regarding his path in immortal cultivation, Qi Ping absolutely refuses to compromise. Fortunately, with natural perception and my bees, I can conduct dual investigations, avoiding bodily presence. Completing task suffices. With this in mind, a hint of a smile appeared on Qi Ping's face. Plotting against him won't be so easy. Resolute now, Qi Ping hesitated no more, and his eyes were filled with determination. Qi Ping then spent 10 full days simulating responses to various scenarios and preventative strategies. Emboldened by thorough preparation, Qi Ping began working towards joining the mysterious black market. First, Qi Ping went to Meng Yan's battlefield, obtaining an introduction order through Meng Yan. The price of this introduction order wasn't cheap either, 2,000 spirit stones. Then Qi Ping chose a place far from the mists and crushed the token, instructing his bees to wait there. A day later, a special box puppet appeared at Qi Ping's location. Seeing no one at the token's crushing point, the puppet awaited patiently, unhurried. As Brother Meng said, the puppet indeed waits, granting the would-be black market joiners ample observation time. After ensuring no danger with the bees and natural perception skill, Qi Ping approached the box puppet as a middle-aged man. Please choose your joining level, Qi refining for 1,000 spirit stones, foundation establishment for 10,000 spirit stones, golden core for 100,000 spirit stones. A mechanical, emotionless voice emitted from the box puppet. Foundation establishment level. Qi Ping replied. Feeling a slight heartache, he handed 10,000 spirit stones to the box puppet. The box puppet swallowed Qi Ping's spirit stones and then produced a pure white special token, monotonously stating. Please select a codename. Be Daoist. The codename Be Daoist was something Qi Ping pondered over for a long time before ultimately deciding on it. Because in the future, when undertaking and participating in the mysterious black market's missions, the use of the bee swarm will inevitably be exposed. If that's the case, it's better to directly use bees as the codename for my ability, thereby downplaying other characteristics and hiding my true strength. You think I only excel at controlling bees? This is just the tip of the iceberg. You don't even have the right to see how many bees I have and their varieties. After all, the true number of bee swarms and bee species bred by Qi Ping will never be fully revealed. There are also other powerful animal companions such as the stone spirit and Yaya, or perhaps Qi Ping's own strength is the real trump card. In the later stage, when Qi Ping succeeds in the conversion of the 5 elements technique and completes the inscription of the 5 elements scale armor and array, that will be his greatest confidence. Of course, there's also the crucial point that currently, no one is aware that Qi Ping possesses the ability to control Tier 2 bee swarms, only a few close associates know he has golden marrow bees. But golden marrow bees are so numerous in the immortal cultivation realm, and the number of ordinary black bee breeders is even more massive, so there's no way it could be linked to him. Unless they investigate all the bee farmers in the Qingtian realm, if such a type of slaughter rises too much, the righteous sects would likely intervene directly. But the most important thing is that my territory has long been hidden away, they couldn't find me even if they wanted to investigate. Moreover, in the future, I can use this mysterious identity as the Daoist to sell some higher-grade honey for spirit stones. This identity is quite suitable for selling honey. The apothecary bee should also be able to develop some low-cost, high-value honey in the future. Qi Ping will need more spirit stones to buy spirit vein essence, high-level spirit wood, the complete collection of cultivation techniques and spells, and other such things, so he must earn more spirit stones. Even in acquiring new animal companions, Qi Ping must have more spirit stones to purchase stronger companions. Given that the plant growth skill barely supports himself and his animal companions, Qi Ping can only rely on the bee swarms to earn more spirit stones. And by utilizing the tree spirit contract to cultivate more production-type trees. Otherwise, Qi Ping simply won't be able to sustain the massive number of spirit stones needed for future cultivation. Bee Daoist, codename registered. The token can be used to accept and complete missions, initiate transaction information. Other functional information is recorded within the token for you to check on your own. Thank you. Qi Ping replied. The box puppet nodded slightly with its head, left the token in place, and then left. The scene of the box-shaped puppet nodding left Qi Ping utterly amazed. What a lively and mysterious puppet. This was his first time witnessing this kind of magic involving puppets. Puppets are a kind of wondrous art in the immortal cultivation realm, and it indeed seems quite extraordinary now. Is the intention inside this puppet the will of some entity? Or is it the will of the puppet itself? The immortal cultivation realm doesn't have a definitive answer to this. It's only known that those who have targeted these puppets seem to have died at the end, regardless of their cultivation. This means that even the sect master of the Cyan origin sect, if they target this puppet, would meet a fate where even their body couldn't be found. I wonder if the puppet's body can bear a soul. Qi Ping has always wanted a cloning technique for himself so he could walk freely in the immortal cultivation realm, to trade items and cultivation techniques, and to see the broader immortal cultivation world. Otherwise, staying holed up in the Cloud Mist mountain range, even though he isn't tired of it, his experience is a definite limitation. So if he could have a clone to walk on his behalf in the immortal cultivation realm, things would be much more convenient for Qi Ping. But the techniques for external avatars and cloning techniques aren't accessible to cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Nonetheless, Qi Ping did come up with some solutions, noting that some spirit beasts have the split soul talent, with the ability to split off a soul fragment that retains part of the main soul's abilities. If he could share this type of talent, Qi Ping could begin constructing his own clone. However, while the method for splitting souls exists, there's still the issue of what physical form to host the divine soul. Possession is too difficult with this kind of split soul method, almost impossible to succeed. But after seeing the box-shaped puppet today, Qi Ping suddenly had an idea. Could I combine the art of puppetry with the tree spirit contract? If I could use this to create a tree man avatar, it would be much easier to move around the immortal cultivation realm. With my plant growth skill, it would be relatively easy to enhance the tree avatar. After thinking about it, Qi Ping felt it was quite feasible. Then it's set. Once I get my hands on spirit vein essence, I will use the black market to purchase the art of puppetry and spirit beasts with split soul talent. Afterward, Qi Ping departed with the mysterious black market's token. After finding a safe place to stop, Qi Ping probed it with his divine sense and quickly understood how to use the token. The function of this token is very simple, with only two functions, missions and transactions. In the missions function, Qi Ping can spend spirit stones to randomly refresh tasks. The missions will refresh according to regions, and the higher the level, the larger the range. After selecting a preferred task, he can proceed directly to it and submit the task after completion. The mysterious black market will verify the task's completion status and issue black market points upon confirmation. In the transaction function, Qi Ping can specify the name or requirements for an item and spend spirit stones to search for it. However, the search range can only find things affordable with black market points. Refreshing tasks and querying products require spending spirit stones. It's like a pay-to-win game. Qi Ping had no idea which genius in the immortal cultivation realm came up with such a money-draining scheme. He currently possesses 10,000 spirit stone points in his token, meaning if he exhausts those with refreshes, he'd need to top up. It's unimaginable how much wealth the mysterious black market has amassed using this method. Despite being a pitfall, Chi Ping can't refuse it. The credibility is solid, and as long as there are enough black market points and spirit stones, it can indeed get you all sorts of rare resources and cultivation techniques. These are things you can't buy with spirit stones elsewhere. For this reason alone, the mysterious black market is the brightest beacon for countless loose cultivators and those shackled by societal ranks. But one great thing is that the token can be used without refining, not checking identity. Chi Ping particularly appreciates this respect for privacy. Because if refinement were necessary, the risk of exposing his location would be high. But now, Chi Ping only needs to manipulate heaven and earth spiritual chi to use it, not even needing the spiritual power he cultivated himself. After figuring it out, Chi Ping didn't hesitate and immediately checked out the tasks above. Task, blank. Clicks refresh once. Spirit stones -200. Foundation establishment level task. Assassinate the Cyan origin sect's core disciple Qin Xinyun, late-stage foundation establishment level, cultivated in the infant devouring method. Chi Ping. He'd only take on this task if he were out of his mind. Chi Ping clicks refresh again, spirit stones -200. Foundation establishment level task. Eliminate all foundation establishment and chi refining remnants of the assassin organization, Lu Tian, within the Qing Tian realm. The internal Golden Core stage assassins have already been slain. Currently, there are 6 Foundation Establishment level assassins and 18 Chi refining stage assassins. Eliminating each one will earn the corresponding black market points, and clearing all will yield 7,300 black market points. Below these task descriptions, the cultivation level and strength of each member are also listed. This is quite interesting. More reliable than killing a core disciple of the Cyan origin sect. Without the presence of Golden Core stage cultivators, Chi Ping still has some confidence in preserving his life against Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Moreover, Chi Ping discovered something: after refreshing the tasks, the original tasks remain. This mechanism is pretty good, at least I won't run out of spirit stones without finding a suitable task. However, after considering the difficulty and risk of the tasks, Chi Ping decided to temporarily abandon this task. When refreshing again, Chi Ping set the tasks to the Chi refining level. The range was precisely set to the Qing Tian realm by Chi Ping. When Chi Ping clicked refresh again, only 20 spirit stones were deducted. Chi refining level task. Eliminate all Chi refining remnants of the assassin organization, Lu Tian, within the Qing Tian realm. The internal Golden Core stage assassins have already been slain. Currently, there are 6 Foundation Establishment level assassins. Proceed with caution. There are also 18 Chi refining stage assassins, and clearing all Chi refining stage assassins will yield 1,600 black market points. Chi Ping. Following this, Chi Ping spent 400 spirit stones to refresh 20 times in one go, discovering that most are assassination tasks and a few are rescue ones. Assassination tasks mainly fall into 2 categories: eliminating assassin organizations similar to Lu Tian and eliminating some emerging genius disciples. Moreover, Chi Ping found that these genius disciples seemingly share certain characteristics, such as cultivating techniques with exceptionally fast progress but detrimental to nature, for example, the infant devouring method cultivated by Qin Xinyun, a core disciple of the Cyan origin sect. And it seems these organizations are also engaged in some population and corpse trading in the background. This commonality gave Chi Ping a slight chill in his heart. It seems cultivation techniques shouldn't be practiced recklessly, otherwise, who knows when one might end up on some assassination list. What really shocked Chi Ping, though, was how these people practicing such techniques were discovered. In theory, they should keep these methods very hidden. After much thought, Chi Ping could only attribute it to the mysterious detection magic and techniques. For the mysterious black market, this isn't considered a difficult matter. But does the mysterious black market go to such great lengths to post these tasks just to punish evil and promote good? Chi Ping believes that things probably aren't that simple. For those engaged in population and corpse trading organizations, there seems to be a hidden commonality as well. Judging by individual cases, it seems like nothing, merely practicing some techniques that harm nature but accelerate cultivation and engaging in some population and corpse trades, which is considered normal wherever it happens. However, with so many people and organizational forces appearing in one area and all being meticulously pinpointed and task-posted by the mysterious black market, it's evident that two mysterious forces are colliding in the background. For many years, Qi Ping had heard numerous rumors about disappearances, mostly involving children. It now seems likely that these were the doings of those behind-the-scenes manipulations. Qi Ping even speculates that wars between sects might be related to these matters, perhaps as a pretext to collect the flesh and blood of young talents. However, Qi Ping isn't sure, merely wild guesses based on the task details and commonalities from the mysterious black market. Anyway, better be cautious. Only complete simple tasks so that no one can guess my true strength. When doing tasks, let the bees handle it as much as possible, and never carry the token on me. After all, logically, no one would expect Qi Ping, with his robust hidden cards and powerful animal companions, to be willing to only take on Qi refining stage tasks. In the next 2 days, after meticulously planning and preparing for the tasks, Qi Ping began to execute them. Although the rewards for Qi refining level tasks were only 1/10 or even much less than that of Foundation establishment level tasks, Qi Ping still enjoyed doing them. The victory was in safety. While it might be challenging for other Foundation establishment cultivators to locate people, for Qi Ping with his bee swarm, it wasn't a difficult matter. Those elusive and transient organizations and hidden individuals, under the search of Qi Ping's bee swarm, were apprehended one by one. It's likely those organizations and hidden task targets couldn't have imagined in their wildest dreams that they'd ever be targeted by such a terrifying existence. Typically, those seeking them out were at most some Qi refining stage fellows who'd use favorable terrain advantages, making them manageable to deal with. But how could they manage when facing Qi Ping? It felt like the entire world was Qi Ping's bee swarm. They couldn't fight back, nor could they escape. There was no option besides waiting for death, the most frustrating situation. This beekeeper is so outrageous, not playing by the usual rules at all. After roughly 3 busy months, Qi Ping finally completed 37 tasks, amassing 12,300 black market points. The harvest efficiency wasn't high, but Qi Ping was already satisfied. However, when Qi Ping planned to do a few more tasks and cease, trouble eventually came knocking. While eradicating a small organization with only Qi refining level members, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators suddenly emerged from within. These 3 Foundation establishment cultivators happened to be from the Lu Tian organization, also listed on the black market task board. But these 3 Foundation establishment cultivators were not as formidable as the ones who previously hunted Meng Yan, and naturally couldn't pose any threat to Qi Ping. With some effort, Qi Ping managed to successfully slay them. Qi Ping further obtained an additional 2,700 black market points. Black market points, 15,000. Now Qi Ping has a total of 15,000 black market points. The efficiency of completing Foundation establishment level tasks was indeed much higher than doing Qi refining level tasks. Nevertheless, this incident served as a warning for Qi Ping. He had completed too many Qi refining level tasks recently, drawing attention from the mysterious organization. Now I should be being watched. Fortunately, the people they sent were far below my actual combat power, not only failing to catch me but also gifting me with a significant amount of black market points. However, I should stop here. Without a significant boost in power or completing the clone's creation, I absolutely must not take action again temporarily. This time's good fortune was solely because Qi Ping's true strength far surpassed what was visible. If there were a next time, the enemies would certainly not be as simple as today's characters. Thus, Qi Ping stopped and concealed himself. The next step is for him to harvest and purchase the spirit vein essence. After Qi Ping withdrew his hand, the mysterious organization behind the forces he slew erupted in anger, particularly the person responsible for Qingtian Realm's affairs. What? It failed? Are you telling me that even with that guy who controls bees, who barely has a few tier 2 bees, a 3 Foundation establishment cultivator ambush failed? Are you freaking kidding me? He was about to go mad. So many people. So many forces groomed in secrecy, gone in an instant. What about the blood food for tribute, if it's insufficient? Who can bear the wrath of the immortal master? Continue with the ambush. This time, send at least 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Make sure one has perfected chi refining. I want to see how he escapes this time. Wait, check if there are any idle golden core cultivators. Send them all together. Make sure to capture this person this time. I want him subjected to soul extraction and spirit refining. Make him suffer every earthly punishment. As this terrifying voice descended, an immense and terrifying aura of blood arose, accompanied by countless wailing ghosts. Unfortunately, the plan of this person was destined to fail. Because after this event, for at least 10 years, or even longer, Qi Ping would not act again. Their ambush was like using a basket to draw water, empty in vain. To be precise, it's like casting a net in the river, while the fish had already hidden in some unknown corner. During the execution of his task, Qi Ping actually saw many things. Firstly, using the druid's keen perception, Qi Ping sensed a similar strange aura on those geniuses who were cultivated with special cultivation techniques, which became particularly evident when they burst with blood energy and spiritual power. Combining the information obtained during the mysterious black market task, Qi Ping arrived at a hair-raising guess: blood food. These people were likely fostered as some kind of special blood food by some existence. These people also shared a common trait: they almost all came from humble origins but possessed special talents, had little knowledge, and were the most likely group to cultivate such ruthless techniques. Could it be that the righteous sects highly value the prosperity of the immortal cultivation realm simply to create a better environment to cultivate more suitable blood food? The act of planting and fertilizing, ensuring the growth environment for the crops, is merely to ensure the normal production of blood food. As long as the concept of blood food is confined within a certain range, it won't spread, and the already information-deficient lower levels won't be affected. Qi Ping could never make sense of why those powerful cultivators cared so much about the prosperity of the mortal realm and the immortal cultivation realm, but if likened to farmers managing a field, it became understandable, although the immortal cultivation realm is more complex. If this speculation turns out to be true, the immortal cultivation realm is simply too terrifying. After making this speculation, Qi Ping felt a chill at his core. Had it not been for executing dozens of missions that led to discovering the peculiar aura on those geniuses and uncovering that those specialized organizations engaged in the trafficking of special infants and the creation of spiritual objects using them, Qi Ping might not have uncovered these matters. The first time Qi Ping witnessed living infants being made into spiritual objects, the shock within him was beyond words. It was only after witnessing the infant products time and again did he comprehend what eradicating these organizations meant. Some mysterious entity seems to carry out an endless harvest on the immortal cultivation realm. In light of such matters, although Qi Ping only wished to live alone and achieve immortal ascension, massive waves surged within his heart. Just what kind of existence is the immortal cultivation realm? This made Qi Ping grow even more wary of the immortal cultivation realm. If his real state were exposed to the immortal cultivation realm, who knows how many terrifying existences would set their sights on him. This firmly bolstered Qi Ping's resolve to establish his own territory and create his own cultivation techniques, to avoid the trap set by those terrifying existences to the greatest extent. As for those kidnapped and slaughtered infants, Qi Ping's current strength couldn't handle managing them. Exterminating so many of these organizations was the most he could achieve. Black market points, 15,000. Let's start querying products. In a forest far from the Cloud Mist mountain range, Qi Ping began searching for information on the spirit vein essence. After inputting spiritual power into the spirit vein for information on the spirit vein essence, a piece of information immediately appeared. Querying, spirit vein essence requires the consumption of 200 spirit stones. Proceed with the query. After confirming again, 3 product information tabs appeared before Qi Ping. Tier 1 low-level spirit vein essence, specific quality details, price 32,000 spirit stones plus black market points 3,200. Tier 1 intermediate spirit vein essence, specific quality details, price 96,000 spirit stones plus black market points 9,300. Tier 2 low-level spirit vein essence, specific quality details, price 566,000 spirit stones. This price. Seeing the price of the spirit vein essence, Qi Ping's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Is this something an ordinary person can consider? Moreover, this is with the value greatly reduced after extracting the spirit vein essence from the earth vein. One can only say this sort of thing is only suitable for major sects and families, as the cost to purchase and nurture would be enormously terrifying, beyond the means of a typical individual. Although it seems somewhat more expensive than the market price, it should be due to the distance being relatively far. The token also introduced this, that querying items from different locations would recommend the nearest items. The farther the distance, the higher the price. Therefore, the mysterious black market is only suitable for purchasing high-priced, rare items, like the spirit vein essence, secret-level cultivation techniques, rare spirit pets, and puppet techniques. For ordinary items, it's actually more cost-effective to buy from guilds. Purchase the Tier 1 low-level spirit vein essence. I can nurture it slowly myself, so there's no need to spend an additional 60,000 spirit stones, plus I still need spirit stones to purchase other things. After a brief contemplation, Qi Ping made a decision. During the over 3 months of task execution, Qi Ping accumulated quite a few spoils of war. The various types of cultivation techniques and magic, as well as related knowledge, amounted to over 100, enough for Qi Ping to research for a long time. These will be the foundation of knowledge for Qi Ping to create cultivation techniques and magic in the future. In terms of spirit stones, Qi Ping harvested roughly 77,000 spirit stones from over 100 Qi refining cultivators and 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Adding the remaining spirit stones Qi Ping had, even not selling the accumulated spiritual honey during this period, Qi Ping's assets would amount to nearly 100,000 spirit stones. A few months of continuous slaughter entirely increased Qi Ping's spirit stone accumulation to a terrifying number. Therefore, after purchasing the Tier 1 low-level spirit vein essence for 32,000 spirit stones, Qi Ping also plans to buy some Tier 2 and Tier 3 spirit wood seeds. Only with enough contracted tree spirits from the tree spirit contract can Qi Ping nurture the spirit tree faster. Originally, Qi Ping wanted to purchase. Querying spirit wood seeds requires the consumption of 2,000 spirit stones. Proceed with the query. Seeing the number of 2,000 spirit stones, Qi Ping's eyelid couldn't help but twitch. This money-draining thing. But querying for items corresponding to the golden core level naturally demands prices of this level, thus Qi Ping could only pinch his nose and endure it. Who's making them have really good stuff? Qi Ping only plans to buy more to avoid wasting this query attempt. Moreover, it would be best to find spirit wood seeds suitable for making money and enhancing the spirit vein, to earn back 10-fold or even 100-fold of the spirit stones. For at least the next 10 years, Qi Ping is highly unlikely to engage in any conflict, so to earn spirit stones, the best reliance would still be on spirit wood and honey. Search. After Qi Ping clicked to search for Tier 2 and Tier 3 spirit wood seeds, lines of product information instantly appeared. Upon seeing the items listed, Qi Ping's eyes widened. So many. And they're all extremely rare and precious spirit wood seeds. There's even enlightenment tea tree seeds. Absolutely worth it. The product information on the token boasts over 100 entries. And almost every seed is very rare. This is incredible. I probably couldn't find even half of these in the entire Qingtian realm. No wonder it lives up to the name of the mysterious black market. Qi Ping was completely blown away by the abundance of products in the mysterious black market. The only gripe was that buying things from it came at an enormous cost. Purchasing even the lowest level spirit vein required the market price in spirit stones plus 3,200 black market points. Through leveraging the advantage of a bee swarm, Qi Ping had been busy for over 3 months and ambushed by a mysterious organization before finally accumulating 15,000 black market points. While these points are plenty, they are not exactly abundant either. Therefore, if Qi Ping were to purchase goods from the mysterious black market, he could only be very economical, choosing the hardest to find, rarest items in the Qingtian realm, like the spirit vein essence. First, I'll select some spirit wood seeds that are most suitable for my current need to earn money and enhance the spirit vein, then I'll purchase a pet beast with a comprehension talent. Before the spirit vein fully grows, Qi Ping's main tasks, apart from nurturing spirit wood and spirit vein, are studying arrays, magic, and the true meaning of the law, other things he wishes to do would lack sufficient spiritual qi. Therefore, comprehension is most important to Qi Ping at this time. Having made his decision, Qi Ping carefully made his selections. Solar Wood Seed, Tier 3 Intermediate. Price, 13,000 spirit stones plus 1,300 black market points. Moonlight Tree Seed, Tier 3 Low Level. Price, 9,000 spirit stones plus 900 black market points. Starwood Seed, Tier 3 Intermediate. Price, 12,000 spirit stones plus 1,200 black market points. Dark Iron Tree Seed, Tier 3 Low Level. Price, 10,000 spirit stones plus 1,000 black market points. These four it is. After careful selection, Qi Ping ultimately chose Solar Wood, Moonlight Tree, Star Wood, and Dark Iron Tree. All Tier 3 Spirit Wood seeds. Fortunately, while Spirit Wood seeds are scarce, they're much cheaper than Tier 3 Spirit Beast Cubs of the same tier. Because the time required to cultivate Spirit Wood is too long and it's only useful to a sect, the seed prices aren't high, only the prices of mature Spirit Wood become very high. And the 4 Tier 3 Spirit Wood are enough for Qi Ping to use at this stage to enhance the Spirit Vein for now. In fact, the mysterious black market has quite a few rare Spirit Wood seeds. Many Spirit Wood types are rarer and more precious than these 4, offering greater cultivation value. But after careful consideration, Qi Ping decided against them. Because while those Spirit Wood seeds are good, they're not suitable for Qi Ping's current state, as their cultivation difficulty demands more from the environment and spiritual power, making them harder to grow. Before Qi Ping's spirit vein is raised, cultivating those spirit woods would be extremely difficult. However, the 4 spirit wood seeds Qi Ping chose are different. Solar wood can absorb the power of the sun to grow and condense sun essence, with lower requirements for spiritual qi. As long as I carve a supportive magic to absorb and convert the power of the sun into the tree spirit mark, it can grow quickly and be used to restore and enhance the spirit vein, while also condensing sun essence to boost Yaya's strength or self or spirit stones. Solar wood is the spirit wood that Qi Ping values the most. Because with Yaya, Qi Ping can create the most suitable magic prototype for solar wood, carving it into the tree spirit mark for solar wood to learn, grow and perfect. Furthermore, Qi Ping places the greatest hope on Yaya's growth. With the help of solar wood, Yaya's breakthroughs in Tier 2 or even Tier 3 will be much faster. Among all of Qi Ping's current animal companions, Yaya has the strongest aptitude to independently break the limits of its bloodline. As long as Yaya successfully transforms again, Qi Ping's fire attribute cultivation talent can further evolve. The moonlight tree and star would work similarly. By absorbing moonlight power and power of the stars, their growth demands less spiritual qi. They are suitable for the current state where Qi Ping's territory lacks spiritual qi. The moon essence and star essence they produce can also be sold for valuable spirit stones. The only difference with them compared to solar wood is that Qi Ping lacks animal companions to utilize the moonlight power and power of the stars. This means that finding or creating appropriate magic for these 2 spirit woods would be a bit more troublesome. But regardless, the 3 spirit woods day, moon, and stars are very suitable for Qi Ping to get through the initial phase of cultivating the spirit vein essence. As for the dark iron wood, Qi Ping specifically chose it to pair with stone spirit. The power released during the growth of dark iron wood will generate a very special dark iron or nearby, and small stone spirit can also produce a special companion or when dormant. Dark iron wood can absorb the power of or during growth to accelerate, and stone spirit can do the same. Therefore, Qi Ping thinks the combination of the 2 may promote mutual growth, perhaps even yielding unexpected surprises. These 4 spirit wood seeds will cost a total of 44,000 spirit stones plus 4,400 black market points. Plus the cost of spirit vein essence at 32,000 spirit stones, the total is 76,000 plus 7,600 black market points. Wow! After using them all up, I'll have less than 30,000 spirit stones and 7,400 black market points left. I won't have enough spirit stones to buy a spirit beast. With that thought, Qi Ping grew worried again. What should I do? Spirit honey could still sell for several thousand spirit stones, but having just angered a terrifying organization, selling a large batch of honey now would be too risky. The spoils acquired recently are plenty, selling them piecemeal would net several thousand spirit stones without any problem. However, selling these spoils now carries risks even higher than selling honey. Thinking of this, Qi Ping felt a headache coming on again. Right, the mysterious black market should accept items, right? It's just that the token didn't mention the rules for selling, so Qi Ping couldn't be sure. Judging by the items available in the mysterious black market, Qi Ping estimated that even if they do accept items, it would only be boutique ones. If they accept them, that'd be great, even selling for half price is acceptable. It's better than holding on to these hot potatoes. Forget it, let's take a look at the spirit beasts first. Query, Tier 2 or Tier 3 spirit beasts with outstanding comprehension talent requires spending 2,000 spirit stones. Proceed with the query. Confirm inquiry. After Qi Ping clicked Confirm inquiry, information about spirit beasts with the comprehension talent appeared one by one. There's quite a number. Qi Ping roughly counted, there were about 30 to 40. Although less than the number of spirit wood seeds, it was still a considerable amount. Finding a few spirit beasts with the comprehension talent in the Cyan origin sect was not easy, yet in the mysterious black market, nearly 40 were found at once. It must be that the mysterious black market has included spirit beasts from nearby great realms, otherwise the Qingtian realm shouldn't have so many pet beasts with outstanding comprehension talent. Among various spirit beasts, those with the comprehension talent are very rare. However, there are only 5 Tier 3 bloodline spirit beasts. These 5 spirit beasts are the Star Moon Twin Beast, Celestial Dream Nightingale, Resentful Spirit Tiger, Three-Color Deer, and Heart-Devouring Rat. But not all these pet beasts are options for Qi Ping. First, the Resentful Spirit Tiger, a Tier 3 intermediate spirit beast, must be excluded by Qi Ping. Such pet beasts are notorious, let alone making a contract, it would be fortunate not to be rejected by a druid. Second, the Heart-Devouring Rat has reached the late Tier 2, expensive as it is, and with mature intelligence, Qi Ping might not succeed in contracting it. So, the real options for Qi Ping are only the Star Moon Twin Beast, Celestial Dream Nightingale, and Three-Colored Deer. Among these 3 spirit beasts, the Star Moon Twin Beast moves Qi Ping the most. The Star Moon Twin Beast is a rare spirit snake-type spirit beast, at Tier 3 intermediate. Besides having an extremely high comprehension talent, it also has the one body, two souls talent. The 2 souls share one consciousness but can control 2 bodies simultaneously, like the left hand and right hand. Among the 2 souls, the moon soul is dominant, while the star soul is auxiliary, possessing various magical abilities. Plus, the intelligence of the Star Moon Twin Beasts is usually very high, making them notoriously difficult among many mature Tier 3 spirit beasts. Isn't this exactly the split soul talent I want? At the first sight of the Star Moon Twin Beast, Qi Ping was immensely moved. If he could acquire the one body, 2 souls talent, he could put the creation of a clone on the agenda. Moreover, the Star Moon Twin Beast having both star and moon attributes fit perfectly with the moonlight tree and star which Qi Ping planned to purchase. It's just a bit too expensive. Tier 3 Intermediate Star Moon Twin Beast Cub. Price, 128,000 spirit stones plus 12,800 black market points. Qi Ping's current 100,000 spirit stones couldn't afford it even if spent entirely. The Star Moon Twin Beast will have to wait. Despite being moved, Qi Ping found himself unable. He could sell some things to gather spirit stones, but black market points are out of reach short term, and Qi Ping won't undertake tasks from the mysterious black market anytime soon. Even though his natural perception can aid in avoiding dangers, Qi Ping is still cautious, better safe than sorry. Luckily, I can manage the Three-Colored Deer and Celestial Dream Nightingale. Tier 3 Low-Level Three-Colored Deer. Price, 58,000 spirit stones plus 5,800 black market points. Tier 3 Low-Level Celestial Dream Nightingale. Price, 53,000 spirit stones plus 5,300 black market points. Three-Colored Deer. Celestial Dream Nightingale. Faced with only these 2 options now, Qi Ping found himself in a dilemma. Which one to choose? The celestial dream nightingale is an exceptionally rare sound wave-type spirit beast with a strong divine soul talent, sound wave-type divine soul talent, and comprehension talent. The sound wave-type divine soul talent deals immense damage in a wide range, not lacking in single-target attack either, and is undoubtedly one of the best in combat ability among pet beasts of the same tier, agile and fast, making it very suitable as an auxiliary combat spirit beast. The three-colored deer has some nine-colored deer's divine beast bloodline and a well-defined promotion path, being a high-potential spirit beast. However, the combat ability of the three-colored deer is not as outstanding as the celestial dream nightingale. Its divine soul talent is slightly lower than the celestial dream nightingale, but its comprehension talent is higher. Moreover, the three-colored deer has significant wood talent and healing talent. The wood talent of the three-colored deer not only suits cultivation with wood attribute spiritual chi but also has a high healing capability, making it the signature talent of the three-colored deer. After careful consideration, Qi Ping quickly made a decision. The three-colored deer it is. The divine soul, comprehension, and wood talents all greatly benefit me. I already have gold and fire talents, adding wood talent is not bad. If it's comprehension talent, even better. The three-colored deer's comprehension is among the best in spirit beasts of the same tier. Once decided, Qi Ping did not hesitate and immediately began the purchase. Three-colored deer 58,000 spirit stones, 32,000 spirit stones for spirit vein essence, 13,000 spirit stones for solar wood. Altogether it amounts to 103,000 spirit stones plus 10,300 black market points. Just enough. The moonlight tree, star wood, and dark iron tree could wait a bit longer, Qi Ping decided. After selling off his spoils to the mysterious black market, purchasing the 3 spirit wood seeds would not be too late. After analysis, Qi Ping found the three-color deer very suitable for him, and it was best to secure it immediately to prevent missing the opportunity. While these 3 spirit woods were suitable for Qi Ping, their alternatives were plentiful. Choosing other spirit woods wouldn't differ much, but Qi Ping estimated that he might not encounter another three-color deer in 10 years. Perhaps there might be only this one in the nearby Great Realms. Hence, Qi Ping decided it was necessary to secure it promptly. Thus, Qi Ping immediately entered the purchase information into the token. Purchase Tier 3 low-level 3-colored deer, Tier 3 intermediate solar wood seed, Tier 1 low-level spirit vein essence. After inputting the purchase request with spiritual power, Qi Ping waited, and soon the time was relayed back to him. Arriving in 3 days. The mysterious black market did not worry about Qi Ping falsely reporting the purchase demand, for anyone daring to do so would either compensate or meet a grim fate. After receiving the response, Qi Ping began preparations. This was his first transaction with the mysterious black market, and despite the organization's reputation, Qi Ping couldn't afford to be careless. Therefore, sealing off and monitoring the area with bees was a basic operation. Qi Ping would trigger natural perception periodically. Those scattered and hidden spoils and spirit stones were also systematically transported to this location. And so, with a facade of calmness yet intense preparations underneath, 3 days passed. As the appointed time approached, the familiar box puppet reappeared, though Qi Ping couldn't ascertain whether it was the same puppet as last time. After both the bees and natural perception confirmed no danger, Qi Ping revealed the middle-aged man's figure from last time. Without any wasted words, the box puppet straightforwardly presented the 3 ordered items to Qi Ping, the 3-colored deer cub, solar wood seed, and spirit vein essence. The box-shaped puppet took out the 3 items and displayed them in front of Qi Ping. It first showcased the solar wood seed, placing a seed radiating scorching power clearly in front of Qi Ping. Tier 3 intermediate solar wood seed, possesses vitality, flourishing life force. The mechanical voice of the box-shaped puppet sounded. No problem. Qi Ping nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Then the box-shaped puppet displayed the second item, a spirit vein essence shimmering with mysterious luster, resembling a jade-like flood dragon. Spirit vein essence, spirituality unextinguished, can continue to cultivate for advancement. No problem. Qi Ping nodded once again. The last item the box-shaped puppet took out was a small white deer fawn, but with a water drop-shaped tricolor marking on its forehead and fur, and its forehooves bore similar distinctive marks as its forehead, with a pair of antlers emanating a unique aura of a child of the forest. It is rumored that the divine nine-colored deer is the child of the forest, blessed with the protection and favor of the natural forest, and the tricolored deer carries a trace of the nine-colored deer's bloodline, thus also possessing such an aura. The tricolor fawn, held by the box-shaped puppet, widened its eyes and curiously observed the Chi Ping in front of it, calling out twice. Such an ethereal cry. The deer calls, it truly is aptly described. Upon hearing this ethereal and pleasant call, Chi Ping was reminded of the verses he once read in ancient poems and suddenly felt a fondness for this small tricolor deer fawn. This little tricolor deer, he made no mistake in choosing it. Tier 3 low-level tricolor deer fawn, healthy body, normal aura. A total of 103,000 spirit stones. No problem. After confirming no issues, Chi Ping immediately summoned bees to bring a series of storage bags from all directions. Faced with this scene, the box-shaped puppet remained motionless, simply waiting quietly, unsure whether it was due to a lack of emotional awareness or because it had long been accustomed to such situations. After busying himself for a while, Chi Ping finally managed to gather 103,000 spirit stones and handed them over to the box-shaped puppet. Here are 103,000 spirit stones. The box-shaped puppet nodded its container-like head and delivered the 3 items to Chi Ping, then took in Chi Ping's spirit stones. Chi Ping then stored the jade box containing the spirit vein essence and the jade box with the solar wood seed into the storage bag, while the tricolor deer fawn was placed into the spirit beast bag. Transaction complete. As the mechanical voice of the box-shaped puppet sounded, when it was just about to leave, Chi Ping hurriedly called it back. May I ask, do you purchase items? We do. Rare items are purchased at 80% to a premium over market price, regular items at 60% to 80% of market price. Are you looking to sell items? Yes, please wait a moment. Chi Ping nodded affirmatively. Saying this, Chi Ping quickly summoned bees to again bring storage bags from all directions. After fussing for quite some time, Chi Ping finally piled a large heap of miscellaneous items in front of the box-shaped puppet. These were mainly some magical artifacts, elixirs, as well as some peculiar items. He even brought over the weapon of the black-robed cultivator he had slain on peak number 7 in Zone D of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Indeed, he had taken out all the items that had gathered dust before. Chi Ping had long been prepared for this, not allowing such miscellaneous items to occupy space in his territory. As for those spiritual medicines, magic, and seeds, Chi Ping kept all of them, as they were useful to him. They are items that enhance his territory and knowledge base. When all those items were laid out in front of the box-shaped puppet, it merely glanced at them, then divided them into 2 parts with unbelievable speed. The box-shaped puppet first pointed at one of the smaller piles. This pile is not wanted, no value. It then pointed at the other pile and said, these can be estimated at 53,200 spirit stones. Among them, regular items are worth between 60% to 80%, valued at 46,800 spirit stones. The box-shaped puppet then pointed at one peculiar orange-yellow item. This is considered a rare item, purchased at a 10% premium, valued at 6,400 spirit stones. Would you like to sell all of it? This statement slightly surprised Chi Ping, as the overall value was higher than he had estimated. The main reason lay in that peculiar orange-yellow item. However, the box-shaped puppet did not say what it was, clearly unwilling to serve as a free appraiser. But Chi Ping didn't mind, as it was already an unexpected gain for him. These unfamiliar items could either be blessings or curses, asking others recklessly posed great risk, so for Chi Ping, converting them into spirit stones was more practical. Regarding items with unknown risks and opportunities, Chi Ping would rather not have them or treat them cautiously, so being able to sell them for spirit stones was already very good. Sell all of it. Additionally, please credit 3,200 spirit stones into the token. Okay. Upon receiving Chi Ping's response, the box-shaped puppet handed 50,000 spirit stones over to Chi Ping, then departed. After storing away the 50,000 spirit stones, Qi Ping immediately checked the mysterious black market token and found the points on it had increased by 3,200. Previously, Qi Ping had refreshed Foundation establishment level tasks twice, costing 400 spirit stones, refreshed Qi refining level tasks 80 times, costing 1,400 spirit stones, refreshed Tier 2 items once, Tier 3 items twice, costing 4,200 spirit stones. In total, 6,000 spirit stones were spent. Thus, the originally recharged amount of 10,000 spirit stones had only 4,000 remaining, so this time, Qi Ping had to recharge 3,200 spirit stones again. Black market spirit stone, 4,000 plus 3,200 is equal to 7,200. Black market points, 4,700. What a rip-off, worse than pay-to-win games. Qi Ping cursed silently. Quietly spending 6,000 spirit stones. That's enough to buy an ordinary Tier 3 spirit wood seed. Fortunately, the previous product information is still available. It's fair to say that information is priceless. If not for the mysterious black market, even multiplying the spirit stones several times, he might still struggle to find a way. Qi Ping could only console himself this way, but truly, the value of information is significant. After handling these items, Qi Ping packed the pile of miscellaneous items into a storage bag, then instructed the bees to find a remote pit to bury them. Subsequently, Qi Ping quickly left this place. Once he found a new safe spot, Qi Ping took out the token again and input. Purchase Tier 3 low-level moonlight tree, Tier 3 intermediate star wood, Tier 3 low-level dark iron tree. Arriving in 1.5 days. This time the reply was faster. Having the experience of the first transaction, the second went more smoothly, and Qi Ping swiftly acquired the 3 seeds. After obtaining these items, Qi Ping again found a place to study them for several days, ensuring there were no issues before bringing them back to his territory. The token was then hidden far from the Cloud Mist mountain range by Qi Ping. Returning to his territory, a relaxed smile appeared on Qi Ping's face. This time I've gained a lot, now it's time to improve. The combination of the 3 spiritual seeds, namely the Tier 3 lower grade moonlight tree, Tier 3 intermediate grade star wood, and Tier 3 lower grade dark iron tree, cost Qi Ping a total of 31,000 lower grade spirit stones and 3,100 black market points. After this expenditure, Qi Ping's current assets have shrunk once again. Black market spirit stone, 7,200. Black market points, 1,600. The spirit stones on him have dwindled to just over 19,000, and with some remaining odds and ends, it totals close to 20,000. Actually, this amount of spirit stones is not meager for a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, but it feels a bit scarce for Qi Ping. Especially since Qi Ping is most tempted by the Star Moon Twin Beast. 128,000 spirit stones plus 12,800 black market points. Particularly, the risk and difficulty of earning black market points are the highest. To gain black market points, Qi Ping must face that mysterious organization that refines special constitutions and talented infants into spiritual objects. Without more than 5,000 Tier 2 battle bees, Yaya won't attempt another mysterious black market task until she breaks through to the late or perfect Tier 2. This is the bottom line Qi Ping sets for himself, otherwise, he cannot feel at ease facing such a colossal entity. Moreover, a mere 300 to 500 Tier 2 bees can hold back or even confront an ordinary early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, so a swarm of 5,000 Tier 2 bees is already quite formidable. If it were merely a tenfold increase in quantity, it would still be within the normal range. However, if 5,000 of them form an array battle formation, their combat power will sharply increase, which is very beneficial for Qi Ping's transformation and escape. As for Yaya, she is supported in her cultivation by the Tier 3 intermediate grade Blazing Sun wood, which gathers sun essence. The Blazing Sun wood is also the main spirit wood that Qi Ping will cultivate moving forward. With the Blazing Sun wood, Yaya's advancement speed will not be slow. Qi Ping has strong confidence in Yaya. Returning to the Cloud Mist mountain range, Qi Ping did not rush into cultivation. He first went to see old Zhou, shared a couple of drinks with him, and then returned to his territory. I never expected this trip to take more than 4 months. Qi Ping exclaimed in amazement upon returning to his domain. He then lazily lay on the ground, savoring the long-lost peace. The long period of travel, slaughter, and vigilance had left his heart and spirit extremely exhausted. Cultivators also experience fatigue, especially in their spirits. This is why many cultivators end up going down the path of insanity or madness. This is indeed a significant hurdle on the path of cultivation. Cultivators with insufficient mental fortitude become frenzied, perverted, or lost in a frenzy of killing on the long road of cultivation. In fact, countless cultivators are suppressed or killed yearly because of this reason. Even many seemingly normal cultivators already have distorted mental states, especially when they have difficulty advancing further despite enjoying a long lifespan, which often leads to the formation of extreme, perverted personalities. Only those with a firm Tao heart can truly advance courageously on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, even with extraordinary talent, one will meet a tragic end on the long road of cultivation. Though Qi Ping has formed his own farming realm, this is just the first realm of establishing his Tao heart, and he still needs to continuously hone and elevate it. This recent venture's killing spree also profoundly impacted Qi Ping. Now, whenever Qi Ping closes his eyes, he can still visualize those infant corpses emitting eerie colors and spiritual qi, neatly displayed in special containers, exuding an extremely tempting aura to the body. It seems that an overwhelmingly tempting voice urges Qi Ping to consume them. But whenever this happens, Qi Ping's natural perception triggers a premonition of danger. Qi Ping knows that engaging with these things would inevitably bring unforeseen calamity upon himself. Therefore, Qi Ping finally had a portion of the bees destroy those things. After consecutively annihilating several organizations, Qi Ping finally glimpsed a corner of the iceberg beneath the immortal cultivation realm. Yet, seeing this small corner made Qi Ping shiver to the bone. He realized that the prosperity and peace of the immortal cultivation realm were merely a facade. Thus, upon returning to see old Zhou, back to his territory, gazing at the utopian-like domain, and hearing the buzzing of the busy bees in his ears, Qi Ping feels an unparalleled sense of comfort. For Qi Ping, only this place is the sole trustworthy haven in the immortal cultivation realm. This time, after experiencing these events outside, Qi Ping became more determined to build a strong domain. Listening to the bees buzzing in his ears, Qi Ping slowly drifted into sleep, and at this moment, his farming realm also became more solid and powerful. When Qi Ping awoke again, he found that 10 days had passed. The little tricolor deer was frolicking not far away with the little spirit fox. During these 10 days, the little spirit fox took on the role of a family head, shouldering the responsibility of caring for the little tricolor deer. Originally, Yaya had said she'd take care of it, but the little spirit fox volunteered to do it instead, because it felt that its diet was closest to that of the tricolor deer. Thus, during these 10 days, the little spirit fox took care of the tricolor deer. Due to the lack of spiritual qi and scarcity of spirit fruits in the realm, the little spirit fox dug up many spirit fruits and spirit grasses it had hoarded. These spirit fruits, accumulated over time, finally served a significant purpose during this time. Chiu chiu. How about that? Didn't I do a great job? The little deer has been well taken care of. The little spirit fox proudly raised its head when telling Qi Ping about this. The spirit fruits and spirit grasses it had stored not only served a purpose but also allowed it to take on the role of a family head, making it quite the little chief fox now. Qi Ping found himself both amused and touched listening to the little spirit fox recount these 10 days. Although these were trivial matters within the domain, the little spirit fox described them vividly. For the little spirit fox, although the domain was small, it was its entire world. Moreover, it greatly cherished this place, having coordinated with Tong Tong to decorate many things with its own hands. Great job. Once I'm done with my tasks, I'll get you plenty of delicious spirit fruits. Qi Ping praised while gently stroking the little spirit fox's head. After that, Qi Ping let the little spirit fox lead the tricolor deer away to play. Because upon waking up, Qi Ping noticed some peculiarities about himself. He realized his farming realm talent had become much more solidified, with a stronger power of protection and increased access to the power of heaven and earth within the domain. How did my farming realm strengthen so much? Could my 10-day sleep be related to a transformation of my Tao heart? Ordinarily, Qi Ping estimated he would sleep for only 1 or 2 days at most. But this time, he slept for a full 10 days, during which his thoughts sometimes became unexpectedly clear, and his mind continuously pondered, churned, and analyzed the events he encountered, as well as everything he encountered in the immortal cultivation realm. Upon awakening this time, he felt as though he had significantly changed. He sensed an inexplicable lightness in his body, and his control over spiritual power and divine soul power had advanced a notch. This is indeed very good news. Among many kinds of cultivation, cultivating one's Tao heart is the most elusive and the hardest to improve. It can only be slowly comprehended by oneself. Qi Ping also has no concrete method, all he can do is carefully reflect on his cultivation path and everything he has experienced. What he encounters is not something he can control. Fortunately, as Meng Yen said, he possesses an extraordinary intuitive mind, giving him a good advantage in comprehending the Tao heart. With such a golden core, even when he reaches the golden core stage, he no longer needs to worry about an unstable Tao heart. Next, Qi Ping tested the power enhancement of the farming realm. The final result left Qi Ping very satisfied. Now, at the early stage of foundation establishment, very few should be able to harm me. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators might not even be able to injure me at all. The layering of various methods in the farming realm elevated Qi Ping's defense to a truly terrifying level. After testing the farming realm, Qi Ping originally planned to manage his territory, arrange the spirit vein essence and 4 tier 3 spirit wood seeds, and then contract after getting acquainted with the little 3-colored deer. However, the little 3-colored deer realized it hadn't contracted with Qi Ping yet, while the others had all become his animal companions. So, once the 3-colored deer saw Qi Ping was done, it couldn't wait to run over. If not for those 10 days that Qi Ping was sleeping, it would have come to find him much sooner. Of course, the most important reason was its overwhelming impression and fondness for Qi Ping. Qi Ping's beast friend talent naturally had an excellent effect on young spirit beasts, which had already significantly increased the level of fondness. Moreover, the divine 9-colored deer is the child of the forest, so the 3-colored deer possessing the 9-colored deer's bloodline naturally also shares this trait. And Qi Ping's identity as a tree shepherd remarkably resonates with the identity of the child of the forest, together with the beast king druid, which propelled the 3-colored deer's fondness to the peak. Adding to this, the little spirit fox and little flower demon had been singing praises about Qi Ping for 10 days, further solidifying this impression. One could say that among all the contracted animal companions Qi Ping had, the initial fondness was highest with this hopping little 3-colored deer. You, can I contract with you? I want to be your animal companion too. You, fox and demon said they've contracted with you. After speaking, the little 3-colored deer stood somewhat awkwardly in front of Qi Ping, its eyes radiating a unique glow, filled with hopeful anticipation. It didn't know if Qi Ping would refuse, which would indeed make the deer very sad. Looking at the snow-white, sacred little creature exuding a unique forest aura in front of him, Qi Ping also developed a deep affection for it, naturally making it impossible for him to refuse. Moreover, his goal was to contract the 3-colored deer as his animal companion. Of course. Qi Ping smiled and nodded. Yay. You. Soon after, an ethereal and joyful deer cry resonated throughout the territory. The cry of the 3-colored deer was very peculiar, as if speaking the language of the forest. Wherever the cry passed, the forest vegetation seemed to resonate with the sound of the 3-colored deer. Even the plants and trees resonate with the 3-colored deer. This sight left Qi Ping utterly shocked. He knew that the 3-colored deer, with its 9-colored deer's bloodline, would have a high affinity with forest vegetation, but he didn't expect it to be this profound. Perhaps it's because this 3-colored deer has relatively high talent. Such a possibility exists. A small fraction of spirit beast individuals possesses talents far exceeding others of the same bloodline or harbor exceedingly unique talents. If one were to choose the most suitable spirit beast for a druid to contract within the immortal cultivation realm, the 9-colored deer bloodline should make the list. Let's start quickly. As Qi Ping stood in a daze, looking at it, the little 3-colored deer urged out loud. All right. Qi Ping responded and hesitated no longer. In Qi Ping's skilled operations, a contract array slowly formed at his beckoning. The three main talents of the three colors are all excellent: divine soul, comprehension, wood element. Any one of them would be useful. But it's best to gain comprehension. Otherwise, creating a new cultivation technique just with divine soul talent and cultivation talent would be quite strenuous. Species, three-colored deer. Bloodline, Tier 3 low level. Talents, forest soul, three-colored spirit, heart of the forest. Forest soul, the bloodline receives the forest's blessing, possessing high affinity with the forest, which stabilizes and strengthens the divine soul. Three-colored spirit, possesses a small portion of nine-colored deer's bloodline. The divine soul holds a unique spirituality. With this unique spirituality, one gains extremely high comprehension and can thus perceive the power of the forest and control its inherent forces. Heart of the forest, possesses exceptionally high wood element cultivation talent, and the spiritual power cultivated with this talent possesses powerful healing traits, offering excellent effects on healing the wounds of the flesh and certain effects on repairing the divine soul's injuries. Evaluation: a spirit beast that does not delight in combat, naturally harmonizes with the forest, and is blessed by the forest. Its combat capability within the forest is greatly enhanced. As it matures, the three-colored deer can continuously learn and master various forces within the forest. Forest soul. Three-colored spirit. Heart of the forest. The nine-colored deer bloodline, deserving of the title of forest child divine beast, vividly showcases these traits within the three-colored deer bearing the nine-colored deer's bloodline. With the presence of the forest soul and heart of the forest, the three-colored deer can possess exceptionally high wood attribute cultivation talent and also cultivate faster within the forest. Meanwhile, the three-colored spirit is the most core talent of the three-colored deer. With this talent, the three-colored deer can virtually attempt and learn to control any forest power that exists. It can be said that a matured three-colored deer grown in the forest is a terrifying presence in combat within the forest, with very few equals who can challenge it there. In terms of the overall strength of a spirit beast, the combat ability and potential of a three-colored deer in the forest far surpass that of a celestial dream nightingale. Nonetheless, within the immortal cultivation realm, their price disparity isn't significant. A big reason is the hefty limitations on the three-colored deer. Without the forest environment or guidance from the previous generation of three-colored deer, its battle strength and potential remain quite low. However, this doesn't impact Qi Ping much. His identity as a tree shepherd means he prefers dwelling in the forests. And with the great communication and exchange Qi Ping shares with the three-colored deer, he can gradually teach it to grow and learn. Overall, acquiring a three-colored deer for under 60,000 spirit stones is indeed a significant find for Qi Ping. The crafting of the contract array took quite some time before finally solidifying. Once the array took shape, Qi Ping didn't hesitate, directly infusing it into the forehead of the little three-colored deer. After the druid's animal companion contract array entered the forehead of the little three-colored deer, Qi Ping also quickly entered a special state of insight. And this insight of Qi Ping's lasted longer than any previous one. Even when Qi Ping shared the enchantment god seal talent of the enchanting immortal fox, it was far inferior to this time. When Qi Ping awoke from the special state, 2 days had already passed. Good heavens! It's actually been 2 days. Upon learning how long he had been in the special state, Qi Ping was stunned. Perhaps it's because the three-colored deer is a tier 3 low-level spirit beast, or maybe it involves changes in comprehension. But it was all worth it. Having contracted with 3 divine soul-type pet beasts, my long-desired comprehension talent has finally arrived. Out of 3 attempts, only 1 was successful, a probability that is far from high. But it was this one success that allowed Qi Ping to directly acquire a vastly overpowered three-colored spirit. Shared talent, Great Brewmaster, Young Fire Body, Enchantment God Seal, 100 Eyes Demon Realm, Golden Stone Body, Three-colored Spirit. Three-colored spirit, your divine soul possesses an intimate spiritual affinity with the forest, and with this unique spirituality, you will have extremely high comprehension, and you can thereby understand the power of forest and wield the power that belongs to the forest. The three-colored spirit is the powerful core talent of the three-colored deer. One could say that after Qi Ping shared the three-colored spirit talent, it was truly a monumental rise. Not only did Qi Ping's greatest lack of comprehension greatly increase, but he could also use this talent to wield the power that belongs to the forest. And being a tree shepherd who evolved from a jungle druid, his affinity with the forest was already extremely high, and now with the addition of the three-colored spirit, it can be said to be a strong alliance. At this moment, Qi Ping closed his eyes, and the power of the surrounding grass and trees became incredibly clear in Qi Ping's perception. Wherever his perception reached, countless plants and trees in the forest cheered for him. When the little three-colored deer saw this extraordinary scene, it was utterly stunned. Yo. Wow! What's going on? How could Qi Ping cause the power of the grass and forest to resonate? And it seems even stronger than itself. Although the little deer is still a baby, it has heritage memories in its blood. It is well aware of its bloodline's special status within the grass and forest domain, and there shouldn't be any creatures that can compare to them in this aspect. Yet now, it saw someone even stronger in this regard. How could it not be astonished? And Qi Ping also discovered that his affinity with the power of the forest had increased significantly. But that was not the biggest change. What truly shocked Qi Ping was perceiving a peculiar force unique to the forest and plant life. Intuition told Qi Ping that as long as he wanted to learn, he could grasp this force in his hands and transform it into complete spells. Isn't this the druid's talent of learning from nature? Learning from nature is the core talent of the Calamity Druid branch, allowing druids to learn from the heavens and the earth, turning the power of natural calamities into formidable spells. Its greatest manifestation in the immortal cultivation realm is observing and understanding terrifying calamities like thunder tribulation and nine heavens fierce winds, turning these terrifying calamities into spells. From a sealing perspective, Calamity Druid is certainly not inferior. However, Qi Ping's talent was just too poor, with only the Beast King Druid and Jungle Druid to help Qi Ping grow. If it hadn't started so poorly, he might have considered including the Calamity Druid in his options. I never thought I would acquire a simplified version of learning from nature today. Although it's much weaker compared to the Calamity Druid talent, it is still a pleasant surprise, providing many ideas for creating spells. Gaining this ability made Qi Ping extremely happy. But what surprised Qi Ping the most was the huge change brought about by the increase in comprehension. In just a short time, the problems Qi Ping previously encountered in understanding arrays and spells were all solved by Qi Ping. Places that were once perplexing suddenly became clear at that moment. It was incredibly miraculous. This improvement is tremendously vast. Qi Ping looked incredulously at the distant little three-colored deer. Does the comprehension talent of the three-colored deer really have such a high level? Or is this specific three-colored deer even more special? But it might also be that my basic divine soul talent is quite high, with the enhancement of enchantment god seal plus Beast King's will, plus my previous daily consumption and exercise, providing the best divine soul foundation for the comprehension talent. It is based on this foundation that my comprehension improved to such a level. Of course, it might be that all reasons combined achieve this effect. With this, I've essentially solved the biggest challenge in learning arrays and creating cultivation techniques and spells. Having solved this problem, Qi Ping was incredibly happy. With the comprehension he now has, creating foundation establishment level spells and cultivation techniques is absolutely not a problem for him. Even creating golden core level cultivation techniques is enough, as long as he is given enough time and foundational knowledge of cultivation techniques and spells. Also, in terms of research on arrays and understanding of the true meaning of the law, Qi Ping was confident this will greatly increase. As such, Qi Ping could finally research steadily on his territory for a good amount of time. The effects of the three-colored spirit talent are truly outstanding. After a series of tests, Qi Ping was beyond satisfied with the amazing effects of this talent. So going forward, the tier and bloodline elevation of the three-colored deer must be raised to a relatively important position. If this talent could evolve to the nine-colored holy spirit of the nine-colored deer, my comprehension would reach an unimaginably terrifying degree. Because of the three-colored spirit talent, Qi Ping instantly elevated the bloodline promotion of the three-colored deer to an extremely high position, worthy of prioritized resource cultivation. In the cultivation of animal companions, due to limited resources, there must be a sequence of priorities. Key animal companions should be given priority, providing the greatest combat assistance and shared talent enhancement, while those not as critical can be a bit slower. When Qi Ping reaches the golden core, it will be exceptionally easy to cultivate foundation establishment level animal companions, so lagging companions won't be stuck forever. Just last time in the place where I encountered the little stone spirit, after slaying the opponent, I obtained a secret manual for cultivating spirit beasts. I can study it to find out how to quickly elevate the little spirit fox and three-colored deer. However, before that, I should first properly settle the spirit vein essence. A strong spirit vein is the fundamental factor for the development of this territory. Qi Ping also needs to explore how far this spirit vein can be cultivated. Spirit vein essence, the source of life energy in the immortal cultivation realm, capable of generating spiritual qi that grants life and vitality to all things, nourishing the heavens and earth, and is one of the original powers of the realm. The most fundamental growth method for spirit vein essence is to form special spirit veins by harnessing the power of heaven and earth at the center of the earth veins of mountains and rivers. The stronger the mountains and earth veins, the stronger the earth veins they can nurture. Spirit vein is a special place formed by the combination of spirit vein essence and mountain and earth veins, able to gather the power of heaven and earth, rapidly condense and transmit spiritual qi. Mountain and earth veins are the foundation of spirit veins, but they don't serve much purpose for me. The best mountains and earth in the immortal cultivation realm have long been occupied by major powers, not something Qi Ping could lay claims to. Moreover, even with the help of mountain and earth, spirit veins still need years and years to gradually form, with a very slow speed. The advantage of forming a super strong spirit vein that can benefit thousands of miles is the mountain and earth, but the slow formation speed is a disadvantage. The unimpressive mountain and river veins of the cloud mist mountain range destined that Qi Ping could not take this path to nurture spirit veins. Additionally, if a large-scale, powerful spirit vein formed in the cloud mist mountain range, it would be more of a curse than a blessing. Given this, nurturing spirit veins through mountain and earth is not suitable for me. The most suitable path for me is to nurture spirit veins with the nurturing of spirit objects of heaven and earth. However, I have an advantage in understanding the power of heaven and earth and can harness the power of a ray to absorb part of the power of heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers into the spirit vein essence, accelerating the growth of spirit vein essence and the production of spiritual qi. The effect of Qi Ping's measure should not be particularly significant, but it is beneficial in being continuous, adequately supplying the growth of ordinary spiritual medicines. Especially when all the spiritual qi produced by the spirit vein is locked within an array, it is still quite substantial. For a major power, it might be limited, but for Qi Ping alone, it's quite sufficient. Next is to use spirit objects of heaven and earth to nurture the spirit vein essence. The cost of nurturing spirit veins with spirit objects of heaven and earth is very high, but it is also a choice many loose cultivators cannot avoid. Some powerful cultivators who prefer solitary cultivation also use the method of nurturing with mountain, earth, and spirit objects of heaven and earth to accelerate the growth of spirit veins. Though the cost is high, the benefits are not absent. Nurturing spirit veins with spirit objects of heaven and earth not only allows the spirit veins to grow rapidly but also locks the spiritual qi within a small range, maximizing the usage of spiritual qi produced by the spirit vein. Plus, if different spirit objects of heaven and earth are used to nurture the spirit vein, it will form a spirit vein with special effects. The better the spirit objects of heaven and earth used, the better the special effects of the spirit vein. For instance, someone using earth-fire essence to nurture spirit veins would create a spirit vein with special fire attribute effects, greatly benefiting cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques. Similarly, someone using a cultivator's body to nurture spirit veins would generate spirit veins brimming with intense resentment and murderous aura, highly effective for cultivation in demonic Tao techniques and magic. If I prioritized nurturing spirit veins with spirit tree essence, supplemented by the 5 elements spiritual power law and the power of the sun, moon, and stars, I wonder what kind of effects the resulting spirit vein would have. Qi Ping harbors significant ambition regarding the spirit vein he wants to cultivate. His advantage in cultivating spirit veins lies in his skills, tree spirit contract and natural sanctuary. Within the area of the natural sanctuary, trees under the tree spirit contract can quickly recover as long as they are not in a state of death. With these two skills, Qi Ping can cultivate the spirit vein at the fastest speed without spending a large amount of spirit stones to collect spirit objects of heaven and earth. Moreover, Qi Ping believes that spirit veins cultivated with abundant spirit tree essence would have extremely extraordinary effects, definitely suitable for druids at the very least. It's just unfortunate that in all the books and materials I've read, I've never seen anyone simply using spirit tree essence to nurture spirit veins. After all, the cost is indeed too great. If it weren't for the blessing of the natural sanctuary, even if I possess plant growth, I couldn't afford the extravagance of cultivating spirit veins entirely with spirit tree essence. Qi Ping's intuition tells him that if nurtured over the years in this way, it should produce a very special set of spirit veins, especially those cultivated with those rare spirit woods. Furthermore, Qi Ping's ambitions go beyond this. He also plans to supplement the nurturing of spirit veins with the 5 elements of heaven and earth and the power of the sun, moon, and stars. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are the foundation of the law, and the sun, moon, and stars are one of the top special powers in the world. Infusing this power into the spirit veins, although the effects are unknown, would undoubtedly be beneficial for both Qi Ping and the growth of the spirit vein. It might even boldly elevate the growth limit of the spirit vein. After determining the cultivation method for the spirit vein, Qi Ping immediately set to work. After taking out the spirit vein essence, which exuded a mystical spiritual power, Qi Ping placed it underground at the center of the array. He then expended effort to set up 2 arrays, one to absorb the power of the mountains and earth, and the other to absorb the power of heaven and earth. The difficulty of setting up these 2 arrays is not very high for an array master, and Qi Ping had long prepared for them. After acquiring the 3-colored spirit talent, Qi Ping arranged them with ease. The array for absorbing the power of the mountains and earth is about right, adding more could cause some anomalies. The array for absorbing the power of heaven and earth can continue to be studied. The power of heaven and earth in the immortal cultivation realm is vast and mighty. As long as the array level is sufficient, any powerful array can be set up. As the power of the mountains, earth, and the power of heaven and earth flowed continuously, the spirit vein essence began to gradually awaken, emitting pure spiritual qi. Very good. Sensing the pure spiritual qi emanating from the spirit vein essence, Qi Ping felt immense joy. He could finally produce his own spiritual qi. From now on, he would not be strangled by others over the matter of spirit veins. After the arrays were set up, Qi Ping used the spiritual medicine refining method to extract about 1/10 of the spirit tree essence from the star spirit wood, spirit gathering technique. Upon Qi Ping's completion of the extraction, the star spirit wood, spirit gathering technique, appeared noticeably weakened, though the impact was not significant. Thanks to the natural sanctuary, the origin-injured star spirit wood was gradually recovering under its effect. Perhaps because it involved the life origin, the recovery speed was not very fast, but it was definitely not slow either. It should recover completely after some time. Once confirming the star spirit wood's condition was sound, Qi Ping proceeded to the spirit vein essence and completely covered it with the spirit tree essence of the star spirit wood. As the spirit tree essence appeared nearby, the spirit vein essence seemed to sense it and actively absorbed it. As the spirit tree essence was absorbed, the aura of the spirit vein essence began to strengthen continuously, and the spiritual qi it emitted increased exponentially. Not bad at all. With this effect, as long as I cultivate the 4 Tier 3 spirit wood seeds in my possession, the spirit vein essence could reach Tier 1 perfection or even advance to a Tier 2 spirit vein in just a few years. At that time, I could begin safely cultivating spiritual medicines and raising my cultivation level. Qi Ping was quite satisfied with the enhancement effect of spirit tree essence on the spirit vein. Moreover, these were just low-level Tier 2 spirit woods. When the 4 Tier 3 spirit woods were cultivated, it would be time for the spirit vein essence to rapidly improve. Just as the spiritual qi emitted by the spirit vein essence gradually increased, the stone spirit, usually unresponsive no matter the noise, suddenly awakened. Ding ding! Such pure spiritual energy, exclaimed the little stone spirit upon waking up. Then it followed the spiritual energy to Qi Ping's side. Ding ding! Boss! You actually brought back a spirit vein. After seeing clearly what it was, the little stone spirit was shocked. This is a spirit vein, after all, and in its inherited memory, spirit veins are rare in the current immortal cultivation realm. Before having enough power, one absolutely cannot approach the core of a spirit vein. Because almost all spirit veins are controlled, approaching them will attract enemies and lead to certain death. The little stone spirit always remembered these things. It knew the benefits of being near a spirit vein were many, but for safety, it actively chose areas with thin spiritual energy. Yet, even in such a situation, it was found by an enemy, almost leading to its demise. So, Qi Ping bringing back a spirit vein was naturally shocking for it. It was brought back not long ago, and it's still weak. I'll enhance it with heavenly and earthly spiritual objects over time. Qi Ping replied. Ding ding. Boss, you're amazing. Ding ding. Can I sleep next to the spirit vein? Of course you can. Qi Ping nodded affirmatively. Once affirmed, the little stone spirit made no fuss and plopped down beside Qi Ping to sleep again. Just as it was about to fall asleep, Qi Ping suddenly took out a seed and planted it next to it. Originally, it didn't care, thinking Qi Ping was busy as usual. But then it suddenly sensed a fragrance from the dark iron tree seed that was particularly alluring to it. Ding ding. Boss, what's this thing? This is a seed of a Tier 3 intermediate dark iron tree. The dark iron tree is a gold attribute iron tree type spirit wood. During its growth, it emits a special force to convert surrounding soil and or into dark iron, which should be quite beneficial to you. Ding ding. Then this dark iron must be delicious, right? Hearing Qi Ping's words, it suddenly became unusually excited. So it's a foodie. Seeing this appearance of the little stone spirit, Qi Ping suddenly found it amusing. It seemed this little guy didn't just like sleeping. You'll know after you try it, go on and sleep. I'll wake you when the dark iron tree matures. Ding ding. Okay, boss. I'm going to sleep then. Hearing Qi Ping's words, the little stone spirit contentedly fell asleep, quickly entering a slumbering state. Seeing the little stone spirit asleep, Qi Ping planted the dark iron tree seed beside it. I wonder if the intertwining forces of the dark iron tree and the stone spirit, both producing unique ores, will create some unexpected effects. One is a Tier 3 spiritual object, dark iron, and the other is the stone spirit's companion ore. Given the stone spirit's recent joyful state, there's a high likelihood of some favorable changes. After planting the dark iron tree, Qi Ping found places to plant the fiery sun wood, moonlight tree, and star wood. Having planted the seeds of 4 Tier 3 spirit woods, Qi Ping used plant growth acceleration to hasten their growth. Druid level experience +1. Druid level experience +1. It's been a while since cultivating spirit plants, now the slowly increasing druid level experience can finally start moving. During this time, Qi Ping had been enhancing his druid level experience through comprehending nature and understanding the true meaning of the laws, but the growth rate was not as fast as cultivating and planting spirit trees. Seeing the druid level experience accumulate rapidly, Qi Ping was very happy. After cultivating for quite some time, and with the depletion of his power of divine soul and perception almost complete, Qi Ping moved on to other matters. The main goals coming up are to research spells suitable to imprint on the tree spirit mark and continue studying arrays. Only by establishing the spirit vein and territory first can we support the nurturing of animal companions and the enhancement of my cultivation. However, before that, Qi Ping had another important task to focus on, which was researching the methodology for nurturing pet beasts. The little spirit fox and the 3-colored deer are crucial for his enhancement in divine soul and comprehension talent, so training must start early. Thus, Qi Ping immediately delved into the beast taming techniques and books obtained earlier. This research didn't take Qi Ping much time. In just a couple of days, he had grasped most of the beast taming knowledge contained within. Because the methods of establishing contracts weren't important to Qi Ping, he was more interested in the nurturing methods for pet beasts, particularly how to help them break through the barriers of the great realm. It turns out that the method for spirit beasts to break through is quite similar to that of humans. Besides ample and compatible resources, what matters most is the spirit beast's own comprehension and training. However, spirit beasts have a relatively certain method, which is to activate their bloodline power. According to the books, there are two ways for spirit beasts to activate their bloodline power. One is to activate it independently, and the other is to activate it using external items, with each spirit beast's needs for activation varying. In terms of potential, at least half of the bloodline power activation should depend on the spirit beast itself. Over-reliance on external items could deplete the spirit beast's inherent potential. So essentially, it still relies on the pet beast's own training and willpower, though there are many support methods, like using appropriate illusion techniques to train a spirit beast's will, but fundamentally, it depends on the pet beast itself. After thinking this through, Qi Ping knew what to do next. Among his animal companions, Yaya was the best template. Yaya's continuous comprehension and absorption of the power of the Great Sun is essentially about accumulating power, awakening bloodline power, enhancing bloodline potential, comprehending and strengthening bloodline power, all while training to master these abilities. Qi Ping suddenly realized how Yaya was able to upgrade its bloodline grade and break through realms. He now just needed to tailor the training plans based on the characteristics of the little flower demon, the little spirit fox, and the three-colored deer. He would then have the little spirit fox and the little flower demon use illusion techniques to train each other, as well as train the willpower of other animal companions. The little spirit fox and the little flower demon training as opponents was most suitable, and Qi Ping could assist the three-colored deer with its comprehension of the power of the forest, or they could learn from each other. Thus, Qi Ping formulated tailored training and growth plans for each animal companion based on his acquired beast-taming knowledge. He also taught Yaya the principles and some theoretical knowledge of these training methods, allowing Yaya to have a breakthrough realization, finding clearer direction and focus for future training and enhancement, and better understanding how to train to awaken and boost its bloodline power quickly. Boss. Yaya, I get it. Qi Ping didn't expect this action to significantly accelerate Yaya's promotion and transformation. Qi Ping discovered that after he explained his enhancement methodology to Yaya, her eyes were filled with excitement and brilliance as if she had discovered a treasure. She couldn't wait to start cultivating. At this moment, Qi Ping was unaware that after this, Yaya's cultivation speed would increase greatly. He knew Yaya's cultivation speed would become faster, but he absolutely didn't expect it to become so fast. As for a unique life form like the small stone spirit, Qi Ping wasn't yet aware of how to cultivate it. Currently, he only knew that the advancement constraints of such a unique life form as stone spirit were much smaller than those of ordinary spirit beasts, as long as there were sufficient mineral resources. For now, with the presence of the dark iron tree and spirit vein, it was enough for the small stone spirit to advance. After making plans for the cultivation of his animal companions, Qi Ping wholeheartedly began to study magic. Especially magic suitable for spirit trees, which was Qi Ping's most important research focus at the moment. Currently, Qi Ping devotes almost all of his time to the study of magic, apart from cultivating spirit wood and spirit vein. 6 months later. In Qi Ping's territory within the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. After more than 6 months of effort by Qi Ping, the 4 spirit trees, sunlight trees, moonlight trees, star wood, and dark iron trees, had grown very tall. With the enhancement of spirit veins and the effect of star spirit wood, spirit gathering technique, the spiritual qi within the territory had become very abundant. This environment might be slightly lacking for the cultivation of cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, but for those Tier 1 bees and spirit plants, it was already very good. Even other Tier 1 spiritual lands in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range could not become as abundant as this. Because Qi Ping's array had long sealed all the spiritual qi within his own territory. So although the quality of the spiritual qi might have some gap from Tier 2, in terms of quantity it was definitely very abundant. Under this ample spiritual qi, the spiritual herbs and trees within the territory had grown extremely lush. Here, you can see flowers and spiritual medicine exuding a special fragrance at almost every step, and the air is filled with the scent of flowers and a faint medicinal aroma. The bees are almost constantly collecting various spiritual medicine and pollen. Ever since Qi Ping cultivated the apothecary bee, a Tier 2 bee type, those bees usually responsible for collecting have had it tough. The requirements for collecting and sorting suddenly increased a lot, even the methods for collecting and processing different spiritual medicines were different, all to facilitate the research work of the apothecary bees. Amidst this bustling scene, Qi Ping was focused on researching the various spells he had collected. Various cultivation knowledge, cultivation techniques, magic, basic magic, and jade slips were piled up almost like a small mountain. Some were seized, and some were obtained through Meng Yen. Qi Ping was unwilling to let go of any of this knowledge. Under Qi Ping's three-colored spirit talent and the terrifying comprehension granted by his strong divine soul, Qi Ping's foundation in magic knowledge had skyrocketed day by day over the past 6 months. Comparing Qi Ping's foundation in magic knowledge at this moment to a slightly accomplished scholar, his previous understanding was like that of a child who had just learned to recognize words. Over this half-year, the levels to which Qi Ping's understanding of cultivation has risen are unknown. But he could confirm that his understanding and improvement in cultivation over the past 7 or 8 years were not even a tenth of what it was during this half-year of research. Then Qi Ping spent a day studying a magic book, and then he began to experiment. He lifted his finger slightly, and sharp gold attribute sword fingers shot out at a terrifying speed. Then again, as Qi Ping flipped his palm, a spiritual power shield with a wood attribute, that exuded a sense of toughness, formed in front of him. Just from perception alone, the terrifying defensive power of this shield could be detected. After Qi Ping waved away the wood attribute shield, he pointed his finger lightly, and clouds of spiritual power suddenly condensed in the air above his territory. Then, rich in spiritual qi, spirit rain fell accurately and without fail on every flower and spiritual medicine, demonstrating an incredibly precise control. Yet, this did not end. After the spirit rain ended, flame-burst fireballs more terrifying than before instantly covered every corner around Qi Ping. The terrifying explosion and burning power made the entire space immensely oppressive. Finally, after Qi Ping controlled all the fireballs to disappear, the ground suddenly shook, and a sturdy earth wall instantly enveloped Qi Ping tightly. In the distance, earth spikes rose accurately hitting each of Qi Ping's preset targets. There's no pressure in consecutively casting 5 elements techniques anymore. Thinking of those smooth, seamless casting actions just now, Qi Ping couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. After more than 6 months, he had finally elevated his understanding and control over magic to such an extent. At this moment, ordinary magic posed no difficulty to Qi Ping's eyes, especially common 5 elements magic, which he could almost cast at the raise of his hand. He could even pluck a leaf at random and transform it into a flying sword to shoot out, then retrieve it. However, the power of magic cast this way wouldn't be particularly high. To increase its power significantly, a solid cultivation foundation and constant practice are still needed. Just like Qi Ping's strongest magic remains the flame burst technique. This set of magic had long been perfected by Qi Ping and practiced countless times, with the power enhanced by the Beast King's Flame, Yang Fire Body, and Golden Flame technique, which is tough to rival with other attribute magic. Yet, the diversification of methods is just a bonus for Qi Ping. The most important thing for him is that he can now create magic. With his current divine soul comprehension and knowledge foundation, he is capable of creating many types of magic. He could even create more complex cultivation techniques if he is willing to spend the time. From now on, magic and cultivation techniques will no longer constrain me. After completing this practice and experiment, Qi Ping's excitement was beyond words. He was now qualified to break the immortal cultivation realm's monopoly on cultivation techniques. From now on, no one can use cultivation techniques and magic to limit or control me. As long as he could obtain the most ordinary cultivation techniques and magic, Qi Ping was confident he could draw from the strengths of many to create the spells that best suited him. Moreover, elevating his understanding of magic to the level of creation techniques comes with the huge advantage of a far superior response capability to various magic, combat methods, and adaptability compared to ordinary cultivators who merely practice a few sets of magic. At this moment, Qi Ping had a realization that to understand cultivation techniques and magic to this extent is to truly be an immortal cultivator. This time, let's temporarily end the study of cultivation techniques and magic. Half a year has passed, it's also time to arrange suitable magic for these 4 tier 3 spirit trees. As Qi Ping waved his hand to conjure clouds and rain, effortlessly casting various spells, Yaya and the bees were astonished by him. Even in the immortal cultivation realm, such speed and diversity in spellcasting were somewhat unbelievable. It could only be said that Qi Ping's current divine soul and comprehension talent were indeed exceptionally high. Cultivating and casting Qi refining level spells posed no difficulty for him. Now, normal Qi refining level spells hold no more secrets for me. Over the past 6 months, Qi Ping had practiced and comprehended the 5 elements basic techniques, sword control technique, Qi refining techniques, body refining techniques, and artifact control techniques, almost every common Qi refining technique multiple times. General Qi refining techniques already held no more secrets for Qi Ping. Some basic spellcasting techniques could be performed with ease. This was also the reason Qi Ping dared to create spells at this moment. Besides his extremely high divine soul and comprehension talent, his greatest reliance was the accumulated foundation and knowledge of spells. This was the product of his painstaking effort and insights during this period. Under normal circumstances, this time would have been enough for him to cultivate several foundation establishment techniques to great success, but Qi Ping did not feel any regret. Accumulating the foundation for spell creation and developing the habit of creative thinking in spell creation were far more important than a few foundation establishment techniques. Now I have completed the first step of my path to spell creation. Next is to attempt to create the spells I need. Learning spells is not easy, but creating spells is harder. The creation of Qi refining level spells is Qi Ping's best starting point. Once Qi Ping becomes adept at creating Qi refining level spells, he can begin creating foundation establishment level spells. After practicing foundation establishment techniques, Qi Ping has found that the gap between Qi refining techniques and foundation establishment techniques is not that large. The adjustments are primarily based on the foundational changes of the realm, and the true meaning of the law that needs to be comprehended is more challenging. Having accumulated the foundation of Qi refining techniques to this extent, learning foundation establishment level spells is not too difficult for Qi Ping, because he has begun to gradually understand the essence of spells. Learning new spells naturally becomes much easier. Even if Qi Ping's understanding of spells continues to deepen after further comprehension, he can attempt to practice general foundation establishment techniques. Even those true inheritance level spells that previously seemed unfathomably mysterious, now to Qi Ping, are not so special, they just have more layers added, nothing particularly mysterious. The essence is still the comprehension of the true meaning of the law and the accumulation of foundational aspects, such as a profound and stable foundation, special spiritual fire, and unique constitutions. With these elements as support, the power of the executed spells will undoubtedly be remarkable. Next, let's start by creating spells suitable for the fiery sun wood, moonlight tree, star wood, and dark iron tree, these 4 spirit woods. Qi Ping had long had plans in mind for spells suitable for these 4 spirit woods. The spells for the moonlight tree and star wood are the simplest. For these 2 productive spirit trees, Qi Ping planned to engrave a spell in the tree spirit mark that would help them absorb moonlight power and power of the stars. This spell can accelerate their absorption and refinement of moonlight power and power of the stars. Having made the decision, Qi Ping immediately began his attempts. Soon, Qi Ping first arrived beside the moonlight tree and extracted a portion of the essence of the moon from the roots, refining it slowly. During the refining process, Qi Ping constantly cast various types of absorption and refining methods, carefully observing the traction and refining effects of each spell on the essence of the moon. After drawing conclusions, Qi Ping continued to try and improve, testing the optimal solution for the spell operation while controlling variables. After about 2 weeks, Qi Ping had lost count of how many attempts he made and how many times he failed, likely thousands or even tens of thousands of times. If it weren't for the strength of his divine soul, comprehension, and Tao heart, he wouldn't have been able to sustain such a high-intensity spell creation process. Fortunately, the result was good. I have finally created a spell suitable for the moonlight tree. Feeling the moonlight power rapidly absorb and refined within his body, Qi Ping was overwhelmingly excited. After experiencing thousands of failures, he finally found the optimal plan. The spell he now used could ensure the maximum traction and refining speed of the moonlight power, greatly accelerating the moonlight tree's absorption of moonlight power. For a productive spirit tree, this was considered a versatile spell. Although its overall characteristics weren't particularly strong, as long as the traction and refining speed were sufficient, it could greatly increase the accumulation speed of the essence of the moon. Qi Ping then spent another 2 days perfecting this spell. Let's call it the moonlight refining method. After completing the creation and basic refinement of the moonlight refining method, Qi Ping approached the moonlight tree, which was already 3 times his height. The silvery white trunk and leaves emitted a faint and mysterious moonlight power, and a special moon attribute spiritual power enveloped the moonlight tree like a mist. The entire tree appeared exceptionally sacred and beautiful. Under the moonlight tree, a small fox spirit that had just finished training a little while ago was soundly asleep. Since the moonlight tree matured, the little fox spirit particularly liked staying beside it, even moving its sleeping nest here. In its own words, "Little fox loves it here, it's so comfortable to sleep here." Qi Ping didn't disturb the little fox spirit but instead immersed his consciousness into the tree spirit of the moonlight tree. Instantly, a strong desire was emitted from the tree spirit. Moonlight is the best. I want more moonlight. How can I get more moonlight? After confirming that there were no issues, Qi Ping summoned the tree spirit mark, infusing all his insights of the moonlight refining method into it. When Qi Ping brought the moonlight refining method, fused with the tree spirit mark, near the moonlight tree, an overwhelmingly joyous thought was transmitted from it. Fantastic, it's a spell for gathering and refining moonlight. It seems the moonlight refining method is very suitable for the moonlight tree. Next, I'll wait for the moonlight tree to learn the moonlight refining method and see how well it can perform and perfect the spell. Qi Ping believes that with the growth of the moonlight tree and its constant practice and execution of the moonlight refining method, it will undoubtedly be able to enhance the spell to unimaginable levels in the future. After completing the creation of the spell suitable for the moonlight tree, Qi Ping followed a similar method to create the star absorption method. With the experience of creating the moonlight refining method, Qi Ping managed to come up with the star absorption method in just over a week. Now the simplest ones, the moonlight tree, moonlight refining method, and star wood, star absorption method, are preliminarily settled. These 2 spells can greatly accelerate the condensation of the essence of the moon and star essence, thus speeding up the enhancement and breakthrough of both spirit trees themselves. Successfully creating 2 complete spells for the first time and achieving such a level of effectiveness, Qi Ping was already very satisfied. These 2 accomplishments also boosted Qi Ping's confidence considerably. He had much higher expectations for the fiery sun wood and dark iron tree than for the moonlight tree and star wood. The spells he was to create weren't as simple as the star absorption method, but were related to Yaya and his life-bound spiritual artifact. The combination of the great sun tree and Yaya is Qi Ping's current most assured way to quickly achieve foundation establishment perfection combat power. Because after Yaya awakened the great sun body, the speed of absorbing and refining the power of the great sun greatly increased, and now it has been refined to a relatively extreme state. As long as the resources keep up, the strength can enter a period of rapid growth. In terms of resource selection, is there anything more suitable for Yaya than the sun essence produced by the Tier 3 Great Sun Tree? It's even more suitable than Tier 3 spiritual medicine. Moreover, Qi Ping feels that with the help of the sun essence produced by the Tier 3 Great Sun Tree, there is a great possibility for Yaya's bloodline to transform again. As for what kind of magic should be inscribed on the dark iron tree, Qi Ping thought for a long time. The dark iron tree can inscribe magic to refine high-quality ores, produce the resources needed for stone spirit's growth, and also produce high-quality spirit iron for sale. But considered again and again, Qi Ping felt unsatisfied. After considering for a long time, Qi Ping suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Can a forging and tempering technique be inscribed in the dark iron tree, to temper itself in the process? This way, it can continuously temper the tree trunk in the process, giving itself a greater chance to break the bloodline tier limit and break through to tier 4 or even higher. It can also set a part of the magic to continuously refine the spirit armor for me. This possibility was considered by Qi Ping many times, and after studying many magical arts and consulting Meng Yan for many forging techniques, Qi Ping finally made a decision. Utilize the dark iron tree to forge spirit armor. This forging technique doesn't need to be too complex. Qi Ping just needs to forge the basic shape of the spirit armor first, and then the dark iron tree can continue to temper and nurture it. The dark iron tree itself can produce special high-quality spirit iron dark iron, and once it absorbs the companion ore of the stone spirit, after years of forging and nurturing, it will undoubtedly enhance the quality of the spirit armor to an exceedingly powerful level. And Qi Ping's requirement for the spirit armor itself is not high, as long as the strength is strong enough and the spirituality is high enough. High strength is for improving defense. This is what Qi Ping values the most. By combining the companion ore of the stone spirit with the dark iron tree, and through continuous refining day and night, Qi Ping is confident that the material strength of the spirit armor will surpass the vast majority of weapons of the same level. High spirituality is for engraving the most powerful killing array and defense array on the scale armor. For this concept of the spirit armor, Qi Ping wants it to be set up like a dragon scale armor, which can transform into armor defense with the ability of the golden stone body to manipulate metal, and can also be distributed into the strongest killing array and defense array. After confirming the idea, Qi Ping immediately got to work. However, this time Qi Ping is not just thinking idly. The forging and nurturing technique of spiritual artifacts is much more challenging than spells like the star absorption method. Qi Ping has never experimented with it, and without personal experience, he does not dare to guarantee creating a forging technique most suitable for the dark iron tree. So, after gaining sufficient understanding of forging techniques and consulting Meng Yan's related experiences, Qi Ping directly took out a portion of ordinary ores to start forging. Then let's start with the spiritual fire 18 tempering. The spiritual fire 18 tempering is a type of spirit forging technique, intended to use spiritual power and spiritual fire to directly carry out slow refining and nurturing of the spirit iron itself. This forging technique is advantageous for its high forging success rate and high quality of the finished products, but the drawback is that it is extremely time-consuming, usually adopted only for life-bound spiritual artifacts. The spirit forging technique involves using spiritual power alone for refining, and it is further subdivided into fire forging, water forging, thunder, etc. There are even attributeless methods of forging with spiritual power. This spiritual fire 18 tempering is rather simple. Qi Ping looked at a snake scale-like, cold shining scale in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. It only took him 3 days to use the spiritual fire 18 tempering to forge a scale about the size of a fingernail. If Meng Yan knew Qi Ping's current mood, he would probably want to beat him up, because, despite Meng Yan's high artifact refining talent, it took him more than a month to temper the first finished product with the spiritual fire 18 tempering, while Qi Ping only took 3 days. However, this is also due to their different starting points. With Qi Ping's current divine soul comprehension talent and his control over spiritual power and the Beast King's flame, performing such basic refining and nurturing methods is naturally not too challenging. After the first successful experience, Qi Ping quickly completed the third and fourth finished products. Once Qi Ping confirmed that there was no issue with his comprehension of the spiritual fire 18 tempering, he swiftly began practicing the second kind of spirit forging technique. About half a month later, Qi Ping finally thoroughly familiarized himself with the 5 kinds of spirit forging techniques at his disposal. These spirit forging techniques are quite simple. Although they seem to have many categories, they are actually about using different powers to perform refining and nurturing on the spirit iron itself. As Brother Meng said, there's not much difficulty. With more practice, understanding comes. However, as it currently stands, the power utilized by the dark iron tree is not any of these 5 spirit forging techniques, so all I need is to focus on attributeless spiritual power to create a spirit forging technique closest to the essence, then leave the rest to the dark iron tree. Subsequently, Qi Ping spent about a week to completely perfect a spirit forging technique relatively close to the essence. In terms of overall effectiveness, it may be somewhat unremarkable, but it can fit into most types of powers and exhibit special effects. This effect is just right for inscribing onto the dark iron tree. Let's call it the nether stone forging technique. Then Qi Ping spent another half a month using this nether stone forging technique, along with the spirit iron produced by the dark iron technique, to forge a set of spirit armor perfectly fitting Qi Ping. With a thought from Qi Ping, under the manipulative power of the golden stone body, jet black scale pieces scattered across the ground instantly enveloped Qi Ping, transforming into a visually impactful spirit armor. This set of spirit armor is quite imposing. It looks a bit like the scale armor of a chaotic sea black flood dragon, quite stylish. After observing his appearance with divine sense, Qi Ping was quite satisfied. Then, with another thought from Qi Ping, the scale armor changed, transforming into layer upon layer of scale shields to protect his vital parts. Following this, it dispersed into countless scales scattered throughout the entire space. At this moment, Qi Ping only needed to inscribe array patterns to unleash an array and seal off the whole space. Not bad. Let's call this set of spirit armor the Netherstone Scale Armor. After initial testing, Qi Ping was very satisfied with this Netherstone Scale Armor. After completing the work, he brought the Netherstone Scale Armor to a large tree exuding a black iron metallic texture. When Qi Ping controlled the Netherstone Scale Armor to cover the dark iron tree, the entire scale armor slowly merged into the dark iron tree. Qi Ping was not too surprised by this magical scene. This is one of the traits of the dark iron tree, and it is the key to continuously refining and nurturing the Netherstone Scale Armor using the dark iron tree. After integrating the Netherstone Scale Armor into the dark iron tree, Qi Ping immediately summoned the tree spirit mark and imprinted all the insights of the Netherstone forging technique into it. I want to forge the hardest body. I want to become indestructible. A tree must be hard. As Qi Ping's consciousness approached the tree spirit of the dark iron tree, he felt a vigorous and unyielding will. Indeed, every spirit tree has its characteristics. After merging the tree spirit mark into the tree spirit of the dark iron tree, Qi Ping quickly received a very joyful emotional feedback. Upon feeling this emotion, Qi Ping knew that the choice of this magic spell was correct. He had done enough in creating the magic spell to this extent. As the dark iron tree continues to learn and practice over a long time, this magic spell will naturally be perfected to a highly powerful and suitable level for the dark iron tree. After completing all of this, Qi Ping finally let out a sigh of relief. The long-term creation of magic spells and artifact refining had worn him out, but fortunately, everything was completed, and now he just needed to wait quietly. My first set of spiritual artifacts depends entirely on you. Qi Ping was filled with anticipation for his first set of spiritual artifacts. With the dark iron tree continually nurturing his Netherstone Scale Armor, and by using the companion ore of the stone spirit to constantly enhance the strength of the Netherstone Scale Armor, Qi Ping could also use the plant growth skill to accelerate the growth of the dark iron tree. The first set of spiritual artifacts had such a strong foundation and potential for growth, it truly could be described as starting with a royal flush. After completing the inscription on the dark iron tree, Qi Ping slept for 2 days and nights, restoring his divine soul and heart spirit to their peak state. The continuous creation of magic spells had drained his energy immensely. Only the fiery sun wood is left, it's really not easy. But as exhausting as it is, the success is gratifying. Through his observations during this period, Qi Ping discovered that the moonlight tree and star would increase the speed of moonlight power and power of the stars by more than 3 times. Moreover, this speed continued to increase over time. This is because the spirit trees themselves are continually learning and perfecting the magic spells Qi Ping imprinted on them. As the power of the magic spells grows stronger, the overall effect of the magic spells naturally increases as well. Qi Ping could foresee that in the future, not only would he have a generous amount of essence of the moon and star essence to sell, but he could also allocate a significant amount to serve as resources for nurturing his spirit vein. He had not forgotten that his spirit vein needed to incorporate the traits of the 5 elements of heaven and earth and the sun, moon, and stars. As for the dark iron tree, Qi Ping believed that with the tree spirit mark and the stone spirit, it would provide him with even more surprises than the previous 2. Next, let's begin creating the last magic spell suitable for the fiery sun wood. Once this magic spell is complete, Qi Ping could finally relax for a while. For the last magic spell suitable for the fiery sun wood, Qi Ping did not want it to be that simple. Magic spells similar to the star absorption method were fine, but it would waste the solar true fire within him and Yaya's understanding of the sun. With these 2 conditions, Qi Ping naturally wanted to create a more powerful magic spell to accelerate the growth of both Yaya and himself. Sun Essence provided excellent cultivation effects for both Yaya and Qi Ping. Firstly, magic spells similar to the refining method are definitely needed. Absorbing and refining more power of the Great Sun is the foundation of everything. Otherwise, relying only on the power of the Great Sun absorbed by the fiery sun would not be enough to create any significant effects. I even plan to comprehend Yaya's experience in absorbing and refining the power of the Great Sun to create a set of magic spells with absorption and refining effects far beyond the star absorption method and moonlight refining method. In this aspect, with Yaya's support, Qi Ping was relatively confident. There weren't many in the Qingtian realm who understood absorbing and refining the power of the Great Sun better than it. This magic spell is only one aspect. Moreover, Qi Ping wanted to add an extra refining method to help the fiery sun would enhance its own quality while refining a higher quality sun essence. This would accelerate Qi Ping's own cultivation and the speed at which Yaya advances to Tier 2 perfection and undergoes bloodline transformation. This still relied on Yaya's experience in refining and purifying the power of the Great Sun. With its presence, Qi Ping had some confidence in achieving these goals. Additionally, since this was Qi Ping's first time attempting a dual magic spell fusion, he needed to ensure that the two magic spells were of the same origin and without conflict. Otherwise, there could be a risk of failure in the merging process. If possible, Qi Ping hoped the two magic spells could complement and reinforce each other, with the former functioning to absorb a large amount of the power of the Great Sun, and the latter using the absorbed power of the Great Sun for purification and refining. Moreover, to ensure harmony, it would be acceptable for the effects of refining and purifying to be slightly reduced. As long as there is a potential-rich magic spell framework, it could grow stronger alongside the fiery sun wood, exceeding even Qi Ping's comprehension. The pure special qualifications of the fiery sun wood itself, and its dedicated, daily practice of a single magic spell, could bring about improvements that Qi Ping could hardly compare to. After determining the specific direction, Qi Ping began to work busily with Yaya. This time, Qi Ping's journey of creating magic spells faced unprecedented difficulties. The comprehension and understanding of the power of the Great Sun were exceedingly challenging. If the star absorption method could be considered the simplest absorption magic spell, what Qi Ping wanted to create now was a secret-level magic spell. The former only required Qi Ping to use a bit of star essence to find the optimal way to absorb the power of the stars. But the latter required Qi Ping to have a sufficient understanding and comprehension of this power. Even with Qi Ping's current level of comprehension, the difficulty was immense. This was the level of difficulty for a secret-level magic spell. Fortunately, Qi Ping had the Yang Fire body trait within him, and after 2 full months, he finally created the prototype of the magic spell. It wasn't easy. The first time creating a magic spell of this level nearly made Qi Ping tear his hair out, making his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. Yet he succeeded. A magic spell of this grade had been created by him. This was a qualitative leap. It could be said that as long as Qi Ping continued to polish the magic spells of the Qi refining stage for a few more years, magic spells of this level would no longer hold many secrets for him. Then it would be time for him to quickly learn and create Tier 2 magic spells. This also meant that from now on, Qi Ping would never have to worry about being stuck or controlled by special cultivation techniques again. Because from now on, the magic spells and cultivation techniques he practiced would be creations of his own. The enhanced version of the Great Sun refining method and the matched Great Sun body tempering technique, I have succeeded. With Yaya's full support and Qi Ping's own Yang Fire body, Qi Ping took a full 2 months to create the advanced version of the Great Sun refining method and its companion, Great Sun body tempering technique. However, these are merely the rudimentary forms of basic techniques, capable of perfect cultivation, with considerable potential and room for growth. But to complete them to the highest level, more time and energy are required. But this is already sufficient for Qi Ping. The remainder can be left for the Lai Yang wood to grow and perfect according to its most suitable direction. Among the cultivation techniques and spells Qi Ping created, the advanced version of the Great Sun refining method possesses a far greater absorption and refining capability compared to the ordinary star absorption method, absolutely matching the power of the Great Sun. The Great Sun body tempering technique can purify the power of the Great Sun and use the purified power to refine itself, which not only quickly enhances the tree body of the Lai Yang wood but also produces higher quality Great Sun essence. Next, Qi Ping tested several times, confirmed there were no issues, and first engraved the Great Sun refining method into a tree spirit mark, sending it into the spirit of the Lai Yang wood. The taste of sunshine. Is this a way to absorb more sunlight? Wonderful. After sensing the will of the Lai Yang wood, Qi Ping knew this step was successful. Now, the most crucial part is the second step, to smoothly engrave the second technique, the Great Sun body tempering technique, inside the Lai Yang wood. Qi Ping did not rush to accomplish this step. Only after more than a month, once the Lai Yang wood had basically merged with the Great Sun refining method, did Qi Ping nervously engrave the second technique. Is this a way to enhance the purity of sunlight and use it to enhance the body? Great! Succeeded. After ensuring the Lai Yang wood was smoothly learning the Great Sun body tempering technique, Qi Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the speed at which the Lai Yang would learn the second technique was noticeably slower, it succeeded. As long as the Lai Yang wood was given some time for fusion and adjustment, it would certainly perfectly integrate the two methods. Thus, the 4 Tier 3 spirit woods Qi Ping had contracted were finally all successfully engraved. Among them, the star wood and moonlight tree both employ the star absorption method, accelerating the production of resources while slightly speeding up their own growth and transformation. The dark iron tree continuously forges and enhances itself with the nether stone forging technique, while also forging Qi Ping's first spiritual artifact, the nether stone scale armor. The last one to stand before Qi Ping was the Lai Yang wood. At the moment, the sunlight in Qi Ping's territory is scorching, a magnificent power of the Great Sun being drawn by the Lai Yang wood and a crow upon it, constantly converging at this crow and tree's position. A colossal amount of power of the Great Sun is now, through the Great Sun body tempering technique, coursing through the tree body of the Lai Yang wood, 1,000-fold more ferocious than roaring flames, with the raging flames burning wildly around. The crow atop the tree is even more unwilling to be outdone, causing an even more impressive scene than the Lai Yang wood. Following his creation of the Great Sun refining method and Great Sun body tempering technique, not only did the Lai Yang wood benefit, but Yaya benefited the most. Because during the creation of the spells, Qi Ping imparted all his insights, cultivation principles, and the final success of the spells to Yaya without reservation. Integrating these elements and combining them with its bloodline talent features, inherited knowledge, and the advantages of immortal cultivation techniques, Yaya significantly increased its cultivation efficiency once again. Without a doubt, with these and the auxiliary effects of the Lai Yang wood, Yaya is sure to enter a period of rapid power ascent. While Qi Ping has been peacefully cultivating his spirit woods and creating cultivation techniques, the mysterious organization he destroyed dozens of subordinates of is frantically searching for him to take revenge. Over all these years, aside from the mysterious black market, few have dared to be so arrogant toward them. Thus, ambushes were set in many places, even mobilizing Golden Core level experts, with nearly 10 Foundation establishment experts sent out. However, it's apparent they met only silence with Qi Ping, who hides at the slightest hint of trouble, and this mysterious organization is destined to remain lonely. Meanwhile, the Cyan Origin sect and several other sects' war is also gradually nearing its end. Now, more than a handful of nascent soul and golden core cultivators are gathering within an immense secret realm rich in spiritual energy, a site possibly containing an extraordinary inheritance. However, what perplexes these golden core and nascent soul cultivators is that after searching the entire Qingtian realm, they have yet to find the legendary demon insect king. They have not even any news on the final quarter of the key needed to unlock the extraordinary inheritance. Based on the celestial secret calculation made 10 years ago using the supreme treasure, the demon insect king should have revealed itself and commenced the blood ritual, with the final quarter of the key emerging alongside. What part went wrong? Who knows? We've almost flipped the Qingtian realm upside down. I'm beginning to suspect one of you got it and is hiding it. Let's not start infighting at this stage. Finding a solution is what's crucial. Given the situation last time, your Cyan Origin sect gains the most. If it can't be opened, you'll suffer the biggest loss. Should we ask for another calculation? Do you know how terrifying the cost of requiring an attempt is? Would you shoulder the expense? But we've already paid so much, just the loss of taxes and population alone is substantial, not even counting our past efforts. Would you bear the cost of quitting halfway? So, what do you suggest? After a moment of silence, a voice suddenly spoke. At this point, we can only initiate the blood ritual ourselves. If the final quarter of the key can't be found, so be it. We'll disrupt part of the restrictions with 3/4 of the key, then we'll all use my stellar array to break it open. As those words were spoken, everyone's faces tensed, and the very air seemed to freeze. Some time passed before someone spoke up. Organizing a formation to break the restrictions isn't a problem, but initiating the blood ritual ourselves, do you think those above are blind? If you want to die, don't drag us with you. Hearing this response, the others couldn't help but nod in agreement. The person who proposed the idea seemed to have anticipated this response and calmly replied. Let that organization gather a group for us. With them involved, those above won't act rashly. At worst, we'll just purchase less, lose a batch of disciples, and sacrifice some with special constitutions, that should suffice. Following this reply, after a moment of silence, someone agreed. 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 Some remained silent for a long time before making up their minds and nodding. Agreed. Agreed. Qi Ping, at this moment, is unaware of the brewing bloody storm in the Qingtian realm in secret. He only knows that his 4 contracted spirit woods have been thriving under his cultivation, with the spiritual vein thus rapidly advancing, having now reached a Tier 1 intermediate level, looking poised to soon break into Tier 1 superior. Moreover, as Qi Ping's 4 spirit woods rapidly grow stronger, the speed of spiritual vein advancement is gradually accelerating. Using Tier 3 spirit woods to cultivate a Tier 1 spiritual vein produces surprisingly effective results. Next, I should focus on enhancing the Lai Yang wood, first increasing Yaya's power and bloodline. Once the spiritual vein breaks through to Tier 2, that's when my strength realm will begin to grow at a high speed. After engraving the magic formations on the 4 Tier 3 spirit woods, Qi Ping focused most of his energy on array research. In addition, he never ceased to cultivate the 4 Tier 3 spirit woods using the plant growth skill. With the assistance of the plant growth skill and the power of the stars, their advancement can reduce the dependency on the spirit veins. This is the key to Qi Ping being able to use the essence of the 4 Tier 3 spirit woods to enhance the tier of the spirit veins. Apart from cultivating spirit woods, let's focus mainly on array research next. In the array secret manual, when Qi Ping went out to find Meng Yan previously, he asked him to help purchase a set of Tier 2 foundational arrays. Due to insufficient spirit stones on him, Qi Ping only acquired the foundational arrays of Tier 2, along with several gold attribute killing arrays and defense arrays. Now Qi Ping possesses the golden stone body with an extremely high gold attribute talent. It's estimated he will comprehend the true meaning of the law of gold within a year or two. With the true meaning of gold and the true meaning of fire as a foundation, Qi Ping is confident he can set up multiple high-strength Tier 2 killing arrays and defense arrays. Protected by these arrays in his territory, even if 10 foundation establishment cultivators besiege him, Qi Ping is confident he can kill them all. By then, his territory would have a certain defense capability. Then, apart from array research, let's first comprehend and cultivate the foundation establishment technique, golden flame technique, and foundation establishment level magic, sword control technique, to perfection. Sword control technique is currently the only foundation establishment level magic Qi Ping possesses, found in a storage bag of a foundation establishment cultivator. Though this magic is a sword control technique, some of its object manipulation methods are interchangeable. Qi Ping plans to use it as a foundation, combined with the Qi refining levels object manipulation techniques, to create a nether stone armor technique suitable for nether stone scale armor use. Then combine it with the foundation establishment level gold attribute killing arrays, his combat power and means will soar to another level. Time flew by, and 5 years passed during cultivation. Besides occasionally having drinks with Old Man Zhou, Qi Ping spent most of his time within his territory, focusing on cultivation and researching magic and arrays. He thoroughly enjoys this tranquil life of farming and cultivation. Without disturbances, he can cultivate in peace. Farming, beekeeping, cultivation, and researching magic and the vast, mysterious laws. When feeling isolated, he can take his animal companion to stroll around the cloud mist mountain range, occasionally enjoying drinks and chats with Old Man Zhou. At such times, Qi Ping is often influenced by Old Man Zhou's broad-minded attitude and mellow mentality. Unaffected by external distractions, yet aware of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. A pot of wine, a book, can be quite delightful. Sometimes Qi Ping even suspects Old Man Zhou is about to attain Tao. But in a blink, he knows he's just an ordinary old man. However, over these 5 years, Qi Ping watched Old Man Zhou age day by day, his declining aura growing increasingly intense. Qi Ping wanted to find a way to extend Old Man Zhou's life, but was refused and told not to mention the matter again. Hence, Qi Ping could only respect Old Man Zhou's choice. Enjoying old age is Old Man Zhou's final and sole wish. Qi Ping has grown into a powerful cultivator, no longer needing worry over his future cultivation or career. During this time, Qi Ping's territory underwent earth-shaking changes. For instance, the little flower demon successfully rose to Tier 2, the entire demon city grew significantly, almost reaching Qi Ping's waist. For example, the spirit veins successfully advanced to Tier 2. Yet the most dramatic changes occurred outside, where the war between the Cyan origin sect and other sects finally ended. The final result was more tragic than anyone anticipated. These events were recounted to Qi Ping by Meng Yan through communication talisman. Year 1, Brother Qi, the war seems to be nearing its end. I foresee it should conclude soon. Finally it's ending, as fighting further might result in countless fellow disciples dying, even I may not survive. Year 2, for some unknown reason, the war's intensity suddenly escalated several grades, many senior brothers and sisters and junior brothers died, affecting many. I was also severely injured. Fortunately, I escaped. Many died, only the sect's core disciples suffered minimal casualties, many families were uprooted. Year 3, a bizarre blood-colored fog engulfed the Qingtian realm, dissipating only after several days. Initially thought something major would happen, but months went by and all remained tranquil. Year 4, a secret realm experienced a terrifying explosion, a dreadful nascent soul-stage demonic insect escaped, now whereabouts unknown, rumored to be the legendary forbidden existence, Demon Insect King. After the secret realm explosion, my master returned severely injured. He said many golden core cultivators died, a nascent soul-stage cultivator from the Celestial Fire Pavilion also died. Master furiously entered closed-door training to heal, feeling deceived. Year 5, the war has thoroughly ended, all sect members completely withdrew from the Qingtian realm. Celestial Fire Pavilion ceded 2 large spirit veins to our sect. Now the Qingtian realm is sparsely populated with cultivators, everything in ruins. The sect plans to implement some policies to attract cultivators from other areas to develop in the Qingtian realm. Brother Qi, you might consider seizing this opportunity. With my intervention, numerous chances to earn spirit stones can be found. Upon learning of all events in the outside world during these 5 years, Qi Ping couldn't help but sigh. Too many people died. Even an alleged forbidden nascent soul-level demon insect king escaped. More terrifying is even Meng Yan doesn't know the war's origin, only aware that several hostile sects threatened the Cyan origin sect, forcing them to comply with the rules and rise in resistance. After this battle, even half the Cyan origin sect disciples suffered casualties, 3 golden core elders perished, let alone ordinary cultivators and families, countless were exterminated. In the immortal cultivation realm, during true peace, life can be managed, but during wartime, it's insignificant as ants. Yet such a level of war seemingly hasn't occurred in over 1,000 years. Who could predict it would become this brutal? Fortunately, the war has fully passed. The Cyan origin sect resumed strict law enforcement, various rental fees and preferential policies were successively implemented. In the past, Qi Ping might have seized the chance to thoroughly develop his farming endeavors. Like Sister Nan now grasping the opportunity to rent a high-quality intermediate spirit field at a low price, with her current late-stage Qi refining cultivation, she'll certainly make significant achievements. But now Qi Ping's own territory has developed exceptionally well, even surpassing the best spiritual land in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. In terms of spiritual land quality and concentration of spiritual Qi, his territory currently stands as the undisputed king, unequivocally the best of the Cloud Mist Mountain range. With such a territory in hand, Qi Ping certainly wouldn't go out and be subjected to others anymore. He no longer wanted his lifeline to be in the hands of others. He now understood more clearly than ever that war and peace were merely matters decided by a small group of people with a single thought. Check the natural sanctuary data. With Qi Ping's thought, a rather luxurious display of natural sanctuary data appeared. Natural sanctuary owner, Qi Ping. Sanctuary level, LV2, 26/200, coverage area, 500 meters in diameter. Sanctuary effect, full attribute amplification, special energy recovery speed of contracted tree spirit significantly increased, plant growth speed increased. Tree spirit contract, star spirit wood, spirit gathering technique, sun wood, great sun refining technique plus great sun body tempering technique, moonlight tree, moonlight refining method, star wood, star absorption method, dark iron tree, nether stone forging technique. Spirit vein essence, Tier 2 low level. Number of spiritual medicine, Tier 1 spiritual medicine, 37 varieties. Array, demon illusion array, Tier 2 low level, concealing array, Tier 2 low level, flowing gold array, Tier 2 low level, profound gold killing array, Tier 2 intermediate, fire crow array, Tier 2 intermediate. Looking at the powerful data of the sanctuary, a strong sense of satisfaction rose in Qi Ping's heart. What is a qualified territory? This is a truly qualified territory. Over these 5 years, all 5 of his contracted spirit trees smoothly broke through to Tier 2, and after the sun would advance to the late Tier 2, his sanctuary successfully upgraded to Level 2. The area of 500 meters in diameter is much larger than 10 football fields. Qi Ping's territory is now much larger than before. Previously, the small space was somewhat oppressive, but now it's finally fully formed. With the formation of the Tier 2 low-level illusion array and Tier 2 concealing array, Qi Ping found that he could create spiritual land in much larger areas. Now the land near the spirit vein essence and spirit gathering tree has all upgraded to Tier 2 spiritual land, and even the furthest edge areas have a decent concentration of spiritual qi. After the successful expansion of the territory, Qi Ping planted many floral spiritual medicines. About the expansion of the territory, Little Spirit Fox, Little Flower Demon, and Three-Colored Deer were the happiest as it was too small for them before, and now they could finally fuss over many things. Delicious fruits, soft lawns. Now, Qi Ping's territory, from a glance, is even better than many high-level cultivators' private estates. Especially with those spirit trees that have given birth to various phenomena, absorbing sun and moonlight, rich spiritual qi, and rare spirit beasts, all indicating that this is a rare immortal land. Such a place, even the 3 major families of Qingshi County at their peak could not achieve. This makes it imaginable to what extent Qi Ping has developed his territory during this period. Currently, there is nothing in Qingshi County that can attract him, except for that cave mansion on the 7th peak in Zone A. However, regarding this place, Qi Ping would definitely not consider entering it until the bee swarm had no more room for advancement and Yaya broke through the 3rd tier. Who knows if it is a big trap, like last year when the rumored ultimate secret realm burst open and a terrifying forbidden level demonic insect emerged, directly taking away a nascent soul level expert and causing the death of a number of golden core stage cultivators. With such a precedent, Qi Ping had no courage to touch these things. Besides the expansion of the territory, the most fundamental change belongs to the change in the spirit vein essence. Qi Ping spent 7 to 8 years finally upgrading this spirit vein essence to Tier 2, bringing an endless supply of spiritual qi to the territory. It's from this moment that this is considered a territory capable of aiding Qi Ping in his rapid growth. The only pity is that Qi Ping currently doesn't have suitable Tier 2 spirit medicine seeds, otherwise, he could start cultivating Tier 2 spiritual medicine right now, thereby rapidly increasing his cultivation and beginning to cultivate a Tier 2 bee swarm. So, the urgent task for Qi Ping is to get as many Tier 2 spirit medicine seeds as possible, then hand them over to the apothecary bee to research various types and effects of honey. Currently, Qi Ping's territory has as many as 36 types of Tier 1 spiritual medicine, and ordinary medicinal plants and flowers number in the thousands. These ordinary floral medicinal materials were all collected by Qi Ping and the bees from various places in the Cloud Mist mountain range, and the large territory conveniently accommodates so many herbs. However, the area that Qi Ping was most satisfied with pertains to his improvement in the path of array. These 5 years, Qi Ping engrossed himself in the research of arrays to the point of obsession, becoming more fascinated and astounded by the power of the path of array. This method, which forms arrays with the power of heaven and earth, has unfathomable and truly awe-inspiring strength. Under the strong divine soul and comprehension brought by the three-colored spirit, Qi Ping's understanding of the path of array progressed by leaps and bounds. Not only did he successfully set up Tier 2 low-level illusion techniques and concealment arrays, but he also recently set up a Tier 2 intermediate fire attribute killing array Fire Crow array and a gold attribute killing array Profound Gold killing array. These two Tier 2 intermediate killing arrays can release 5 Fire Crows with mid-stage foundation establishment strength to fight enemies, and as long as the array is intact, they can regenerate and attack continuously. Furthermore, in this array, Qi Ping also superimposed a Tier 2 intermediate Profound Gold killing array, which releases 7 exceptionally sharp metallic sword Qi every now and then, even stronger than the attacks of general mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Like the Fire Crow array, the traits of these arrays are that they remain intact and don't extinguish as long as spiritual power persists. Now Qi Ping's territory possesses a Tier 2 spirit vein, though its coverage isn't vast, the spiritual Qi is incomparably abundant, and at least foundation establishment cultivators cannot drain it. Moreover, these 2 arrays were successfully set up by Qi Ping based on understanding the true meaning of fire and the true meaning of gold, aided by various talents including the natural sanctuary, heart of nature, and farming realm, along with his powerful divine soul as the foundation, making them not only hard to find focal points but also exceptionally stable. Especially, the core array base of the Fire Crow array is Tier 2 Sun Wood, with the Great Sun Refining Technique plus Great Sun Body Tempering Technique, which directly elevates the power of the Fire Crow array. With these 2 arrays, not to mention mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, even late-stage foundation establishment cultivators are bound to be thoroughly eradicated, mid-stage might be killed within a few breaths. Simply put, all of Qingshi County could attack now, and as long as the Golden Core cultivators from the Cyan origin sect don't step in, Qi Ping could wipe them out with the current arrays. Thus, with the protection of these arrays, Qi Ping can have true peace of mind. Once his array techniques further improve, it will be possible for Golden Core cultivators not to act. Foundation establishment cultivators would be like offering themselves. The only beings left to worry about are the elites among late-stage foundation establishment and foundation establishment perfection cultivators, who are relatively challenging for Qi Ping to deal with. Currently, Qi Ping's limit is to barely set up gold and fire attribute Tier 2 intermediate arrays within the territory, and to set up other arrays or Tier 2 high-level arrays, he needs to further enhance his divine soul and cultivation. Particularly, the strength of the divine soul is a rigid requirement for array setup, and without the multiple talents aiding him in the territory, it would have been challenging for Qi Ping to set up these 2 Tier 2 intermediate killing arrays in such a short period. It's been more than 10 years since establishing the territory. Investing so much time and effort, even taking the risk to attack that organization refining infants, I finally gathered enough resources to develop the territory. Numerous efforts have finally resulted in the best outcome today. Now this impregnable, plentiful spiritual land home is the best reward for Qi Ping, the farmer beekeeper. The Natural Sanctuary's data panel clearly presents the development status and every phased achievement of the territory as Qi Ping required. Next is finding ways to get some Tier 2 spiritual medicine bombing bees. I've been delayed for too long, so my realm should also be elevated. Also, Yaya's bloodline is about to evolve, and relying solely on the sun essence produced by the sun wood is not enough for it to use. Right now, what I urgently need are Tier 2 spirit medicine seeds or active Tier 2 spirit medicines, especially those with fire attributes. Fire attribute spirit medicines are the foundation for the rapid level advancement of both him and Yaya. Originally, cultivating a Tier 1 high-level fire attribute spirit plant for 500 years could suffice, but that would be too slow in growth efficiency. Qi Ping estimates it would be at least 4 to 5 times slower. Although life expectancy is longer now, he can't afford to waste so much time on these matters. And spirit stones are also an issue. Purchasing Tier 2 arrays and Tier 1 cultivation technique and spell knowledge not only exhausted all of Qi Ping's remaining spirit stones but also used up quite a bit of star essence. Now Qi Ping can be described as penniless. But getting Tier 2 spirit medicines isn't easy at the moment. Not long ago, Meng Yan sent a message saying he was in charge of a large spirit vein seated by the Celestial Fire Pavilion and was responsible for managing its cultivation and leasing business. He no longer had extra time to gather these resources for Qi Ping. For Meng Yan, this is also an opportunity to gain experience and a crucial step toward taking on core positions within the sect. So Qi Ping found it inconvenient to trouble Meng Yan with his matters. Of course, the most crucial reason is that Qi Ping doesn't dare venture to the territory of the Celestial Fire Pavilion. After all, he had killed many of the pavilion's genius disciples before, and the large spirit vein Meng Yan manages is undoubtedly a place of open and secret rivalry, making it too risky to go there. So let's not trouble Brother Meng for now. The frequency of star essence and essence of the moon appearing in his possession is also risky. It just so happens that recently, Qingtian realm has introduced many trade and tax reduction policies, encouraging many merchants to come forward. Perhaps I can find something valuable. Thinking of this, Qi Ping couldn't help but feel some interest. As Qingtian realm provides basic safety assurance, it's a good time to go out and explore. Post-war reconstruction and the need to rebuild everything. Qi Ping is somewhat interested in the post-war reconstruction of the immortal cultivation realm. Taking this opportunity to observe the myriad forms of life and temper his Tao heart is also a good plan. At this point, as long as he's cautious, the basic safety should not be an issue. Then it's decided, I'll take a trip out. Having stayed in the territory for so long, he felt a bit confined. Going out to relax and see the world is also a good idea. With the decision made, Qi Ping began to prepare seriously. First, he inscribed a profound gold-killing array on the nether stone scale armor. The current nether stone scale armor, forged and refined year after year by the dark iron tree, has long exceeded the strength of a Tier 2 intermediate-level spiritual artifact, even surpassing it. The spirituality contained within is extraordinary, with a unique gold attribute energy surrounding it. On this foundation, with the support of the natural sanctuary and farming realm, Qi Ping inscribed the Tier 2 intermediate-level profound gold-killing array on it. Once Qi Ping decides to activate it, he can briefly unleash the power slightly weaker than the profound gold-killing array on his territory, using the spiritual power within the nether stone scale armor and his own spiritual power. Even if the power is somewhat less, it's enough to pose a considerable threat to Foundation establishment cultivators in the late stage. In addition, he had already mastered the Foundation establishment level sword control technique to perfection and, based on that, improved a technique more suitable for himself, armor manipulation technique. Combined with the golden stone body's ability to control metals, his current armor manipulation technique can be described as elusive. After settling the nether stone scale armor, Qi Ping further refined the fetal breathing technique and the disguise and bone shrinking technique, transforming them into a cultivation technique completely suitable for himself, the 1,000 transformations technique. The name of this technique represents Qi Ping's prospects for the future, naturally aiming to reach a realm of infinite changes, so that no one can pinpoint his true identity. However, for the Qi and transformation to be more realistic, the 1,000 transformations technique requires training shape by shape, ensuring the highest realism. After making all the preparations, Qi Ping chose a day to step out of the Cloud Mist mountain range. This time, Qi Ping transformed into a weathered middle-aged man. Beneath the thin clothing was a body that had endured many hardships. In terms of aura, Qi Ping maintained the early-stage Foundation establishment realm, only concealing his Tao heart realm and understanding of the true meaning of the law. After all, he was going out to purchase Tier 2 spirit medicines. If his aura was that of a Qi refining cultivator, it might bring about unnecessary trouble. For example, questioning why a lowly Qi refining cultivator wants to buy Tier 2 spirit medicines. Or, if a Qi refining cultivator buys Tier 2 spirit medicines, it's like flaunting wealth on the streets, isn't it? These actions could easily lead to unnecessary conflicts, and Qi Ping has no interest in intentionally creating situations where a hidden master pretends to be weak. Additionally, this time Qi Ping went out with Yaya, who had broken through to mid-tier 2 with the help of the Blazing Sun Wood, the 100 Eyes Flower Demon, who had broken through to early Tier 2 under the system's training, and a swarm of Earth armor bees that had practiced the improved version of the array battle array. Besides that, Qi Ping also carried with him the nether stone scale armor and a set of exquisite spells. For his first stop, Qi Ping chose the Cyan Stone Marketplace, which was the closest to him. On the way to the Cyan Stone Marketplace, Qi Ping saw many figures of loose cultivators, including the elders of Qingshi County, as well as several foreign cultivators. It seems that the Cyan origin sex methods to attract foreign cultivators have worked. In less than a year, they've attracted so many foreign cultivators. From these people, Qi Ping keenly sensed an aura of vitality and hope, and his eyes became more spirited. It seems that as long as the environment is good, the immortal cultivation realm will never lack ordinary loose cultivators. In other places, there's intense competition and pressure, but the Cyan origin sect now offers rental and tax incentives. In a year, you can save dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones under such conditions, so there really is no reason not to come. Reflecting honestly, if Qi Ping had such an opportunity when he was an ordinary loose cultivator, he couldn't avoid being tempted. Moreover, it can be predicted that in many years to come, as long as no war occurs, entering now is the best time to earn money. While walking, with the footing of a foundation establishment cultivator, Qi Ping soon reached the Cyan Stone Marketplace. Seeing the lively scene inside, Qi Ping couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the loose cultivator's vitality. After losing the suppression of the three big families, the loose cultivator community in Qingshi County seemed even more vibrant than before the war. After entering the marketplace, Qi Ping neither deliberately restrained nor released his aura. When those loose cultivators saw Qi Ping, they voluntarily made way for him. No matter what Qi Ping's identity was, just the aura of the foundation establishment stage was enough to make them respect and fear him. No one dared to provoke Qi Ping foolishly. Some even waited respectfully for Qi Ping to walk past before leaving. After Qi Ping walked quite a distance, these cultivators began to whisper among themselves. Who is this foundation establishment cultivator? Why haven't I seen him before? I've inquired about the foundation establishment cultivators in Qingshi County. It seems there's no such person like him. Could it be that he is a foundation establishment cultivator from outside? For a time, discussions were endless, with eyes of envy, respect, and fear revealed in everyone. This is the deterrence a foundation establishment cultivator holds among loose cultivators. After walking for a while, Qi Ping chose the most luxurious of the Cyan Stone Marketplace's establishments, the Treasure Gathering Merchant Association, and stepped inside. This merchant association had been in Qingshi County for hundreds of years. In the past, Qi Ping dared not take a single step inside. Back then, he was both poor and unskilled. But this time, it was different. As soon as Qi Ping stepped into the Treasure Gathering Merchant Association, the moment they sensed Qi Ping's aura, the most beautiful female cultivator in the shop warmly came forward and carefully asked what kind of tea or snacks Qi Ping would like. Qi Ping this time truly experienced the change in status brought about by the foundation establishment realm. Indeed, for a foundation establishment cultivator, beautiful female cultivators without talent are not considered rare. If willing, a large number of female cultivators would willingly come forward to serve. After waiting for a while, a steward, who was at Qi Refining Perfection, hurriedly came out and respectfully invited Qi Ping into an elegant private room. "Senior, I apologize for our inadequate hospitality." Although this steward was at Qi Refining Perfection, he clearly knew that this was an insurmountable chasm for him in his lifetime. "No need to mind these things. I'm just here to buy some simple things today." Qi Ping expressed that they should relax. He didn't expect to receive such high-level reception just for purchasing something. "May I ask what you wish to purchase, senior?" "I'll give you the maximum discount within my authority," the steward respectfully said. "I'd like to buy some Tier 2 spiritual medicine." "What Tier 2 spiritual medicine do you have for sale here?" Qi Ping also had no high expectations. He could buy some Tier 2 spiritual medicine to facilitate the apothecary bee's honey research, preferably ones with the fire attribute. However, as soon as Qi Ping spoke, an embarrassed expression appeared on the steward's face, who said somewhat apprehensively, "Senior, our humble establishment doesn't have Tier 2 spiritual medicine for sale. Isn't your shop one of the best in the Cyan Stone Marketplace? How come you don't even have Tier 2 spiritual medicine? Qi Ping asked, puzzled, looking at the steward. Is this your first time in Qingtian realm, senior? To be honest, the production of Tier 2 spiritual medicine here is scarce and under strict resource control. To purchase Tier 2 spiritual medicine, you can only buy it at high prices from people affiliated with the Cyan origin sect, or sometimes in larger cities.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.